Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Pragnanandhaa Interview, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Koneru, Lei Tingzhe, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Interview, and the legendary Pia Cramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
This is Norway Chess 2024 edition, and that is beautiful Stavanger, where Norway Chess will be played over the next couple weeks. Super tournament to make history, so many things to get into. Right now we take it in as the beautiful aerial views of such an amazing country, such an amazing place, and that's where the amazing chess is going to be played over the next couple weeks. You see the players having already arrived. In fact, Magnus Carlsen has been there for a half an hour. We're going to get into that in just a minute, everybody, but right now we're going to get into the studio here with my amazing and talented co-hosts, International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Danny Wrench here, and we're excited. Anna, I'm going to start with you. Welcome back out of retirement. How pumped are you here to be in Stavanger?
I'm very excited. I was telling you and the organizers earlier that if there was one single event in the world I would unretire for, it's Norway Chess. So I'm happy to be back. I'm so happy. I feel like I'm at home.
I think she chose wisely.
Yeah, and Anna says she feels like she's at home. Norway has become my home. And yeah, it feels like a big event. We've got all the best players in the world. It's nice to be breaking history as well with the women's tournament, and a lot to look forward to, Danny.
Well, there, David just teased it. We are going to be breaking history here, as has already been announced many times. It's the first ever super tournament, super classical event where the men's and women's prizes are the same. We're going to unpack that and so much more as we preview round 1, preview and set the stage for everything that is going to be Norway Chess 2024. But before we do, let's remind everybody we'll let our explainer video break down maybe some of the finer details and everything you need to know as we get underway.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
Well, I'm not sure I can break down and describe the format better than whoever that man was with that adorable and sexy accent. We're going to talk about that later. I'm going to do my best to sequel. It's a double round robin. The time control is 120 minutes plus 10 seconds on move after move 40. And as everyone knows, what's become the staple of Norway chess, if a game is drawn, you do not get to go home. You have to play again. Armageddon. Classical win 3, Classical loss 0, Armageddon 1.5, Armageddon loss 1. Let's just talk about that real quick. David, I'm going to throw to you. Jokes aside, great job breaking it down there.
Thanks.
How exciting has it been for you to cover Norway chess, and my first time, so welcome me in as the newbie here. How great is it that when a game is drawn, they throw down right away?
Yeah, welcome, Danny. You're going to love it. This kind of Armageddon format, making sure there's a winner at the end of every day. I think the players love it, the fans love it. It's been here now as part of Norway chess for the last decade. It's here to stay, and that's for a reason. Yep. Magnus, I know he's had a lot of success in this kind of tournament format, and Hikaru last year, he was saying himself as well. It's just fantastic. Just high stakes every day.
Yeah. Well, I want to actually quickly move to the other thing that makes this event so amazing and different and progressive. Let's remind everybody real quick what we talked about in the explainer video and throw up that the prize fund is equal for both the men's and the women's tournament. This is the first time that's ever happened for a classical super tournament. And let's talk about how amazing that is. This should really be the norm, not the exception. It's currently the exception for a classical chess to have this amazing format and equal prize fund, but it really should be the rule.
It really should be, and I hope that Norway chess, as it always has been the case, is leading by example, and many tournaments will follow. Just as a comparison to show how big of a deal it is that there's identical prize fund, I wanted to point out that, for instance, the World Championship match, the Open and the Women's, the difference is about the women's prize fund is a quarter of what the men's World Championship or Open World Championship, and in other events like the candidates, I think it's a 2-to-1 ratio usually.
Right.
So this is huge that Norway chess says no, that's not how it should be. We should show that we want equality and fair play, fair conditions for all players, and they're doing it this year.
They are, and it should be. I mean, I think that at some point, in order to change things, you have to make history so that eventually it is seen as ancient history, right? And we're all hoping that in the years to come, it is indeed seen as such. And going to be awesome. We're going to be bouncing around both sections, of course. We have amazing superstars, 12 superstars in total, 6 in the men's, 6 in the women's. And on that note, let's throw up the pairings so that we can start to do some previews and break down what the action is going to look like here. We are spoiled for choice here. Ding Liren, world champion, going up against the #1 player in the world in Magnus Carlsen. You jump down, you have Zhu and Jun, women's world champion, going up against Vaishali Interview, a star with a huge fan base. I named 2 of them. David, I'm going to throw to you to highlight any of the matches you'd like.
Wow, Danny, it's almost as if we scripted it. We couldn't have asked for more, for better. I'm also looking forward to the All-American clash between Fabiano, Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. And it's going to be great to see a kind of clash of the legends between Cramling and Koneru. But we'll be following all 6 clashes equally, I think. Just so much excitement ahead.
And it's funny, if you look at the records there, there's one matchup that stands out in terms of guys that have played each other before. Just talk about the Caruana-Nakamura matchup real quick, when those guys have such a long history.
Yeah, that is 50 games, and only in classical chess. If we added the rapid and blitz and bullet games these two have played against each other, I mean, it goes to show that these 2 Americans, Hikaru being the 5-time US champion, Caruana being a 3-time US champion, world #2 against world #3, what could be a closer matchup than this?
Yeah, and just because they've played a lot, obviously we see 33 draws there, but a ton of decisive results as well. A record of 8-9 there, so 17 decisive games between them. I want to throw back to talking about the legend Pia Cramling, though, going up against Koneru. Pia is just a huge fan favorite, not just because her daughter has a very, very big fan base, and I believe that Anna will be here later in the week. But Pia showing up here, she is... I'm pulling it up. She's 24 years older than the next participant, but I would put her as a dark horse to maybe win the whole thing, David.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And Sweden is a neighboring country to Norway, so hopefully she feels like she's on home territory. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, and great to see her given the opportunity to compete again at this top level.
Pragnanandhaa Interview taking on Ali Reza Firouzja. We didn't mention that one. On Muzichuk taking on Lei Armageddon. Anna, what else can we say here? I saw you saying hi to Lei across the room earlier. She's super nice, waving hi. Good to see
all
you.
the female players, I'm close with some of them, with others I'm acquaintances, but they are all so kind and polite and friendly. They are waving at you, smiling at you, saying hi. I'm pointing this out because this is the first time there's a Norway Chess Women tournament, so I'm really happy to see my former colleagues or opponents. And we see all the players in the playing hall already because the games are starting in just under 5 minutes. And as you have mentioned, Pia Cramling, the legendary Pia Cramling, is here from Sweden. When I looked up her career, she became world number 1 in 1984, and she has been in the top 30 of the world ranking for over 4 decades, over 40 years in the top 30. Can you imagine, Danny?
It's crazy. She's been doing it at the top level as long as anyone. Magnus hopes that's the case, you know, when we're a few decades away here. But the fact that we still have 5 minutes means we got a lot to talk about here. This is going to be fun. So, what do you think her expectations are realistically? You know, she's comfy at home, and then we'll talk about Prague and Alireza here in a second. But David, what do you think her expectations are if you're Pia Cramling?
Yeah, I mean, Pia, she gives this impression that she's the most chilled out, the nicest, the most relaxed player ever. But I mean, you don't kind of stay at the top of world chess for so long without having the heart of a real warrior. So once she gets going, I'm sure she'll be very ambitious. I actually think she'll thrive in the Armageddon games. Experience really pays off in faster time limits. I think she'll try and take her chances when she comes, but first few games, maybe a bit nervy. She's might take her a bit of time to grow into it.
Speaking of expectations, maybe we will move on to where our amazing crew. Shout out to the crew who's already worked so hard to get us where we're at. This venue's amazing. The studio here is amazing. But the tech is also amazing. We just saw Pragnanandhaa and Alireza a second ago. But let's talk about these two guys and what their expectations are. Maybe not just in this particular game, but for this year. And at Liren, obviously everyone's talking about it. When is the world champion going to right the ship? And maybe it starts here in Norway.
This is a crucial event for Dingler, and I agree, because what he has shown since he became world champion is that the world champion's crown is heavy. It has been a burden and a curse for him, it almost feels like. And he said he's weaker since he has become a world champion. So let's see if he can prove everyone, and himself included, perhaps wrong by doing really well in Norway chess. I think he needs it. He needs it, even in order to make sure that he's going to participate in the World Championship match, because what he has gone through ever since he became a champion, I think it has been really heartbreaking and sad.
Yeah. Well, you talked about the fact that Ding said he's weaker since he became world champion. Well, Magnus played in his first Norway chess in a long time since he was not world champion last year, and that didn't go so well. David, your thoughts on his expectations to right the ship here in his home country? Yeah,
I mean, we talked about nerves earlier, but Magnus, he definitely doesn't know his classical form right now. It's been many, many months since Magnus played a classical tournament. Like you said, last year, Magnus actually didn't win a single game. Can you imagine? 10 long rounds, and Magnus doesn't win a classical game? He killed it in the Armageddon, but of course, with the format and the point system, Magnus needs to kind of start high if he wants to have a real impact on the tournament and make up for not winning last year. So this is going to be a key clash. I think for Ding, it's important he starts with white. I think any result here would be a decent one for him.
Right. Having white, I agree, huge. You get to play, if you choose to do so, maybe a bit of a safe kind of two-result brand of chess if you're looking to just get things started on the right foot. But you never know against Magnus Carlsen what's going to happen. He tends to create chances out of nothing. I just saw the first move played there by our one of our special guests. There are many, as you can see. So we're probably moments away from a handshake. The two youngest players in the field, center of the screen, Ramesh Babu Pragnanandhaa and Alireza Firouzja. These guys, what do you think their expectations are as the two young players here? When do you start crossing the line where you have to expect yourself to win all the super tournaments you play in versus have a good showing, Anna?
I think both are expected to do well, but I would not be too surprised if one of them could actually have a chance at winning the entire event, because they are more than capable. Pragnanandhaa showed it by playing the finals of the World Cup against Magnus Carlsen. Alireza has recently beaten Magnus at a faster time control at the Chess.com Classic, so both of them actually did really well against Magnus not too long ago. And that is the world number one we are talking about. Imagine the rest of the field. I think they have a chance, both of them.
Yeah, it feels like changing of the guard, with Gukesh breaking through at the candidates. Maybe Prag will be inspired to kind of emulate the feats of his countrymen. I think we're ready. But just before we jump in, then, okay, it looks like the first move's Danny, but I want predictions. Who's going to win the tournament? Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's.
Oh my gosh, you just put me on the spot. Okay, I'm going to take Zhu Wenjun in the women's, and I'm going to take Fabiano Caruana in the main.
Anna.
Oh gosh, this is hard. I'm going to pick Lei Tingxie for the Norway Chess Women, and I'll pick Magnus Carlsen for Norway Chess.
Okay. Oh, that leaves me. I'll say Hikaru in the... he's the reigning champion in Norway Chess, and Pia Cramling. Come on, Pia. In the women's, and here we go. Handshakes and moves. We're off.
Look at that. We have a diverse pick of who's going to win the event. Thanks for putting us on the spot there, David. I'll justify my pick if you want a little bit. I mean, obviously, both Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura there in your lower right corner were very close to winning the candidates, but Fabiano was closer than anyone, not named Damaraju Gukesh, right? Fabi was right there with chances against Jan Nepomniachtchi, as everyone knows now, in the last round. But he played phenomenal chess. Running all the stats that we do, I won't say for any of the reasons why behind the scenes at chess.com. We're always looking at the top players' games these days and how well they do according to certain algorithms. But Fabi played pretty much just as accurate as Gukesh, and even had, in some ways, more winning chances, but failed to capitalize at times, right? And when a guy has an event like that, often you can see that momentum, that prep carry over. So I picked Fabi for that reason. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if either of your picks, Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru, or really anybody else, wins.
And the All-American clash. In recent times, Hikaru has had the upper hand against Fabiano, including in the last round of this tournament last year. On that occasion, Hikaru had white, so different color dynamics this time, but Fabi's been a bit of a client for him. Here we see the bird's eye view, though. Early days on all boards?
Early days on all boards, and a beautiful selection available to us, depending on which... I think when we pick, we have to pick by the color. You have to pick color.
I think so too. I love it. I like the choice. Each board is a different color. Where shall we go first? Which one's the prettiest?
Let's see. Well, we've got a Nimzo Indian there in the lower right. The purple board kind of really pops on this beautiful background here between Pia Cramling and Humpy Koneru.
It wasn't Danny's personal choice to have a purple board yesterday at rehearsal.
No, it was my personal choice.
I was trying to cover up for you, Danny. You spoiled it.
Purple's my favorite color. It's one of my favorite colors. I look at the Grunfeld, though. It's moving quickly there between Zhu Wenjun and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. I have a feeling we might get a lot of prep there. So what do you think, David? You want to head over there to give us a little bit of a breakdown on the Grunfeld, or is there a potential novelty in store in one of the other positions?
I trust your judgment.
Right.
Red is one of my favorite colors, Danny.
Let's do it.
Let's jump into that Grunfeld. We'll come to the open section a bit later, where we have a couple of Catalans and an Italian game. Let's jump in. And early days. Should we go from the start?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so Zhu Wenjun starting with the white pieces, the current women's world champion. She opens with d4. And Vaishali, as far as I know, she has been playing the Grunfeld on a regular basis. So not a surprise necessarily for Zhu Wenjun, who continues very fast. She goes for the exchange variation, trading off a set of pawns. e4 builds the center. And this tends to be the starting position of the exchange variation. And now a very fashionable move from Zhu Wenjun. White has a bunch of options. White can play the move rook b1, putting some pressure, trying to pin black's bishop down to the b7 pawn. White can just develop pieces to any squares, pretty much a bunch of choice here, but she plays the most forcing and one of the most fashionable lines, bishop b5 check, and this has a reputation of being a risk-free line for white. Often we do see just an exchange on c6 and less pressure therefore on white center. Maybe Zhu Wenjun just trying not to embark on anything too sharp, too crazy this early in the tournament.
I can see that approach. I would be terrified of Vaishali. She won the last 5 games in the candidates, and that was her first time playing in the candidates just a month ago. I know she's got the black pieces, but in the candidates it didn't matter whether she's playing with the white or black pieces.
No, it's true, and she's been riding momentum. Obviously, a bit of a slow start for her in Toronto, but got the Grandmaster title, rolled into her first candidates, ultimately found her groove, and Vaishali the Destroyer, as I've accidentally nicknamed her, but I love it. Vaishali the Destroyer is feared right now by all people. So yeah, Bishop B5 check, as you said, David, a bit fashionable, partly for the reasons that it kind of limits whatever preparation a Grunfeld expert might have tried to come up with at home. And okay, so if this heads to forcing lines and you want to take us a different direction, we can do that. I see that Prague and Ali Reza are moving along quite quickly. If we want to head to a game that has more action.
Okay, yeah, maybe just before we zoom out
let's do
of this one, I would just mention. Oh, okay. Vaishali the Destroyer keeps the tension. The main move in that position was actually to capture a pawn multiple times on d4 when the black queen was still sitting on d8, and opposite color bishops, very drawish tendencies, but white maybe with a slightly better bishop. So Vaishali's trying to keep the game alive, trying to play very ambitiously here. Queen to a5. So
I like it. I like that she's not going for what is the main and the more drawish approach. She prefers to keep the pair of bishops and prefers to go for something more complex.
Exactly. Just showing her ambitions in this tournament, and she mentioned, of course, well prepared. She is the Women's World Champion. Bishop a3 is incoming next with a lot of pressure on this diagonal. So, yeah, it feels like a good moment to zoom out. It feels like they will finally start to slow down with their decisions.
We're back to the bird's eye view, back to our multicolored selection. And as I shouted out, we've got a game that's moving along, I guess, a little faster than the others. We see an Italian between Caruana and Nakamura. I think you could have predicted that at home. We've seen a lot of that between those two guys. But I say we head over to Pragnanandhaa versus Ali Reza Firouzja. Not that it's not theory, but a little bit of a like I said, a little more developed of a position. Although I can't wait to see the knight to c6 game in the lower right corner between Cramling and Koneru. Knight c6 is one of the more tricky lines. But all right, David, give us a breakdown here.
Yeah, we're keeping it in the family. Vaishali, now Prague.
Yeah.
And this one, as you mentioned, it's one of the more kind of developed games so far. We'll just go from the start very quickly here. We see the Catalan opening, which we also saw in the Ding against Carlsen game. And here, after kind of reaching the start position of the Catalan, black takes a pawn and plays c5. So this is regarded as being the direct attempt to equalize. You try and just destroy the center, obliterate all of the pawns there, and queen to a4 isn't a second pawn sacrifice for anyone wondering at home. Pawn takes d4. It's very strongly met now by knight takes d4, and after queen takes, there's some tricks, some little tactics against the black king. So bishop to d7 was played, is the main move, and after a couple of captures, we see level material, almost symmetrical pawn structure, but white maybe with the slightly more active pieces. What do we think here?
It's interesting in these structures, right? Because objectively, there's not a ton of spicy stuff going on, right? The structures are dead equal on both sides. But the open lines and the subtle maneuvers of the timing of where you put the pieces can sometimes lead to one player catching the other in preparation. Otherwise, you sometimes see the game get more simple than others. Although, again, what's great about this event is no matter what, when you say that, you're not depriving the fans at home, right? I feel like as chess commentators and fans ourselves, how many times are you explaining to people about the draw in chess? Don't even get me started on stalemate, right? You're trying to explain to a new player like how it works, that there's three results. This event doesn't have that. So anyone watching this game and goes, okay, like even if it does simplify, you know, I'm robbed of the blood that I want to see on the board, but no, not here.
I think we are almost rooting for draws in that sense, because
I am.
the Armageddon will be so exciting. I would love to see an Armageddon every day, a couple of Armageddons at the least.
Yeah. I mean, I think by round 9 or 10, we might be rooting for games to end in classical. We'll see what happens by then, because the nights get kind of late, right? When we've got Armageddon every round. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last year, especially towards the end of the tournament, I think Magnus was the one rooting for draws in classical, because he won 7, I believe, Armageddon games in a row.
Yeah.
He was just, at some point, just going for the draw just to kind of bank some points. But yeah, nice to see the players play so ambitiously in the opening here. Prague, knight c3, I think he's just going to develop. Rook d1, bishop f4, pieces just coming out to natural squares. It's just a position, as they say.
Talking about what you just mentioned as a bit of a meta as we get started here. Welcome in, Norway Chess 2024. We're just getting underway. You mentioned that Magnus pushed a lot of his matches to Armageddon.
Yep.
do you feel like in hindsight that was partly because he just wasn't feeling it in classical, his form was off, and so he kind of felt this was his best chance to get by? Or are there some players who come in thinking, look, I will take my chances in what is close to a 50-50 Armageddon as a strategy going into the game?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. It also depends on who you're facing. Like, Hikaru won the tournament last year, but there were 1 or 2 matches he was playing his closest rivals, and he would push it to Armageddon, not just to secure his own points, but to take points away from them. So, yeah, there's different ways, different strategies of playing this type of event, Anna.
Yeah, it's very different, and this is the only super tournament that has this format. So even though all the participants are very experienced, top chess players, no one has much of an experience in this format. Do you try to risk in the classical game a bit more to try to earn 3 points? Or do you try to go for the Armageddon, but then you only get 1.5 points in case of winning the Armageddon? Which one is the better strategy? It's hard to tell.
And it's exciting what you just said. Is like there's also the meta within the meta, because if you end up having a lead, you're motivated to push to Armageddon even if you lose to protect it, deny them that 3-point victory. So these are some of the fun things that make this event progressive and interesting, and has always had fans on the edge of their seat. One of the best events of the year for sure. All right, well,
Alireza thinking,
I guess a lot, although he still has plenty of time. But yeah, this is his first actual think in the game.
Yeah, we should mention the stakes are higher for black here. If black plays very well, you tend to equalize this type of position.
Right.
It does fizzle out. You might make some exchanges, especially if you can land this light squared bishop on the c6 square, challenge its counterpart on g2. But if things go wrong, they go very wrong for black.
I like that you highlighted that, because I think that's one of the interesting things for our viewers tuning in to really get better at chess about the Catalan is you have the bishop on g2, spying on the pawn on b7, and even if there aren't tactics immediately, one of the things that David alluded to, that black is under a little more pressure, these positions can quickly go from looking equal to like you either drop a pawn or you have to make some other sort of concession. It's one of the things that white really likes about the potential here of the Catalan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a convert. I've started playing it myself in recent years just because it's so simple, the plans. I mean, you literally just develop your pieces. A bishop to the f4 square might aim at a weakness in the black camp. Just rooks to the center, a rook on d1, a rook on c1. In the meantime, it's far less clear what black's plans are here.
Yep.
I agree. And another game where actually it is the same opening, the Catalan, it's between the current world champion against the former world chess champion. I wanted to go there quickly because it's not the position that I think I find interesting, but it's more thrilling to me that Magnus is not making a move.
Wow.
They are a move 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's considering what to do here, which is like the beginning of the Catalan opening. David, what do you think?
Or he's in the bathroom, maybe.
Is he? He's not even at the board. Okay. Well, his clock has been running for over 10 minutes by now, so I was just curious what he's up to.
Good spot.
That's a great question. I mean, we can now talk about, we mentioned right as we welcomed you into the studio that Magnus went to his board it was about a half an hour earlier. I caught some sort of sneaking fan on social media taking a picture over there. David in the corner here was stealing a photo. But Magnus, seriously, he came, either it was to maybe relax, get away from the media. Obviously, there's a lot of people here to see him in his hometown, or to get dialed in. He might literally just need to use the restroom or take a break from the board because he sat there for quite some time.
Yeah, but we see it at the top left of the screen. This is a 12-minute think from Magnus, and that's a long bathroom break. We know we do have a confessional booth here at the tournament.
Is he in there?
Maybe he's there. That would be amazing if he went there like right after move 4. Hey, I have some thoughts to share. But is that the case? Do you think, David, as one of his friends, what is the tell here?
It's odd. I mean, Magnus likes to break things down. He likes to express himself in some weird ways sometimes. But 12-minute think here. That would be a long confessional.
We've just been confirmed by the production team behind the scenes that he is not in the confessional. So maybe he's given us a chance to launch our first Photoshop contest of the day. What would Magnus's chair do when Magnus is not around? What does Magnus's chair think about it? We're gonna wonder. But okay, back to the Catalan. This is interesting to discuss. In that it's odd that a player is gone for 12 minutes right at the start of the game. But this is probably not a decisive time advantage he's giving his opponent. He can certainly think about what variations of the Catalan he'd be getting in his head, whether he's in the bathroom or somewhere else. So, but yeah, if this game does come down to some sort of scramble, mark your words, everybody, right here, that if Magnus gets himself in trouble later on, this might be a moment he wishes he could have back.
Yeah, and there is no increment until move 41, which is really important to highlight. So the time we see right there, 1 hour, 46 minutes for Magnus Carlsen, that's all the time he has to make the first 40 moves of the game. There is no bonus time, there is no increment. He can flag if he will not use his time wisely.
Yeah, that's really important, as you say, Anna. I mean, we saw it at the candidates. The nerves were jangling. The players, they aren't that used to playing without increment anymore these days. So it might become a bit of a factor later. But Ding, we saw him there on the camera looking around. Even he's confused. What's going through his mind right now?
I wonder, the strategy between the two, as we mentioned, Magnus was in the playing hall half an hour earlier, and Ding Liren had the opposite approach. He was sitting right next to our studio up until 10 minutes to the round. He was just waiting, accompanied by his mother. It's, by the way, lovely to see the family support. So many of the players are here with their family, with their seconds as well, depending on who is accompanying them. Everyone is here with a team or family member. But yeah, I think Ding is also puzzled. Where is Magnus? I guess we will update our viewers on the Magnus situation as soon as we know what is happening. Oh,
there he is. He's back. You know that people care about what you're doing when they wonder where you are when you're not there. I guess that is the Magnus Carlsen effect. That is the pressure he's used to. So he will likely make his move relatively quickly here, and right on cue he does. Bishop e7. We're headed for some main lines of the Catalan. He'll have a choice now to play d takes c4 next, getting into some of the open lines, or keep it closed a little longer. What do you predict, David? You got to go now. Okay, he castles.
He castles, and this is the moment of truth for Ding. White actually castles himself. I was going to say there are options if you want to avoid a temporary pawn sacrifice, but they've had this position against each other before, I believe, with both colors. So yeah, nothing new here. It's nice to see Magnus back at the board, and we will have to wait, I guess, to find out whether that 15-minute time advantage plays a role later in the round.
It will be very important to see, and I think just again to highlight that this is the first ever classical game these two are playing against each other, as Ding being the world champion and not Magnus. The last time they played in classical was over a year ago in Tata Steel, and that was a draw before Ding Liren won the World Chess Championship. So this is it. This is world champion Ding Liren against former world champion Magnus Carlsen.
You could look at this table and say it's the world champion versus the #1 rated player in their country. And people may not know who you're talking about, depending on when they've tuned in. World champion versus world champion in different times. Anyway, well, the c6 has been played, so d takes c4 is still on the agenda. Maybe we could talk about why c6 kind of makes that a little more dangerous depending on the lines you go for. But right now we still have a closed Catalan, meaning the center has not opened up.
Yeah, that's right. Just to jump in and backtrack one move to kind of elaborate on that point, Danny, as you mentioned, d takes c4, it tends to be the most popular move by a mile, especially at the top level. You temporarily grab a pawn. White's queen often comes and regains that pawn, but it costs a lot of time. In the meantime, Black will try to improve this light squared bishop. Black can often strike out at the center. c6 is just an attempt at a slower, calmer game. This, for a while, had a bit of a poor reputation due to White being able to play knight to c3, and you cannot really take this pawn now because White will immediately regain it while opening up this bishop, and Black's pieces are just not great on the b8 and c8 squares. So this has historically been a position with a good reputation for White, but in recent times they've realized that actually Black can just keep this pawn structure, the triangle as I like to call it, and just keep it long term while expanding on the queen side. It's Ding's turn. Look at the camera. Ding's turn to go into hibernation now.
Yep.
Interesting start for this derby, and I'd like to jump to the game actually that Danny you mentioned earlier with the knight on c6 between Cramling and Humpy Koneru. Unless David, did you want to add anything else to this? We will come back to the world champion versus #1 player in the world. This is one of our key, crucial games of the day, obviously. But I wanted to explain what you asked Danny. What is the knight doing on c6? Purple, board.
Let's do it real quick. Pia Cramling versus Humpy Koneru. You see it in the lower right, your purple board, a Nimzo Indian. So many reasons why that board's my favorite. I play the Nimzo. I love this knight to c6 line. Pia Cramling, the legend. It's purple. Let's go. Okay, so one of the funny things about the knight coming to c6, if we want to go back to maybe just that move, we don't have to go all the way back, is that typically you don't put your knight in front of the c pawn in most Nimzos, right? Typically you actually want to advance your c5 pawn. That opens up not just the queen on the diagonal, but in most of the main lines, you're sort of taking on c3 with the bishop, doubling the pawns, and trying to gang up on them. So putting the knight on c6 in front of the pawns is a little awkward, and it requires a change of structure in order to justify it. And if we go to the current position a few moves later, we've got this move e5 that has been played, and the idea is that likely black will follow this with d6. I think you can play e4 in some weird positions, but there's risk in that. But likely black will play d6. And the idea is you've set up a structure that's closed. The bishop on c1 is out of play. And it's not the most common way that you would go after the doubled c-pawns, but it's flexible, and it certainly has the potential to throw your opponent off a little bit. Right now, neither side really giving a cue that they're in the woods just yet, right? They've taken a little bit of time, but not too much. But this is unique. It's not your everyday Nimzo, and it can throw people off.
Yeah, surprise value, I guess, here, Anna. Just playing a big part. Humpy didn't want to go into any main lines, and I think, as Danny mentioned, e4 would be the ambitious approach, but comes with a lot of risk. He might have overextended. Yep. We'll find out a lot about Humpy's mindset in the next few moves.
Let's do it. Well, speaking of the next few moves, let's back up to the bird's eye view really quickly, because every one of our games is underway. We will have a ton of stuff to review. We're going to steal our moment to take a really quick break, because we get that out of the way so that we can come here and make sure we don't miss any of the action as things move on and we get closer and closer to some decisive chess. And guess what? If all 6 games are drawn, then we have 6 Armageddons. You can't lose when you're in Norway. Welcome in. Thanks for being with us. We are just getting started here. It's 2024 Norway Chess main event, Norway Chess Women's. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it. Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. Good. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No. He's telling the truth.
Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No. It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes. That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No. So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care. He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes. He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No. He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes. Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure. He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times. He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013. Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We are back. Norway Chess 2024 just getting underway. Thanks for being with us. Hope you enjoyed the explainer video on what makes Norway Chess such an amazing format. There you see 12 chess superstars of the Norway Chess Open and the Norway Chess Women's section. It's round 1. We're just getting started. We are live from Stavanger, and we cannot wait for the next couple weeks ahead. Cannot wait for some Armageddon chess later today. Danny Wrench alongside Anna Rudolph and David Howell. So we still have some games to look at that we haven't checked in with yet. I'm eager because we just had a break. I say we jump right to the bird's eye view and get into it. Let's do it, right?
Let's do it. I think the one where we're gonna go to after looking at all these pretty colors is a very, very clear choice between the road number 2 and the road number 3. We were already teasing everyone that today is the day. There's so many crucial matchups. It's as if it was scripted that this is round 1. The world champion playing against Magnus Carlsen, who
Sounds
is
weird
not
when you
the
say
world
it that way.
champion.
World champion
Yes.
versus Magnus Carlsen.
We have the top 2 American players facing off against each other, also being world number 2 versus world number 3 matchup. And in Norway Chess Women, we also have some of the crucial matchups, such as Jun, the reigning world champion, playing against Vaishali, who is in top form after winning her last 5 games in the candidates tournament.
Well said, and we could keep going board by board. We haven't talked about Anna Muzichuk versus Lei J. We did take a look. Okay, E4 was played by Humpy Koneru. We're going to come back to that, Nimzo, because I think, David, Anna kind of mentioned it, the one that we haven't looked at, Fabiano Caruana versus Hikaru Nakamura. I think it is a clear choice, especially after seeing that move F5. We're about to, I don't want to say fire on board, right? Shout out Alexei Shirov. Forgive me, or no forgive me for that reference. Great book, check it out. But F5 is an aggressive move, right? The potential of what's coming on the king side here could get spicy. And there you go, fire on board.
He's throwing up the emojis, David.
That's for you, Eric. Shout out. But F5, yeah. I mean, Nakamura, partly I think he's in preparation. If we look at the clock times, he hasn't spent that much time. But partly he's just super confident these days against Fabiano. I don't know what it is, but their head-to-head matchup, it's really gone in Hikaru's favor in recent times. And yeah, we say fire here, Anna, because firstly, the pawn structure has changed. Secondly, there's a bishop lurking on this diagonal. The f-file is semi-open.
Yep.
Thoughts here? Who would you prefer to be?
I'm loving it from Black's perspective. I know that the valuation bar is showing a slight advantage for White, but when I look at this optically, I'm loving the semi-open f5, as you mentioned, and the bishop pointing at the f2 pawn, which is already less guarded because the White rook has moved away from f1 to e1.
Yep.
So even though White should be all right or slightly better, I think Hikaru is clearly coming to this game saying, I've got the black pieces, but I don't care. I'm ambitious. And as you mentioned, he has had really good results against Fabiano. He had to win on demand last year here at Norway Chess to win the tournaments against Fabi because Fabi was leading the tournament. Hikaru beat him and took the title. And in the candidates, he scored 1.5 against Fabiano. So Hikaru feeling good about his chances, even with the black pieces. What do you think, Danny?
I couldn't agree with you more. Everything you just said, both about how Hikaru is feeling, his willingness to take chances with the black pieces, but also the position. I agree with you that obviously, look, no one's disagreeing with our overlords. They are here. The computers are here to stay. But there's a reason this position is close to equal, but the potential might favor black. You highlighted the bishop on the diagonal hitting f2. You highlighted the rook on f8, the fact that the rook on e1 is not guarding f2. And if black didn't get the open f-file, black was going to push that pawn that was just there a move ago forward to f4, and then Hikaru would have been really at home with his maybe vintage King's Indian that he doesn't play often anymore. But if f4 had been on the board in g5, that David is highlighting it faster than I can say it, that's a position that would have been too much fun for Nakamura. So David, let me throw to you then and let you take the side of White then, because we've highlighted why we're excited about this game. The fire on board you threw there with the emote. But what is White's best approach to, let's say, keep it level, right? We're excited about the f-file. How does Fabiano approach this?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the most ambitious approach would be here, but the safest at least would be to eliminate this this kind of assassin, this sniper on b6 as quickly as possible, just trading off this piece. And I mean, for example, if we jump in maybe with a variation, once we eliminate this bishop, White would have more options. You can play a move like bishop to e3 just to target this knight. At the right moment, I think White will need to strike out in the center with a move like pawn to d4. I'm not sure when, because you don't really necessarily want to allow black to continue pushing forward, gaining space, kicking away a great defender like this knight on f3. So this would be the key position. Eliminate that piece would be my advice. But what next? That's the tricky question, how to prepare d4. If you don't have pawn breaks, you don't have potential. So,
yep.
Yeah, tricky, double-edged position, for sure.
You just highlighted it. Taking the bishop, I guess, seems like the simplest thing. You can see in the live board the bishop is there, spying f2. Analysis, as David just showed, that probably gets rid of most of the threats. And okay, I guess so. We've expressed our excitement, right, for how aggressive Hikaru is being, and I don't know how quickly we're going to get to this or not. We can also share that Hikaru has officially become the first player to enter the confessional booth, so he's also excited. We'll catch up with whatever he's saying probably in a little bit, and yeah, so Hikaru spent a lot of time in the confessional booth. If you're just tuning into Norway Chess, welcome to the event of the year. Don't go anywhere, because we had so much. Hikaru forgot last year that he wasn't streaming. He spent so much time commentating and ended up winning the event anyway. Classic Hikaru. But
speaking of which, he won Bullet Brawls from his hotel room on Saturday.
Yeah.
He was already here in Stavanger, streamed it, and won it with 72 points out of 74 on chess.com, playing from his very own hotel room. Also feels like he's playing a bit of bullet/blitz, his time advantage. He's already 20 minutes up on the clock. What does that tell us about his preparation, David, and what does it say about Fabiano's?
Yeah, firstly, Nakamura's preparation these days is just incredible, but also, again, it's this narrative between the two of them. He seems to be in Hikaru's head. No, sorry. Hikaru seems to be in Fabi's head.
Yes.
Even. It's as if Hikaru somehow knows what Fabiano's going to play every single time, and whether it's objectively the most correct or not, he seems to predict, seems to look further than Fabi, and I think just the fact that Fabi's lost 3 or 4 out of their last kind of half dozen classical games, it slowed him down. He needs to get over this mental block. So, yeah, 20-minute time difference, Danny. Could be essential.
It's fascinating that you just said Hikaru, I don't want to say is, in Fabi's head to disparage Fabi, but you're right. I mean, it feels like Hikaru has done a very good job predicting. As you said, scored 1.5 out of 2 in the candidates. Is confident enough to enter the confessional booth. And on that note, I think we're going to take our first Hikaru is streaming or forgot that he's not streaming break of the day. Let's see what Mr. Nakamura had to say when he snuck away to the booth just a moment ago.
Well, I guess we're live once again, everybody. So, yeah, I think last year people seemed to enjoy me coming to the confessional booth and pretty much wasting all my time talking about chess or whatever rather than playing the game. So, I guess I'm back here once again. So a few things. First of all, I'm pretty happy with my position. One of the things about this tournament that's quite different, perhaps, from a lot of other tournaments is that 4 of the players basically played in the candidates. So I think quite a few of us, I mean the majority at least, still have quite a bit of preparation, which I think makes it a little bit easier to play perhaps because we didn't have to spend months preparing before this specific event. So I'm happy with my position. As I said before the game, if I survive the opening or I get what I want, then I'm going to be happy regardless of the result, and I've basically effectively achieved that. This is what I thought Fabiano would play, so pretty happy thus far. Other games not so exciting. I mean, we have 2 Catalans being played in the other games. Magnus is busy eating noodles or something in the back room and letting 10 minutes tick off his clock against Ding. I don't know why, but he is. And Ding, meanwhile, is just super confused. I noticed because when I came in here, I used to go through the back area, so Magnus just chilling, just losing 10 minutes on the clock, but he's eating because, you know, you got to have some energy. So that's pretty standard. The other game also a Catalan between Ramesh Babu Pragnanandhaa and Ferrugia. Not exciting. Women's games also, I would say, look pretty stable. Nothing super exciting. So it's pretty early on, but so far I would say I'm happy overall, and it's good to be back. So I'm sure I'll be back here again at some point because most likely I'm going to be able to blitz out the next 10 or 15 moves and not have to think, which means I can focus on other things in my head. So that's that. See you guys.
Noodles apparently were the reason Magnus Carlsen was gone. Thank you, Hikaru Nakamura, not just being the player defending champion streamer, but also breaking news as a journalist that the reason Magnus was out was because he didn't have time to get dinner before the game.
That is, I guess, a crucial piece of information. Nutrition is important, and he enjoyed his noodles in the back room of the playing hall.
Yeah.
But to the chess, what do you think about what he said at the start about his game with Fabi?
Firstly, I'm suddenly hungry. I wonder what type of noodles they were. Yeah, I think Hikaru's well justified being happy. We talked about the time difference. He's clearly in a relaxed mood. He's after our jobs, that's for sure. He's a reporter, commentator, player, you name it. He's not even at the board, so maybe he's back in the booth right now.
He might be.
But Anna, he seemed confident, and rightly so, with what we're seeing on the board and clock.
He seemed very confident, and he even said that he'll probably blitz out the next couple of moves and then be back at the confessional booth. So we will have our Hikaru cam regularly back on, hopefully during this game several times, to see first-person perspective of the world number 3, 5-time USS champion, as he's being really comfortable in this position with the semi-open file. I think knight takes b6 will be played as you predicted, David, but Fabiano is still thinking.
And I want to throw to the board on that note, like you said, I think that he is feeling comfortable. He said he's prepared to blitz out the next couple moves. And one of the things to, again, remind the viewers at home of the obvious, that the players do not have an evaluation bar. So if they're pausing, it means a couple things. On a rare occasion, they might be pulling back into the bag of prep where they forgot something, want to make sure they don't miss it from here. But a lot of times, these guys don't think anymore just to make their coach happy. They're not little kids being told to slow down, right? So if they're thinking, they don't have the evaluation, and from a human perspective, there's a reason all of us were like, hey, this position is opening up. David threw the fire emote. Anna and I are talking about the F-file. So this is a very big moment for Fabi to find the right line. Not that he's probably not objectively aware that he's fine, but he needs to have the right approach or he could become worse.
Definitely, and I just wanted to actually follow through that variation we showed earlier, just to highlight some of the dangers that might be lurking in the position. So knight takes b6, I was advocating. I thought, okay, just eliminate that dark square bishop. Maybe a move like bishop to e3. But now I could see why Fabiano is getting nervous. A move like queen d7 might not look too scary, and we do see actually the bar slightly jump up in White's on White's side. But bishop takes h3 is going to be in the air, not just now, but in the near future. Wow, okay, he doesn't go for this. He actually plays d4 instead, immediately in the game position. So he's inviting Black to come forward, Anna, and he's, after a long think, gone for immediate tension.
That is very interesting and surprising at the same time, because you mentioned, David, that the d4 obviously comes with the price that you might see e4 being pushed by black, and Hikaru plays it instantly, not even thinking for a single second. What do you think, Danny, about this
and he's up
immediate...
Again. And again, there's a little bit of psychology too. I mean, I think Hikaru doesn't mind Fabiano knowing that he's still in prep if he's not, right? And not like these guys haven't played each other many times before. If you were with us since the pre-game show, you saw they played each other 50 times, 50 classical games. Like, let that sink in. These two guys have a long-standing rivalry, more than any of the players in the field, and it's not even close. So Hikaru, he's been here before against Fabi. He likes when Fabi knows that he's in prep and he's not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we look at the position, it's close to 50-50, but when that knight moves, let's just highlight real quick how quickly the black pieces can potentially come to the king side, right? Whether you play for d5 or not, at some point you have the queen already on the open line, you have the open f file. You highlighted, David, that if let's just say if d5, knight b6, and knight takes, the queen is coming maybe to h4, and you've got this position where all the black pieces feel like they know where to go, and the white pieces have to be very careful.
Yeah, he has to be really careful. He actually goes the other way. I just thought going to the center. He goes knight back to h2, maybe trying to keep the king a bit safer, maybe jumping forward, leaping to g4 later, but doesn't change anything here. Black could still play a move like queen to h4. Now d5 isn't even necessary in the near future to protect the e4 pawn. Yeah, I've got to say I'm loving it for Hikaru right now. Definitely feels like he's in the opponent's head, Anna, as we mentioned.
It does feel like it. Huge time advantage, also huge confidence on Hikaru's side. He might be coming back from the confessional, I was going to say, but no, he has grabbed a cup of coffee or tea, some beverage in a mug. That's all I can tell. And I think we will come back to this once. Maybe we wait for Hikaru in case he makes a move instantly, but there's another game that I also...
Oh, and he has moved instantly.
Oh, okay.
You called
D5, forcing the knight to capture the bishop on b6 or jump elsewhere. Would you consider jumping elsewhere or capture on b6, David?
Actually, now that the bishop's blocked out, it's slightly tempting to retreat the knight back to e3, hitting a loose pawn on d5. I think black would then do the same. Black would most likely retreat a knight, and this bishop would later find a home after pawn to c6, back to c7. But these are long-term plans, Danny, and really sophisticated stuff for both players now.
Right as you were throwing the opinion, and I got jealous there for a second because you said, "What's your opinion, Day?" and then David.
Oh.
So we're gonna have to work on that. No, you should go to the GM. His opinion comes first. But you were about to say, like, would you consider keeping the knight, Day? And I was about to say, yes, I would, because the bishop is out of play. But David, I like the idea you highlighted that I think one of the reasons we will see Fabi take it is that even if it is a long-term plan, the potential risk of that bishop coming to the h2 b8 diagonal. That's big stuff, right? The knight moves. If that pawn gets to c6 and that bishop comes to that diagonal, that's bad news bears. Not the bad sequel with Billy Bob Thornton, the good one with Walter Matthau, and this is very scary. So I don't think Fabiano allows this. I wanted to just complete the line. I didn't know the eval would like it this much, but I loved what you pointed out, David. So, okay, you pointed out there's another game. Hikaru did play, and now he's taken another stroll. But let's back this thing up to the bird's eye view. And I wanted to throw to the game that isn't just my favorite color. It's now becoming maybe my second favorite position in the round in the lower right corner, the purple board. Pia Cramling versus Humpy Koneru in that odd Nimzo. Not to say we can't go anywhere else if you'd like to choose a different adventure, David, but I want to head back over there and talk about what a uniquely weird position that is, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I think we should. I fully agree with your choice, Danny, there, because we checked in with this Nimzo Indian earlier. David was explaining all the nuances of the variation with knight c6 and pushing e5. But if we just go back to where we left it, and if David, can you take us through the moves that have been played since? The evaluation bar is showing quite some advantage for Pia Cramling already. Is that the case?
Yeah, let's have an action replay. We actually left it at the critical moment, maybe, where Humpy Koneru had to decide between the very ambitious pawn to e4 or just, for example, castling her king and getting on with it. I guess if black had castled, maybe she was afraid of Pia taking the center, with white pawns now controlling the middle of the board. So she actually stepped forward first, e4, kicking the bishop back, d6, knight to g3, and now by far the most natural move is to defend this pawn. Humpy plays queen to e7, as I think 99% of us would have done, but it's given a question mark. And Anna, why do you think this is? Suddenly Pia, according to the engine at least, huge advantage for white.
I agree, it's odd. I wonder if this is our first and early trip to the Batcave just to see what the computers think, because queen e7. So the reason I was worried about e4, and I'm sorry for jumping in, I'm obsessed with this
It's all right.
position.
We are mixing up each other's names. So you're Anna, I am Danny. No, David is David.
David asked Anna, and I'm excited about him, so I'm not sitting on the sideline because I played this opening. I played this opening for black, and so I'm like, I probably would have played that as black too. I would have been in Humpy Koneru's camp.
So why is it wrong? What's wrong with this move?
So if we want to turn on the computer real quick, it looks like in this case it's not necessarily. It actually looks like black actually had a much better move with the move bishop to g4, David, instead of queen e7, if we analyze. And we'll see if we go a little further, we can see why. So if the queen moves to d2, the idea is that now when you play queen e7, there isn't some option apparently for white to have a good square for the queen. I'm guessing here. I'm wondering well, actually, let's go to the current position after queen e7 and see what the best move is. Maybe that'll help. Apparently, the best move for white is this move f3.
Played.
And it's been played.
Oh, Priya Cramling has just played pawn to f3, which is, for our evaluation bar, quite a nice advantage. This is only move 10.
Well, and now it makes more sense if we back up and show bishop g4. That's why bishop g4 was needed, to gain a tempo on the queen, potentially either force black's hand right away with white's hand right away with f3, or if queen d2, now queen e7, and black is actually in good shape because there's no more f3. So really interesting position. We knew this was going to be a unique one because of what we said about the knight on c6, not your everyday Nimzo. But Pia Cramling finds the best move with f3, David.
Yeah, and I think she's just got the dream version. I'm assuming black just needs to take this pawn now, just to save material. And after queen takes f3, white, just if she gets two more moves here, if she gets to castle and play the move e4, she dominates the whole board. The bishop's coming out to g5. The black king's not going to be safe on either flank. And Anna, looks like a dream for white.
It looks like a dream, and I think that points out very well the difference between the bishop g4 move if we roll back one more time, because after bishop g4, instead of queen e7, you can play f3 as white, but then when black takes the pawn, you have to take back with the pawn, which is a lot uglier than having the queen on f3 and the semi-open f-file.
I agree, and even if it's an advantage for white still, this is a much crazier position, right? This looks very double, triple edge, whatever we call it, right? A 3-result position, meaning anything can happen. So, interesting stuff in a unique opening where probably both players are playing completely on their own now. Not that they've used a ton of time, but you know they're definitely not calling on preparation from home at this point.
You said it, Danny. Maybe a dark horse for the tournament.
Yeah,
Cramling.
She's the only one with quite some advantage at this point of the round. This is the only game that seems to be heading very much in favor of white.
Wow, and if we
we have a result?
Wait a second. Okay.
If we could go back to our bird's eye view.
Let's do it. We back this thing up, and remember, everyone, a draw is a draw in classical, so whatever happens in their rating points and world standing, but we will not have a draw in this match. It is Norway chess. We will have Armageddon, and this thing is going to start and be over probably before any of the other games are done, because how much of a break do players get? They get like a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
And
10 minutes is the break, and then they're going to be back dingly around with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. White will have 10 minutes, but Magnus Carlsen with 7 minutes only needs a draw. So this is our first Armageddon between in the tournament, and it is the world champion against the former world chess champion. In 10 minutes, they will be back in the same chair, the same exact board. They will sit down there with the same colors and fight out who's going to get that extra half point.
Yeah, crazy. Normally this would be a huge anticlimax, but Danny, I'm excited. And maybe we should just break down how it ended.
Do it.
Yeah.
So abruptly. It was actually this position just a couple of turns after we left it, where the players started repeating. White landed a knight into e5, hoping for an exchange. Maybe a capture here would be met by pawn takes e5, opening up the white rooks, for example. Magnus said, no, I don't want any of that. I attack your bishop. And this is a well-known motif. The bishop doesn't have too many great kind of escape retreat squares. It dropped back to d2. Magnus retreated his knight and said, can you improve? Can you find any better move than bishop to f4? Ding said, no, I'm happy to do so. And a dance between the knight and bishop. threefold repetition.
And that is the only way to make a draw this quickly, because you cannot offer a draw until move 30 is completed. So a repetition, threefold repetition, the noodles. I think it's the noodles.
I love that you are reminding everyone at home of our format. You're doing it subtly. You should do this more often. You're a pro. Yeah, subtly remind you that there is no draw offer allowed in this event until after move 30. So a draw this quickly only happens because of a repetition, and a theoretically known one, as David pointed out, with knight h5 and the bishop dance. So what does this mean? Okay, as you said, noodles for Magnus. Ding Liren may be happy to get a draw in classical. I'm always unpacking the psychology, right? This is a long event. Ding's first game, right, back. The first battle, as you said, where Ding is the world champion and Magnus is not. So I don't want to, overdo it too much, and we'll see what happens in the Armageddon. But I think for Ding Liren, even though he was drawing with white, it feels like a successful start. Dare I say, even if he loses the Armageddon, David?
Ooh, I don't know, Danny. I think a draw with white would have been fine if it was a proper game, but it feels like he hasn't really played. If he loses with white now, if he doesn't win the Armageddon, then he'll.
But let me play devil's advocate to that. He at least gets a point for losing Armageddon, so he gets on the board. And if you're Ding Liren right now, you're looking for momentum in your career more than just this event. So
True. That is true. He himself said for this event that his goal is to not be last, which honestly is just like, if you hear that statement from anyone but himself, it would be like, no way, he's the world champion. Come on, what are you talking about? He said that he played so poorly in Tata Steel, in Weissenhaus as well, where he was aiming to be winning the tournament or aiming to be in the top of the field. So he decided that he needs to change his objective, his mindset, and he just wants to not be last. Maybe this is how it begins, that he needs to mark a point, mark his name into the event. And we are not saying he has no chances in the Armageddon, by the way. I could see him do well in the Armageddon. 3 extra minutes for white is what he has.
Well, so now let's talk about that. 3 minutes extra for white. We've talked about the psychology of what happened here in a very quick, kind of surprising draw. By the way, it just makes this exciting for us. We still got, by the way, we got a crazy game happening between Fabiano and Hikaru. We've got this amazing Cramling versus Koneru game. But okay, let's talk Armageddon. 7 minutes with white, has to win.
10 minutes for white against 7 minutes as black.
Yes, I'm sorry. 10 minutes for white, 7. Said the time wrong, but Ding has to win with white.
Yes.
Magnus has draw odds. Who do you got from an edge perspective?
Magnus.
Okay.
I think he's just the king of Armageddon. He always seems to get it done, and he'll take a lot of confidence from how untroubled he was with the black pieces in that previous one. Anna?
You got to pick now.
I think Magnus will do well because of how he has been doing very well in Armageddon, but I want to see Ding shine. I want to see him be back. I want to see him in a better shape than how he has been ever since he won the World Championship match. So I kind of am rooting for Ding here.
So your heart is with Ding, your brain is with Magnus.
Danny?
I left my heart in San Francisco, and I'm going to say that I'm going to go with my brain and say I think Magnus is also the favorite here. But I would say it's not even just the Magnus factor at this point. I would say that I think black is favored here, and we do so many Armageddon matches. Magnus, by the way, just lost a comeback match to Alireza Firouzja, so hopefully he doesn't have that in his head. But I would say that I think 7 minutes is a good amount of time. I wonder what the players would bid if there was bidding in this. That's one element that I always wonder, how low would they go to have the black pieces. But I'm going to give Magnus the small edge either way. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if Ding comes out swinging.
Yeah, I think the one thing we can guarantee is that he won't repeat that same opening. It's going to be a different branch of the Catalan or something maybe a bit more tension-packed. He definitely cannot afford to go into something that Magnus knows so well. Okay, a lot to look forward to, though.
A lot to look forward to, and it's going to happen in just a few minutes. So the players have about 10 minutes before the Armageddon. They will be back in the playing hall. In the very same playing hall, it's going to be quite a contrast that we will see the players competing at classical time control in every other board and fast-paced action between the world champion and the world number 1, Ding Liren against Magnus Carlsen, starting in just a few minutes.
Agreed, Town. I'm just looking at so many amazing things happening here. We're going to have a breakdown, another trip to the confessional booth by Hikaru Nakamura when we do take our next break, which we will likely sneak in before the Armageddon. So for all of our subscribers and supporters, you're going to get more Hikaru there at the break. That's I can't wait to see what Hikaru has to say. But we'll get to that in a second. We'll get a quick break in before the Armageddon starts. Right now, let's check back in with one of the other games. I kind of feel bad that I keep dialing into the right side of the screen. Love purple, love green. They go well together, by the way. And those two games are definitely two of the most exciting. But I could be sold on Muzichuk, Lei Tingzhe, with the queen coming to g4, hitting the g7 pawn. If we want to do a quick check-in on that one, we haven't been there yet. Yeah. What do you think?
I approve.
Let's do it.
I agree, Danny. Let's jump to that game. And yeah, Anna Muzichuk, Lei Tingzhe, both candidates, and both with a lot of recent history. I will just pull that game up, and I don't think we'll go right back from the start, but it was a French defense. I know your thoughts on that one, Danny. And
and my thoughts?
We have had a few arguments, Anna and I, in our career together as commentators. Anna plays the French. I'm a bit of a French hater.
The French defense is the best opening in the world.
So your team, Lei Tingzhe, in this one?
Yes. But Anna is my friend too, so my heart is torn here.
Everything about this position makes me want to play white. The queen is hitting the king side. The bishop on e7 regrets its decisions. The knight on d4, solid in a wedge structure right there. You can play c3 to support it. I'm aware, objectively, we are very close to equal, and certainly the long-term features of the bishop pair. Black has the c-file. Black can push the b5, b4 pawn. Bit of a minority attack. So I'm aware of how crazy I sound when I just say how much I love white's position here, but I do.
And big question here. There's a hit on the g7 pawn. Lei Tingzhe, I mean, okay, I'm going to defer to you here, Anna. Is she going to play g5?
I was gonna say the same, that I would love to see her move the g pawn, and there's two squares you can move it to. You can push g6 so that your pawn is not hanging, solid, safe, but I find it a bit passive. I would love to see the pawn going 2 squares forward. It feels like it's very aggressive, maybe too aggressive, but I think it could be the start of a very interesting battle, a very complicated position there with g5, h5 as you're marking it, David.
I like that idea. G5 and H5. Maybe I'm trying to play too aggressive. Maybe that's why I don't play the French. I don't know. But David, I don't know if we want to show that real quick. We've got some time here before Armageddon gets going. Again, if you're just tuning in, Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen are headed to the tiebreaker in just a few minutes. Go ahead, show us what could happen here.
Yeah, G5. I noticed the bar doesn't move, so it's one of those positions where I think you could put your spin on it. You can play aggressively here with such a move and follow it up by a move like H5, kicking the white queen back. The question would be where to park the black king. But then again, where's the white king going? If the white king goes kingside, maybe you've kind of jump-started your attack here. You've got a real kind of menacing pawn storm incoming. And also, black will gain some time against some vulnerable pawns. I can see the appeal here, Anna. If I could guarantee this position in the French every time, I might be tempted.
It's a great opening, I told you. Danny, your thoughts? Black is better.
I think black is better here. And all the fun we have aside, I think that the structure being destroyed, as you're highlighting, normally there's a pawn on d4. The knight on d4 can be a great replacement piece depending on the type of position you get. If white can get like an f4, f5 attack. But in a position like this, you see very clearly f4 is not really on the agenda. Black would be happy to take it. And the long-term play on the queen side with a bishop that's supposed to be bad will have some entry points, either b5 or a4. So it's a 50-50 position according to the computer. We can see that for a reason, but I agree with you. Black is doing fine here. Fine.
He finally admitted.
Is it played?
On the board.
Oh,
Anna calls it.
nice. This is going to be an exciting game for sure. I don't think this is heading for an Armageddon. Not as of now.
No. This is exciting stuff, and it's sure to keep us entertained. Level on the clocks as well. Want to check back in on later, maybe?
Let's do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Bird's eye view it is. We back this thing up. Remember, everyone, you can go to chess.com/events, follow all the games yourself. You see in the upper left corner, the board is reset, not because they didn't show up. It's because they drew. We have Armageddon in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. But all right, some exciting games. We talked about Pia Cramling and Humvee Koneru, with white having a bit of an edge there. I love what's going to happen in that Hikaru Fabiano game. There could be a crazy amount of action coming to the king side.
Now that you mentioned Danny, do we have a moment to jump to that board? Because
let's do it.
My screen is showing a
Let's
question mark move by Hikaru. I don't see that often. So
did
he make a
move?
question
mark? Schmark move would have been great too.
I don't even know what that means. But yeah, question mark. Is this a mistake? Can we roll back a few moves and show what happened, David?
Yeah, we've actually only had a couple of moves since we were last here. We last left it at d5. Fabiano was making a decision what to do with his knight. He did, I think, correctly decide to trade it off for black's dark squared bishop and f3. Again, a good tip for everyone at home. If you're struggling for space, struggling for squares with your pieces, pawn breaks. They can often free things up, and he's just trying to chip away at the head of Black's pawn chain here. And Hikaru plays the question mark move. E takes f3, and he gets up. He's half an hour up on the clock. Danny, it still feels like he's confident. Hikaru clearly up until now in preparation. What could explain this one? Why is this a mistake?
It's interesting. Well, I think you highlighted that why was f3 played? Whenever you're under pressure, often if your opponent has an attack, we say change the pawn structure, open the center. So I think we could combine a computer's opinion with very human analysis that in that when you take on f3, you actually open up the e-file and give the knight back a square. I'm wondering if some other move, just maintaining the tension, because the main thing I asked was White really going to take e4? So is there another move, whether it's like bringing the queen in right away if we back up, or even knight e7 to relocate the knight? I would play knight e7. I would maybe play queen h4. I like, okay, knight h7, knight g6. So I would say that either of those moves, if we want to try them and see if the computer likes it. I think that something that maintains the tension felt more naturally. So this is okay. What about queen h4 as well? Not sure. But anyway, I think that this is maybe what Black is supposed to do. Why did Hikaru take? Is he still in prep? That's a big question. Or is he losing his way a little bit? And guess what? We're maybe going to find out, because we are going to throw to a break right now, everybody, because we have Armageddon in just a few minutes. We're going to sneak that in. Hikaru Nakamura went to the confessional booth for a second time already. Subscribers are going to see that at the break. Throw us your prime just in time. We'll be right back with Hikaru's thoughts on that, an Armageddon battle. Norway Chess 2024 is in the house, and it is just getting going. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Bored as usual, I think is the word to use right now. About my game, this is all pretty standard unless I've completely confused the move order. I looked at this a few times during the candidates. So position is pretty balanced, but Fabiano is using a lot of time because obviously he's out of prep and I'm still in prep. So it's pretty good, but like I said, pretty boring because obviously now I just wait for him to think and I have to waste all this time, like sitting at the board or wandering or whatever, doing nothing. As far as other games go, all normal. I mean, it's pretty funny to see Magnus, in a situation with no increment from the start of the game. He's, in the back room eating. I think he had spent like 13 minutes just eating like noodles and salad or whatever it was, and then also a big pepperoni pizza before going back to his board 15 minutes later and finally moving and casting. I think it was bishop e7 or was castling his king. So kind of funny to see from the inside, certainly. I think those of you guys at home obviously can't see any of this, so it's probably pretty funny to think of Magnus just like chugging his water. I think that eating a salad, eating pizza when he could have done it before the game. But anyway, of course, his position isn't bad, so it's all pretty normal so far, pretty boring. I have a feeling I'll be back here quite a bit more. Because if I'm not back here more, then that means one of two things. Either the game is going to end pretty quickly in a draw, there's a repetition line that I recall from my files, or Fabiano will probably surprise me in a surprising way. That's sort of a weird usage, but he'll probably either surprise me, I'll have to spend a lot of time, or I think the game's going to peter out very quickly. I don't think there are really any two ways about it. So we have to wait and see what happens, but I feel pretty good. It's a great start, certainly with the black pieces in round one. I can't complain. Just trying to play simple chess. I like to think of like comparisons or things like that. And today, my attitude is kind of try to play chess like an ape. Just be like an ape and play random, simple, easy chess. Nothing exciting. Don't think. Just move. And diamond hands forever. So pretty straightforward. I'll see you guys later.
Welcome back to Norway Chess 2024. We are here in studio. Danny Wrench, Anna Rudolph, David Howell coming at you for the next couple weeks. Armageddon Chess is about to come at you. We have tie breaks. The most exciting event in competitive sports, besides sudden death dodgeball, I have to say it every time, is Armageddon Chess. And we have Ding Liren with the white pieces and 10 minutes versus Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces and 7. I don't even know what to say about how excited I am for this match.
I think we all been hoping for Armageddon in a way. We didn't think it was going to be this soon. This is only the first hour, a bit over an hour into the first round of Norway Chess. But here we have it, the very first Armageddon of Norway Chess 2024 between the current world champion against the former world chess champion. Still sounds so weird, but that's the case.
Yeah, I hope that everyone at home is as hyped as we are. And we get the handshake. We are off. Armageddon time. We're going to get a winner.
Here we go. Armageddon action. I think that's C4 on move 1 with E5 and G3. If I'm reading, yes, I am, the board correctly. And H6. That's a flexible move we talk about. Kind of a fun little way to get your opponent out of prep. And just like that, getting a little bit of time off of that precious clock if you're Magnus.
And the time is so important. There is no increment until move 41. So Ding Liren has 10 minutes, Magnus Carlsen 7 minutes, and white needs to win. In case of a draw, it counts as a victory for black. That's what the Armageddon format is about. There is going to be a winner.
Break it down for us, David. What do we got here in the opening?
Yeah, we get what I call a reverse Sicilian. It started with the English opening, but whoa, Magnus doing some weird stuff. And this bishop's just moved for a second time. I was going to say, Danny, your H6 move, the one you mentioned, it's nice, it's flexible. Magnus has actually played it before very recently in the Grand Chess Tour, so a bit odd to see Ding pause there, but even more odd is this last move, moving a piece twice in the opening with black, breaking all the rules here.
We've talked about this, with Magnus so much in his career that he had this reputation early on, David, as like, he just wants to take you into the dark forest and avoid prep. And I remember Fabiano said, and many have backed this up, they underestimate how well prepared you have to be to do that, to choose dubious moves that are not very well known, where you know you're not giving your opponent a crazy edge. And look at that. It's not that big of an edge for white. Probably it's as big of an edge for white as a mainline English. But what did he do, Anna? He got almost a minute off of Ding's clock. That's the kind of practical stuff that favors Magnus a lot in these types of tiebreaks.
I fully agree with you. It's a great choice for Armageddon. He's going for not the best moves as per, I guess, engine definition, but very practical decision. Very practical for what the Armageddon format is about. And chipping away a minute is huge when you start with 3 minutes less on the clock.
But David, I can see you itching to show what Ding is doing with King H2, maybe preparing F4. At least going for an aggressive line is in store here, right? F4, maybe the knight comes to D5. If you're Ding Liren, let's go, right? Let's get aggressive.
Exactly. This is a dream start in a must-win situation for Ding. And there we go. F4 for the score, as they say. And, I mean, I'm going to drop an emoji here just because this game is heating up right now.
Whoa!
And
F4 is hype. I agree. F4 for the score. Shout out to Canty.
Exactly. Just keep going. F5. There we go. Ding, he's doing what he needs to do. You have white. You have more time. You've got to put the opponent under pressure. Got to ask the opponent what they're doing. What's the black king going to do, Anna, here? Magnus has one good piece, but do you think that's enough to keep the position, the knight on d4?
I'm starting to like this a lot for Ding Liren because, yes, he is in a must-win situation with the white pieces in an Armageddon, but this is the type of position you want in a must-win situation. It's complex. You've got the advantage. You can start throwing pawns against the opponent's king. I don't think Magnus will castle kingside. That seems like it would be suicidal with the pawn being pushed to f6 and also g4, g5 in the air. But if he cannot castle kingside, as you mentioned, David, what is he gonna do with his king? Danny, is the king gonna stay in the middle of the board?
Or maybe, try to get it to the queen side if you can. There we go. Well, the board's moving over in real time. It's magic. Welcome to the chess.com broadcast here. We get the board on the right side so that we can keep everything in clear view. And I think castling short is off the agenda, right, David? If you castle short right now, especially, Ding throws f6 and asks questions later, right? The whole king side blows open. But if you maintain the flexibility, probably the knight comes to d5. And one of the things about this pawn structure, I feel like we were just talking about this in one of the Champions Chess Tour events, The C4, D3, E4 structure, well, highlighted, that is the Botvinnik English, and it gives you flexibility, not just for the king side, you see that spearhead pawn on F5, but if we get a knight to D5, there's A3, there's B4, there's rook B1. When you have that type of anchor in the center, you get a lot of options. And so I actually really love Ding Liren's chances here in an Armageddon game where he has to win.
He has slowed down. He has frozen. He spent, a minute and a half or so on this one move, and you cannot really afford that luxury. He's choosing a plan, as Danny, as you mentioned there. He's really flexible. He goes for rook b1. That's kind of tried and tested method here. But what is Magnus going to do? Continue to develop?
Bishop to d7 immediately. He is developing on the queen side, and b3 by Ding Liren. I think he's playing too slow. I agree with you guys that he needs to speed up. His time advantage is evaporating, and it's crucial in Armageddon that you try to keep that time advantage as white. It's hard to switch. They've just played a classical game, and now they are playing a lot faster time control. It's not an easy thing to do with just a 10-minute break, but they know that that's the format, and they both have played here before many, many times.
I love what you just highlighted, David, too, with B3 was played by Ding because A3 would have been met by A4. Just a sneaky, fun thing for just how advanced the little maneuvers, the footwork was by those two players on the queen side. But Magnus strikes with B5 because he says, I'm going to get aggressive here before you have a chance to do your knight D5, A3, B4, Botvinnik English structure I talked about.
Yeah, and now the kind of Magnus is saying a lot with this last move. He's saying the black king is never going queenside either. So it's either going to have to castle into the line of fire a bit later on, or he's going to try and stay as flexible as possible for the near future. And here we go. Ding goes for it. I love it. Attacking move. He was attacking the G7 square, duly defended by Magnus. And if he can keep the threats coming, then I really fancy Ding. But the clocks are nearly leveled out. And yeah, Magnus, again, he's asking these difficult, unorthodox questions every single turn.
He is, and he doesn't mind that he has lost the right to castle. He moved his king to defend the pawn on g7, meaning that his h8 rook will be stuck in the corner for a while. But it is such a complex position, and the only side of the board where there's some immediate action is the queen side.
Totally agree. Notice the shuffle of the queen because you want to unpin that pawn on f5. And I was going to highlight, Ding Liren was threatening f6 because of the bishop and the queen ganging up on that h6 pawn. Magnus says, no soup for you, my friend. I'm going to stop that f pawn where it stands. And back to Anna's point, if the king side really is going to be this deadlock, David, then the queen side is going to be where all the action is.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where Magnus, as you mentioned, got the head start first, pawn on b5. So yeah, suddenly this beautiful black knight on d4, you really want to remove it, and Ding goes the whole way back with his queen. Indecision here, he's lost his time advantage, it's just a pure blitz game.
Pure blitz game, it's completely even, the time situation, a 3-minute time advantage completely gone. Danny, what do you think about this queen move, back to d1?
I was going to say, it's a pure blitz game, but black has draw odds. So we're right. Yes, it's a pure blitz game, but let's not forget, it's not a pure blitz game. It is Armageddon and Magnus Carlsen. But I was about to say that because look at b4, David. We're playing checkers now. Yeah. Now it's not an insult, it's a compliment. He is closing up the board. This is a checker structure, and Magnus is going to be like, where's the breakthrough, buddy? Draw.
Yeah, white's pawns are all on light squares. You don't control the dark squares. As long as Magnus's king never kind of finds itself in any danger, Magnus has got this in the bag. I would actually take this knight off the board. It's a block position. Knights are better than bishops. And then you can almost guarantee a dark squared bind for the rest of the game, Danny.
Anna, if black takes he doesn't. Wow, I'm surprised.
Back to a7. I was thinking of bishop takes a4, but Magnus prefers to keep the bishops on the board. Maybe his thinking is, I can take the knight on a4 anytime, and that knight on a4 is not doing much. It doesn't have where to go, and if you need to maneuver it somewhere, it can only move to b2, which is a lot worse of a position for the knight. It's going to be very hard for Ding Liren in a must-win situation. His only pawn break would be to try to push g5, g4, h4, g5 somehow in the right moment.
But I think that's a great plan to highlight because we shouldn't make this, all a one-sided affair. And Ding Liren hears you. Just kidding. He doesn't actually hear Anna downstairs. We are soundproof. But G4, H4, G5, that is really the only plan, David, unless we're missing something. You're all in on the king side if you're Ding Liren here.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, if it were just a normal game, you could imagine it going 50 moves before the next big pawn break, a lot of maneuvering. But here we go. Magnus is just trying to block up. He's blocked the whole center now, the whole queen side. it's a one-track mind, and cemento, as Peter Lecco would say.
All the white pawns were on white squares, and all the black pawns were on dark squares. King to e7, the delayed pawn cloud is on the board, and the king is running to the queen's side.
It's a deadlock position, like I said. We play in checkers. We ain't playing chess here. And in this case, it's actually a compliment to Magnus Carlsen's approach. His sort of devious little tricky opening that we talked about earlier. Now it's in the rear view, getting a deadlock spot where, I mean, look, black is in control in many ways of that breakthrough, because when g5 happens, black gets the choice to take first, right? And we always talk about that. Whoever controls the breakthroughs kind of controls what you can prepare behind it. And so black is ready if g5 comes. He'll take with the h-pawn, open the h-file first. In the meantime, he's just going to maybe double and coordinate rooks. And I don't want to call GG yet, but I think Magnus Carlsen is about to get an Armageddon victory here.
It seems to be the case that Magnus has everything under control and even a slight time advantage. So very tough situation for Liren, who has to win this game because of the Armageddon format. There is no way that draw gives him anything. The draw is a win for black.
Yeah, and normally we would advocate flagging here. It might be his best bet, but they get increment very shortly, so that could be a key factor. I actually think White's king at some point will just journey its way over to the very safe b3 square before deciding whether to break open the king side.
Oh, that's a lovely square for the king. It's like it's right there, reserved for the king on b3 because the pawn is missing from there.
I love it. Why not? Why not? Just do it. Let's. Before you take a draw, Ding, please get the king to b3. I mean, the people want it.
People want it.
But okay, are we calling it too soon? We've complimented a very.
He's doing the king run.
He is doing the king run, but as I said, you control the first capture, which means you double and you build up the space behind that capture. Magnus indeed doubles rooks. This is a bit of a clinic. He's gone to Shuffletown.
Yeah, look at the king. He's just dancing there. How to improve the position? It looks impossible almost. Ding, he's got to try and play g5 at some point. But when Magnus has 3 minutes left, it looks almost just forlorn here. It looks hopeless almost.
Yeah, but he will have to try because whether he makes a draw or loses, it's the same result for him. So I agree with all of you saying in the chat that he will make a break at some point, even if it's not a good move, but he's going to have to try something, anything, because he may as well resign if he doesn't. It's the same result.
That's true. It's not rated, no difference in prize money, anything. So it's pretty much play g5 or go home for Ding at this point.
Well, and he will play g5 at some point because you can't hop a flight to China that fast. You can't go home that fast. No, kidding. But no, there's nothing to do here. There's only one breakthrough that matters. Magnus has doubled rooks, waiting for an h-file to explode on. Every one of the towers will disappear. We'll have a queen ending, and objectively, black might be the one playing for a win there at the end of that exchange if you end up winning the g5 pawn.
Yeah. What to do when you've got no time as well and you need to conjure up a miracle plan from nothing? He's reliant on a blunder, Magnus to put the black queen on a bad square maybe, but I don't see any way. I don't see any way to mess this up for black right now.
Yeah, our viewers are very right about how the lack of minor pieces is felt in this position, especially the lack of knights. You wish you had a knight that could jump to d5 or even maneuver there, even if it was really far, but some kind of a plan with only heavy pieces on the board and g5 being the only breakthrough, for which Magnus is more than ready. This is heading toward the draw, but I do think Ding will push g5. It's just a matter of when is he going to do it.
Now. Do it now.
I wanted to throw out, I'm just trying to have fun here. Let's get creative. We got nowhere else to go. It's Armageddon. We're in Norway. We might as well have a party. If White could play a3 in some funny position, just to highlight real quick, and then you take. If you take it, White takes with the king and the b file's open. We have chances. And then when you take, if you take with the a pawn, maybe then I sacrifice the a pawn. Right? And if you take it again, obviously I would swing everything to the a-file, so that's not going to happen. I was imagining if that's the case, and Magnus did have the queen on the wrong square, David, you take on b4 with the a-pawn, c takes, and then you sacrifice maybe d4 or c5. Obviously it shouldn't work, but I'm like, does Ding is not, it's not like he's just sitting there for the cameras, right? He's going to try something. So maybe this a3 at some point will get played, try to mix things up on both sides of the board before g5 is on the agenda.
Yeah, I like it. Play on both flanks, even just to try and confuse Magnus. It might not change the result, but yeah, he's just repeating pretty much here, Ding. His rooks were earlier on the h-file. They're back there now. Okay, Magnus under 2 minutes. Oh, predictions. Surely a draw now.
It's heading toward a draw, but because of what we mentioned, that for Liren, draw or losing the game is the same result due to the Armageddon, he will definitely try something. He has to. This is already move 44, so we need to mention that there is already an increment. Flagging, therefore, is not really an option. There's a 10-second increment per move, if I'm correct. And queen to g3, again...
I think in the Armageddon, it's 3 plus 2. Right? Or no? What is it? No, sorry, it's not 3 plus 2. I was thinking of the tiebreaker at the end of the event. We'll talk about that later if we get to tiebreaks. I think it's only a 1 second increment.
Only
in
1
the
second.
Armageddon, it's only 1 second.
I'm confusing it with the classical where it's a 10-second. Apologies.
We should explain that to the fans, because if we're getting confused, it could probably use an explainer.
So
Remember, 10 seconds added after move 40, starting with move 41 in classical, only a 1 second increment in Armageddon. And if we should reach tiebreakers at the end of this whole event, a blitz tiebreaker will get it done. We'll talk about that later. All right.
Suddenly Magnus slowed down. He spent 45 seconds on that one move.
Yeah.
And maybe he was afraid of some d4 ideas, or I don't really see what he's afraid of. But I also want to mention...
G5. Okay. Sorry, David, I didn't mean to cut you up, but it's on the board.
Yeah, finally. I was going to say, we've had 21 moves since the last pawn push, so time was running out slowly. 50 move rule would have kicked into effect at some point, so G5, like you said, Anna. Finally, it's happening.
For those wondering, Liren and Magnus Carlsen have not gone full thinking man. The cameras are frozen. We are working on it. We're aware, fans at home. Just imagine what they could be thinking about in that position. But no, we will get those cameras back online in just a second, and we're going to keep it right here. In the meantime, as you said, G5.
And this could be a simpler queen endgame once the rooks are exchanged, and white will take the pawn back on G5.
But like I said, if this happens, if anyone has an edge, it's black. And notice that Magnus has the king on a6, which is smart because it allows moves like queen h3, I think. Okay, even better. Queen h1 threatens mate, by the way. Queen to b1 is a problem.
Wow. And Magnus actually spent 45 seconds, we mentioned earlier, putting the king on a6. So he'd seen this a mile off, and white's queen does not deliver any checks. White king has to step back, but this is bad news. Very minimum black's going to get a repetition here, surely, but he might even just pick up all of white's pawns in the process. You mentioned checkers. He's going to win them all in one go.
Oh, God, all of them are falling.
I love how you highlighted the Magnus with the king on a6. Just highlight that real quick and the queen on d8 to show. The king on a6 means that when that queen came in, everyone, there was no check. That is foresight. That is called thinking ahead, and that's what Magnus Carlsen does. You have the vision to anticipate what could go wrong even before it does. He should take a draw here. He can, but no. He's just going to gobble all the pawns, and Magnus Carlsen gets an Armageddon victory.
Yep, he's on the brink now, and wow.
He doesn't want to repeat.
He wants more.
He brings the queen back. Again, a draw or a win is the same result for Magnus in the Armageddon, but a win is sweeter. A win is a good start to the Norway Chess 2024 event. Could be a much better start and more confidence for him, especially after last year's event. Let's see if he's just going to push and try to win this all the way, or will he repeat here?
Well, I think Liren secured the draw. He doesn't want to allow queen b5 check by Ding next, and then the a5 pawn would fall with check, by the way. So Magnus says, okay, I did my job, took the half point, and that means Magnus Carlsen will have 1.5 points in the standings, everyone. Liren will have 1. That is what Armageddon gets you. And okay.
And with that, Magnus Carlsen is our sole leader of the event, also one of the few players who finished his game in round 1, while all the other classical games are still underway. I wonder if Magnus will be able to join us in the studio. I'm sure that if not, Yovi or Anastasia will try to get an interview with him, and we will keep you posted, all of our dear viewers tuning in on Twitch and YouTube. We hope that we will have a word from the world champion, I was going to say, but no, the former world champion. We hope to talk to him.
He's probably busy back at that box of noodles now, just his reward for a quick day of work. But ultimately, Ding, he angered the chess gods. He took a quick draw with white and, came up against it. Magnus, very professional approach, Danny.
Very professional. Like we said, we called it checkers at one point, not chess, because it was so closed, all on the diagonals, that you could kind of see it coming a mile away. There was a deadlock game. Magnus Carlsen draws, which is a victory in Armageddon. And now we take a look at all 5 of the other boards, which means we still have 10 players in progress. I think we're going to have a lot of fun today. I'm looking at every one of these positions, and we already know we get to have fun when we're in Norway, because if it's a draw, we get Armageddon. We just had it. But I'm looking at these classical games, and I think there's a lot of chess left. You just chose a game there, and
Sorry, that was a misclick on my regard.
That's
I'm
all
gonna
right.
Jump into this one.
Let's do it. You chose Ali Reza Firouzja with the. Sorry, no. We've got a game between Pragnanandhaa Ramesh Babu and Ali Reza Firouzja. You were looking ahead around there. Bishop to e4 has been played. We're threatening to take on h7, right? That's always fun to point out the obvious. David, why did you choose this one of all of our options?
Partly because we haven't been in here for a while, partly because I like to point out my checkmating patterns, as you mentioned, Danny, and a big hit threatened on h7. I also think it's the type of position that you could go wrong with black very easily. Viewers at home might be wondering, why not play a move like f5, just trying to kick away this bishop, but already I'm sensing that there might be some big tactics in the air. Bishop takes c6, I just wanted to point out, undermining the black queen, no longer defended, and queen takes queen would run into an intermezzo, a check, first of all, and white wins a piece in the process once the dust settles. So already in this position, a lot at stake, and black has to choose how to weaken his kingside. It's either h6 or g6, pretty much. Unless, Anna, another g5, just like in that French game.
Would he play g5 here? It doesn't feel the same as in Lei Tingjia's game against Anna Muzichuk, but it is an option. When you push the g-pawn, it will prevent that you get the h7 pawn captured. Danny, what are your thoughts on a g6 or g5 push?
I love g5 just because it's fun to show real quick, even if it's not good. Let's just show, because I think maybe viewers need to see the queen is the defender of the h7 pawn, and I wanted to do that to test. I don't have the engine in front of me. I'm just going along with whatever our evaluation is. I was about to say, I didn't think it would be that big of an advantage for white. You see, because if the queen comes to h6, black can actually slide over to g7 and take the ladies off the board. And so after g5, something like f5 can come eventually. There are some risks here with that bishop on c3, spying the diagonal. But d4 is available for black. Whether that's bishop or knight. I don't think g5 is completely off the agenda, even though we said it for fun to throw back to our French position in the other game.
Yeah, and it's Ali Reza Firouzja, so g5, it's not beyond the realms of possibility here.
I think he's definitely considering it. Knowing Ali Reza, knowing his playing style, if he thinks that it's not too dubious of a move, I think he might just be considering it right now.
Yeah, he loves gaining time. He hates retreating and kind of submitting to his opponent's will and allowing his opponent to dictate the pace of the game. g5 would at least gain a tempo and allow black to land, for example, as Danny mentioned, a knight onto d4. And game goes on. But just an update on this board where it's Prag creating the threats and Firouzja reacting.
Yeah, I would love to know our viewers' opinion too. If do you guys think it will be g5? Will it be something more solid, g6 or h6? He needs to do something about the h7 pawn hanging right now. I'm going to vote g5 and hope for the best.
See Spenny Thompson in the Twitch chat voting for g5. Shout out to our YouTube chat there as well. We've got loose eyes on all of you watching home. We're not following every comment, so don't be too unhappy if we don't call you out. Maybe you'll get a featured chat. But all right, let us know what you think. David, what you've asked us, what do you think? Is it G6 or H6 or G5?
I mean, if it were me, I'd probably play G6 just because I'm a bit more timid, but that's why I'm not sitting there, like Firouzja is. G6, it does feel like it might give white a bit more time to play moves like knight to c4, maybe get the bishop pair. Yeah, maybe knight c4, later back to e3 into d5. I don't really want to give white the time, so I would also be torn just as Firouzja is right now. Kind of the quiet, the safe, slow move like g6, or more aggressively, more ambitiously forcing the issue, g5. I'm sitting on the fence, but either way, I prefer white.
You just talked for like 2 minutes when I asked you with that amazing accent. You put me to sleep. You should consider ASMR. But you didn't even answer the question. That was politics. I don't even know what else to say. But good work, my friend. I am more confused than before I asked the question. Let's back up to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games we have. Reminder: you can go to chess.com/events, choose your own adventure, as we like to say. Oh, and there are some adventurous games. That Cramling Koneru game, if I have my way, I'm going back to it every time. So you guys have to take the wheel away from me. Obviously, Hikaru and Fabiano haven't made a lot of progress since we left it. F3 was played, and it's definitely a spicy position. We haven't gone to Zhu Wenjun's game against Vaishali since the very, very, very beginning. If we want to touch on that to complete the around the horn process, let's do that and just talk real quick about what's become a bit of a classic Grunfeld structure a little bit, David, with the c5 pawn being a target. Let's go there.
Yeah, let's jump into this game. And actually, what we predicted earlier has pretty much come to pass. We left it a long, long time ago, so we won't do a full recap. But just to jump in here, we left it after a4. Black actually won a pawn temporarily. And this is a very well-known type of sacrifice these days. The d4 pawn often just given up by white. And it happened here with the move knight to e5, hitting this bishop, forcing the knight to be captured. And yeah, dart squared bishops. And the one important or one interesting thing I wanted to mention in this position is that Black was actually the one who's offered the pawn back, Anna. So she was a pawn up here, Vaishali, maybe annoyed by some pressure along this diagonal, but giving the pawn back, do you think that's a signal that she just wants to equalize, that she wants to trade off more pieces, or do you think that's an ambitious attempt to confuse Zhu Wenjun here?
I think because both her e7 pawn and c6 pawn are hanging, she realized that it's going to be really hard to hold on to that pawn, if maybe just potentially impossible. And if you do need to pick between those two pawns, which one will you give up? You choose the one that's a really weak and hard to defend pawn, which is the c6 pawn. So I do think that the answer overall is that she pushes c5 to give back the pawn in a more like the rest of her pawn chain are healthier pawns. Yeah, and it's a very close to equal, if not already equal position. I think she has done well in the opening, but with the black pieces, it's hard to do miracles unless the position goes crazy. So I think it could be a game that's heading toward an Armageddon.
I was just going to say, let's call it like it is. This one's going to Armageddon. It's an obstacle bishop endgame that we have in store. The world champion Zhu Wenjun will get white and the time edge versus Vaishali, who will have black in 7 minutes. I think we're going to have. I don't know how quickly they'll get there. But if you're Zhu Wenjun and you want that, maybe you just take with the queen here and invite it, right? Of course, that is the most direct way to probably get to an equal endgame. The bishop comes with a little bit of risk, but keeps the pieces on the board. You highlighted if the bishop takes, maybe a rook goes to c8 at some point, pins. But I'll be curious. It'll almost show a little bit of the mindset, right? The psychological intentions here. Because if Zhu Wenjun wants to draw, she can take d8 and take c5 and just force it.
Yeah, maybe we just quickly show that on the board just before we move away from this game. I was going to say, Anna, you're learning from me the art of diplomacy, kind of taking both sides and deciding it's a draw, ultimately.
I was hearing myself saying it, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really answering the question, am I?
No, I mean, that's the type of position it is, though you're completely correct. And just to follow through Danny's line, rook's off the board, queen's off the board, and maybe black's most accurate is to force this pin, and opposite color bishops, like ships in the night, they just cannot connect with each other. Easy draw. This one, the players would not play on much longer. And Zhu Wenjun, if she wants to play on, I was going to ask, maybe she hits the queen and tries to set up some beginner threats. Caveman chess, tries to checkmate along the diagonal, but black will always just block, and I think is pretty safe. So,
But I like that you pointed that out, though, because I talked about we'll see a little bit of a glimpse into the mindset of the players. This is probably safe enough for Zhu Wenjun to continue, right? And not to say that she's getting checkmate. Vaishali's going to stop it with f6, as you said. But you can always take c5. Even after f6, you could trade on d8 now. Although, wait, there's this rook d1. I saw you looked at me with those eyes, those crazy eyes.
You're
like, wait,
David?
Danny, don't blunder with rook d1 check.
Do you want to show us what happens?
Okay, can I do it? Because rook d1, king f2. Did I blunder? No, king f2, rook d2 when I'm out. Okay, there you go. So for the record, I stopped myself. Now I'm just doing it for the fans. Okay, this is just for the fans.
And for Anish. He's watching, and
Anish
he's trying to find your weak spots.
We know that. Anish Giri, my nemesis on Twitter. Can I call it Twitter? Shout out to Elon Musk. Okay, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say, rook d1 for everyone at home, it's the type of deflection tactic that comes up all the time. So, yeah, rook takes rook here would lose contact with the white queen. So never too late for either player to make mistakes, but this type of variation might be going through Zhu Wenjun's mind as she kind of decides whether to take the safe way out. Move like queen takes c5. Okay, I think we've spent enough time on this level position.
But I think the key question here, too, is what you both have touched upon, that if this is heading toward an Armageddon, do you just want to get there now, save some energy, or do you see any further chances in the classical portion or in this position? Like, I think unless she sees some actual potential, she will play queen takes c5, because why waste more energy if you know that it's going to be an Armageddon? So if she doesn't play queen takes c5, it will be a sign of that she has some ideas where she could put more pressure on Vaishali and try to get the 3 points, which is the ideal version, right? You try to win in classical.
It's a great point. Well, maybe she's probably deliberating that right now. We'll come back to it in a second and see what she chooses. I think the energy levels is a big thing, especially as the event goes on. We'll continue to talk about that. And then, of course, the strategy becomes, maybe you have to win in classical because you need that 3 points, right? The Norway scoring system is that you get 3 points for a win in classical. So much fun stuff ahead over the next couple of weeks. We are just getting started. We see still Fabiano Caruana hasn't moved, so we're leaving that as Hikaru gains a bit of an edge on the clock. Am I going to get my way? Are we going to go to Pia Cramling versus somebody? Koneru? David's giving me that nod.
I think we should. I think we should,
okay.
Because Pia is thinking after knight h5, we will roll back those moves, but she has been thinking for a while, and I think we need to explain why.
Yeah.
Okay. Big Pia fan here. Here we go. All right. Well, I'm a big Pia Cramling fan, but also the Nimzo Indian has been very unique in this particular game. So let's just talk about the tactics on the board now before we see how we got here, David.
Yeah, let's peer into the future.
There we go.
Sorry.
First pun, by the way, goes to Mr. David Howell.
Oh, dear. Yeah, she is really peerless. No, sorry, anyway, I'll stop it now. Knight h5, last move. I will backtrack just an action replay just on this last turn, because she did play bishop to d3, which I think is really natural, Pia Cramling, in this position, but there are already tactics in the air. Queen to e6 looks really provocative, and the first thing that came to mind was why not d5? It looks like a fork, a double attack, and I think here Humpy was relying on queen to e5, a really sneaky counterattack against the c3 pawn. A queen trade now would favor black, who's gained some squares in this little transaction, but taking this knight would have led to pure chaos, and probably chaos that favors black due to the rook hanging in the corner. Also the bishop on c2. A bit loose. So some sneaky tactics. Bishop d3 was a mistake, apparently, by Pia Cramling. I'm not sure what was better here. But yeah, if we catch up with the current position, the pieces are off the board, actually, those knights. They just got traded. And we're talking about tactics, Danny, but the blue arrow makes an appearance for the
first appearance of the blue arrow of the day. For those who don't speak regular chess.com broadcast, that means that according to the computer, that is the only move that maintains the advantage. I don't think we need to highlight d5 again, but let's do it. Again, the fork on the board doesn't work because of d5, queen e5. And black is totally fine. In fact, better because the queen trade helps. So you don't want to change the structure. Castles is the move according to the computer and the only move that maintains the edge. Cramling has already played it. Oh, I was about to use a pun, but I'm not as good as you are at it, apparently. But Pia has Pia'd into the future, and she knew the move.
Let's go big Davids. That doesn't count.
She's cramling short with that last move. No, castling short, cramling short. No,
yeah.
I need to work on that.
We're going to be here for 2 weeks. So get used to it.
In terms of the position, though, looks healthy for white. Doubled pawns is the only issue here, Anna. But other than that, she's got the bishop pair, she's got the center.
Yeah, she does. And now that she has castled, the d5 fork looks a lot more different than what it was before. So if we just make a random move for black and we play at the same moves, there is no longer any queen e5, queen takes c3 threat.
Just want a piece, yeah?
Yeah, it would be a piece up for Pia. So now Humpy does need to deal with the threat of pawn to d5.
Yeah, and not so easy to do so, or no obvious attractive moves here, Danny, for black.
Yeah, I agree. I like white's position even more than the computer does. Just a small edge, but the more I look at it, d5's a threat. We've highlighted it. That's a forking problem coming to d5. You have the bishop pair. So if the position becomes more open, white's dark square bishop is waiting to get active. And black doesn't have the traditional pressure you see on the doubled C pawns on C4 and C3 in an IMSO. But we should at least highlight that, because to kind of complete the circle of just, setting the stage of the future of this game, should black parry the threats, let's use our imagination. Bishop G6 for black gets the light square bishops off the board if white is cooperating. Now the C4, okay, it doesn't work, D5 is on the agenda, but I was just pointing out that if those trades happen, the C pawns will become weaker as the game goes on. And at some point, that knight can come to A5, they're weaker. So this is black's long-term trump card always in the NIM zone. So that's sort of what's at stake, right? You're dealing with the current initiative if you're Humpy and trying to stop the threats. And we'll see.
Yeah, if she gets 2 more moves, if black gets to kind of parry the threat, maybe queen back to e7. If she gets to castle and play bishop g6, then I agree. I could see this turning. Light squared bishops leaving the board would hugely favor black. So critical moments ahead. Looks good for Pia for now, but still needs to be energetic later. One thing I do know about Pia from watching her games for years is she doesn't really like her kind of fractured pawn structures like this. She likes to have the long-term advantage. So here, maybe having to play a bit more dynamically with white just to maintain the advantage, maintain the initiative. That might require some creativity, but still a lot to play for.
Let's back up. Let's take a look at what's going on in some of the other games. Still a lot of action ahead. If you're just tuning in, you missed it, and you should feel bad. You should be here at the start of the show. We already had Armageddon. Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen had a very quick draw in a theoretical repetition, a closed Catalan to be specific, and then Magnus Carlsen won in the tiebreaker. So we have a result. Magnus Carlsen is currently the clear leader in the main section, and I want to go to the French position we left in the Norway chess women's section, Muzichuk versus Lei Tingjae. If we don't have anywhere else to go. Wait, although we've had a couple moves here in the Fabiano Nakamura game. Do we want to go there first? That's one that's had us on the edge of our seats.
I vote that we stay for now, at least with the women, but then we will jump to Fabiano. Maybe once Hikaru returns from the confessional or wherever he
might
is.
be there right now.
Hikaru is back to the confessional booth. Okay, we're in a French. Anna, you can get excited. You have a few seconds to
that
celebrate.
Was such a beautiful moment. Can we roll back there? That's where we left it.
We left it after g5, and hitting this bishop. She followed it up really nicely and energetically here. Queen c7, firstly hitting this pawn. f4, and black castled queenside. Very consistent, you've got to say. Expanding on one flank, getting the king to safety on the other. And after white did the same, castles, rook g8, queen e2, and okay, maybe not perfect play by either side, but you can understand the logic here. And rook to f3, I guess, flexibly, potentially eyeing up these black kingside pawns. But okay, as the French expert here, Anna, what should black be aiming for next? It looks beautiful right now, but what's the next steps?
It's very complicated. It's not the kind of French defense that I normally am used to. It's almost too dynamic for me. I like when things are peaceful and balanced. There's no peaceful and balanced here, but I think it's good for both players. I think this is a game with 3 potential results. We know that draw will lead to an Armageddon, so we actually don't mind the draws here in Norway. But I do think that this is anyone's game. It's very complex. The evaluation bar is showing some advantage for white, but I don't think it's that clear-cut. I don't think the plans are clear-cut for either side. You see the rook left for Muzichuk, and trying to bring the rook to g3 or h3 potentially. But at the same time, black has, for instance, the semi-open c-file, where she could bring her rook. As you're pointing at, David, the white rook also might go to the queen side. So who is playing on which flank? The g-file can open up at any point. The c-file is semi-open. Black has the pair of bishops, but it doesn't really matter in this position because the position is more closed and the knight is sitting on d4. There's a lot of factors here. I don't think there is like a I would take white or black clearly situation, at least not for me. What do you think, Danny?
It's very mature of you because you're a French player, so you're saying you wouldn't take white or black. No, but I
see the downsides too.
I agree with everything you said.
She's backing her fellow Anna.
Yes, backing her fellow Anna. No, I agree with everything you said, and obviously one of the drawbacks of this g5 move that we were all very excited about earlier is the h7 pawn, as you said, as well as the f7 pawn if it remains backward there. But look, if f4 falls, e5 is next for black. So an open position will only slowly favor black more and more. So here I am taking maybe the black side, despite what the computer says. I feel like the potential of the position. And the other thing I'm going to say, David, that makes me like black a little bit from a practical point of view, I feel like black could take on d4 and go into an obscure bishop position at some point if things got crazy. Although, as I say it, you look, an obscure bishop attack on the queen side on the dark squares might not be great. But I feel like black is okay here, despite what the computer says. Although, yeah, the rook coming to c3 is scary. Scary as all giddy up. Does anyone say that? All giddy up?
They don't say that in Europe. But
They don't say that across the pond here? Scary as all giddy up. That means, like, I honestly, I have no idea what it means.
I've
We're
never
learning.
heard it, so I'm learning.
Okay.
I'm taking notes here.
That was awkward. Go ahead, David.
No, I know what you mean, Danny. I know what you mean. And, I mean, there probably will come a time at some point where you do take the knight and you say, okay, I'm going to force the queens off, queen to c4, for example, if white takes back with the bishop. And, okay, you'll probably be able to level it out with some opposite color bishop endgame. But, yeah, it definitely feels like, for now, Lei Jie, she's been playing very ambitiously. g5, Carlsen's queenside. She's clearly in that type of mood. She wants to attack, wants to make something happen. And, yeah, I think the next few moves will be crucial. I can definitely see the pros and cons for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
You made a good point with that bishop d4 if followed by queen c4 would get the obscure bishop position I was talking about. But maybe let's show it. We have a second. Might as well analyze. This is classical chess before our next Armageddon battles in store. If takes, just to it shows you why the white is getting better, because here comes the rook to c3. And if you try to get the queens off the board too fast, what happens on queen c4? Because I was looking at the a2 pawn. There must be... Oh, you just take g5, and bishop b6, and the bishop hangs at the end. Okay. So this is super crucial. If black can't play for queen c4, then taking d4 is totally off the agenda. Because if we back up, if the white rook gets to c3, it's over. We're going to quickly be attacking on the dark squares. And if queen c4 can't happen, then there is no obscure bishops coming.
Yeah, so really tense position and a good moment for I think. The top players like Lei Jie, they always sense the critical moments when to kind of invest their time. So I think maybe we leave her to it right now.
Yep.
4 minutes in the tank and...
She has just made a move.
Just moved g4.
There we go.
So she said she doesn't mind not opening the g file, but instead gains space on the king side and doesn't allow the rook going to h3, while rook to g3 would be perhaps... actually, no, maybe it's still fine, because you later can still swing the rook over to the queen side. It doesn't get stuck on the king side.
Yeah, maybe rook g3, just to show a couple moves. If black plays h5, maybe you just drop your bishop back, as you mentioned, Anna.
And then
slide
swing.
across. Swing anyway.
I love it. It's a big commitment to keep the rook on the third rank, right? The definition of a rook lift. But if there's no way to stop the rook from getting over to the queen side, we've been highlighting rook c3. Rook b3 is also a threat, by the way, at some point. And you're staring down the b file with all kinds of devious plans. So interesting that the king side is now closed up because of Lei's decision to play g4.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like g4. It felt more flexible. Well, it surely was more flexible to keep the pawn on g5, but she must have been afraid of rook h3 attacking the weak h7 pawn. She didn't like that the rook had that much of a potential both on the king side and the queen side. Why do you think she pushed and chooses to close down the king side?
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Anna. I think she was just a bit reluctant to keep looking at both sides of the board, and now at least she knows if white keeps the rook on the third, which she's managed to do there without being at the board. No, but the invisible
Camera
move
might
rook
have
g3.
frozen.
At least she knows now the king side will be closed, focus purely on one flank, and she knows she can hold that queen side as black. So I think a very mature decision from Lei Jie. And yeah, since the cameras are frozen, we'll check back in a bit later on this one.
Yeah, we could go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at the other games.
Let's do it. We've got 5 more games still in action. Again, Magnus Carlsen defeated Liren in Armageddon earlier today. And I think we're getting closer to another Armageddon battle between Zhu Wenjun and Vaishali Ramesh Babu over there in the lower left. So we'll let them peter out. It's getting very similar to some variations we already previewed. More trades ahead. So it's been a minute since we checked in with the game that was Fire on Board. Literally, because David threw the emote, but also metaphorically. Let's go back to Fabiano Caruana's game versus Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has visited the confessional booth a couple times. I don't know if we got more of that ahead. We'll see. We got a break. in just a little bit. But either way, interesting stuff. Hikaru's edge was maybe a little stronger earlier if he kept the tension there, but still a position where c6, he wants to bring a lot of pieces over to the king side. David, what do you think about where this one's headed?
Yeah, I would take white here. I'm going to get off the fence and say I would take white just because of the bishop pair. Long term gives maybe some decent prospects, but keeping those bishops on the board is going to be tricky. Activating this bishop on c1 is going to be difficult. Ultimately, symmetrical pawn structure does hint that the most likely result might be a draw long term. But right now, I think Fabi, if he wants to be ambitious, he'll play the move bishop to e2. I was just quickly checking whether there are any tactics. Bishop takes f5, sorry, rook takes f5 even, followed by taking this knight off the board, but it doesn't feel like they work right now. And
let's show it.
Yeah,
right. We might as well for everyone analyze rook takes f5, and after rook takes f5, queen takes g6. The move must be just rook back to f6 for black, gaining a tempo.
Yeah, gaining time against the white queen, and at the very end of the variation, the white bishop will simply drop off the board. So black will be the exchange up. And yeah, queen to, I don't know, g3, c takes b5. So if the direct attempts don't work, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Are you in agreement? Do you think the bishop has a factor, or
can I say something crazy? It's not me, but it's the computer. So I'm not claiming any credits for this, but it's showing that maybe rook takes f5 is something that Fabi is calculating, because after rook takes f5, there's knight to g4.
Oh, wow. I was going to suggest bishop d3. I see David even touched it, because I was like, it must be bishop d3, but knight g4 threatens knight takes h6?
So you sacrifice your rook to then not move the bishop that's hanging, but have it on b5.
This is a worthy influence of the computer. We gotta go full in here, right?
Yeah.
C takes b5, David. Let's do it. Knight takes h6 check. We just gotta get to the heart of this thing.
Yeah.
G takes, queen takes g6 with check. It's just winning.
Just winning on the spot, yeah. After king h8, you can even just take a detour, take another pawn, check. The king's going nowhere, and at the very end, yeah, white's simply 2 pawns up. The black king has been shorn of its shelter. So, wow, Anna, good. Yeah,
I didn't do
I don't know if a
anything.
human will spot this. We see featured chat saying no human will spot this. I think Fabiano Caruana might prove you wrong. Let's look. I mean, he is taking a think.
He is.
It's not like he's. You know, I think you made a good point, David, that he probably knows it's a safe position if he retreats the bishop. So you might as well spend some time to be sure. By the way, is bishop d3 a move besides knight g4? Because that is the move I wanted to suggest. Just out of curiosity, why doesn't it work for white to also get an edge here? Because now with the rook moves, we're going to take g6. Yes, it's a 2 pieces for a rook position. It's not winning, but maybe there's something else like queen. Maybe it's queen f.
Maybe queen h4?
Queen h4. Get the queens off the board, head to the endgame.
Is that a thing? You have to do some calculation here. Queen takes queen, and the black knight defends her rook. Yeah, this will fizzle out to a level position, but queen takes g6, sorry, in that variation, queen h4, queen takes g6, I think you can flick in a check.
Some sort of queen e f2 and then queen e1, like a puzzle rush problem.
Yeah, I've been practicing lately, but ultimately you just get a level position at the very end. So it's definitely possible for Fabiano. Bishop d3, I don't think it risks anything, but rook takes f5, that's the only reason he's stopped right now for 7 minutes. And
He must be calculating it. The question is whether he sees the follow-up with knight to g4, which is, again, crazy. You sacrifice your rook to then leave your bishop hanging. So he would be a full rook down if that bishop is taken on b5, but it loses. C takes b5 is a losing move for Hikaru because of knight takes h6. I agree with you, Danny, that if someone will spot this and calculate it all the way with precision, he's called Fabiano Caruana.
It's a position, these are the types of positions he became known for and is very good at. They're technical, require calculation that you have to go deep with, and you have to be accurate through the whole way, and he spots these types of things. And I was going to say, the big question right now might not be whether Fabiano goes for this, but where is Hikaru Nakamura? That's the big question. He hasn't been in his chair this entire time we've been talking. I don't know that he's in the confessional booth, but remember the last time Hikaru visited, he said that there were some variations here that lead to a forcing draw. Given where we got, I don't think we're in those variations anymore.
Yeah, no way. It's still his preparation. And the moment when he took on f3, it feels like that was a mistake. Earlier, we really liked his position. We thought that after the opening, he was very comfortable, confident. But when he captured the pawn on f3 a couple of moves ago, it felt like he didn't make the most precise decision, and it gave Fabi the edge.
Yeah, I have a theory about that earlier moment, e takes f3.
Yeah.
I think in his preparation, Hikaru had mostly focused on white's knight going back to the d2 square.
Can we show it, David, if you have that
let's do it.
position?
So the first maybe small mistake of the game was at this moment after f3, and I think it's because, again, if we backtrack after e4, the most natural move to my eyes, or maybe one of the most kind of logical, would be knight back to d2, attacking this pawn, and if we follow the variation through, after f3, you're pretty much obliged to take on f3 with black due to the enormous pressure on the e4 square. And then I think, at least if white does what Fabiano did in the game after queen takes f3, the white knight is misplaced on d2, blocking its bishop on c1. So maybe not realizing there's a big difference, the white knight being on h2 instead, as we see with ideas like knight g4 coming into the position. Hikaru went down this line, trading on his opponent's terms. And yeah, if we catch up with the current position, definitely not preparation anymore. But yeah, I do wonder if he's in the confessional. Maybe he's spotted after playing c6 only then that there's something for his opponent. And at least from my experience, when I know my opponent's got a strong move or a move I'm scared of, I don't want to sit at the board. I just don't want to have to be
I agree.
to keep a poker face.
I so agree with you, because even the body language can give away that you are uncomfortable with something that might happen, and you don't want to show it. Every sign, every clue possible, you're trying to hide it. Danny, you are the official Hikaru Nakamura body language interpreter. So
At your service, yes.
as soon as we see Hikaru on camera, you will need to tell us if he senses that there could be something going really wrong here. And we are not claiming, by the way, that after rook takes knight g4 is winning, because taking the bishop is not forced, but it looks very promising for white.
First of all, great analysis there, David. I was fascinated because I think you're probably right. I think going into the preparation, sometimes as the game goes on, we get more of a glimpse in the reverse crystal ball. So will that be true? Maybe we'll have an interview with either players. That would be a fascinating thing to unpack for our more advanced chess viewers. And I think your point, Anna, about, what's Hikaru's psychology going to tell us? He hasn't been at the board. It's a funny thing. I think sometimes people watching go, like, if they're not at the board, they're confident, but it's actually not totally true. A lot of his players are not at the board, and again, with Hikaru, it is hard to tell, and as you said, I can't really tell until we see, and then I'll try to put my cap on. But all right, we're going to take a quick break, and speaking of putting my Hikaru translation cap on, everyone watching can put their competitive hat on. You get to play in our next community event. We launched the Community Championship Series. If you didn't know it or get the memo, this is a cash tournament not for title players. This is for everyone watching. You can use the command Hyper to get involved. It's our first ever Hyper Bullet Championship. It starts on May 30th. It runs May 30th and May 31st. Are you the best Hyper Bullet player out there in the community? You might want to sign up and see if you can prove it. All right, don't go anywhere. All 10 of the players still competing have a lot left to prove. It's the 2024 Norway Chess Championship event. When we return, more action.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right. That's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, because it become Grandmaster. It has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion.
Yes.
Because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So What are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. This candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster 2500 contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So...
Yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today. And he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Bridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us, I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us, and yeah, as you say, like there are so many things. Like, Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more Grandmaster, one more. I mean, the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
You love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Echitsar Lei Vuga refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know. I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Levanaronian? That guy.
What opening did Itsufu refute in Bog Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know. Pia Cramling. Pia Cramling. Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Pragnanandhaa Interview, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The two tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Koneru Humpi, Lei Tingzhe, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Interview, and the legendary Pia Cramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
We are back. 2024 Norway Chess. 2024 Norway Chess Women's. We are here. We still have 5 games in action. Magnus Carlsen won in Armageddon earlier today against Ding Liren. And we are here in studio. Welcome in with us, Danny Wrench alongside International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell. We've had a ton of fun already. I think we've probably got a couple more Armageddon games ahead. Your favorite moment of the day so far, Anna?
There's so many. All I know is we went on a break and then Fabiano played Rook takes F5, so I'm kind of like stuck with that final moment. And I want to go back to that game. But also the fact that we already had a game that concluded in classical chess, and then Magnus Carlsen won in Armageddon against Ding Liren. So he's the sole leader of the event. If you haven't been here before, Magnus Carlsen is leading the tournament with 1.5 points because no one else has finished their games.
David, I'm with Anna. Let's get back to it. I'm going to throw it to you to take us into it, because Fabiano did find Rook takes F5, but he did not find the crazy follow-up. Let's jump in and see the action.
That's right. This is our bird's eye view, but we will take you straight to Caruana against Nakamura, where neither player is at the board, but where there has been some action happening. And I think both players just calculating extremely well, Danny. But ultimately, the missed opportunity, or I say it through gritted teeth, it was difficult. It was difficult. And as Hikaru returns, a bit of a frown.
Well, the professional Hikaru translator has been tagged in. That was a pause. Hikaru Nakamura, number 17, actually, which is actually a confident pause. He paused to look. He knows Queen F2, and I think he knows he might have a way to just liquidate this one with Queen F2 and Queen E1. We see the computer suggesting it. But David, let's back up and let you analyze. Show us what happened. Rook takes F5 was played. It was some crazy stuff on the board.
Yeah, Rook takes F5 was played. It was given a double exclamation point here. The best move, it is a sacrifice, because after Rook takes F5, as we mentioned to viewers at home earlier, Queen takes G6 would not have worked. Black simply retreats the Rook, kicks the Queen, takes the Bishop next move, and would have been up on material. So in this key position, Hikaru's strongest move was actually Knight into G4. Really difficult here, threatening Knight takes H6, opening up the Black King, followed then by Queen takes Knight. And I think Black would have been forced to find a move such as King to H8 here, just to preempt the checks, just to dodge in advance. Really difficult to spot Knight G4, first of all. Really difficult to evaluate even after that. So ultimately he played the more natural move. Danny, you mentioned this earlier, Bishop to D3.
But I think we should talk about Rook takes F5, because obviously it was given the brilliant symbol, and arguably, if Knight G4 is the follow-up, which is crazy hard to see, indeed, I think it would have earned that symbol, an exchange sacrifice followed by this Knight G4 move. Again, it was not found because this is crazy computer-level chess. But since it's the computer that determines whether the move is brilliant or not, I think we should at least give credit that if Knight G4 had been found, even if you play King H8 here, then Bishop D3 comes. Like, the attack is very dangerous for White, and it's going to be hard for Hikaru to defend this position. So Fabi did not go for this. Whether, I don't know if either player saw Knight G4 coming, it's totally understandable. And now I think we see the moves going fast, so we'll catch up to the live position. We're about to get a simplification here.
Yeah, I just want to point out the blue arrow appearing 3 times in a row for Hikaru. A series of only moves to keep the balance. But ultimately, after a couple of accurate checks, now he will take this knight on F1. And he will restore the material balance. I think very important actually at the end of this variation, just looking ahead into the future. Here, white is threatening bishop takes h6 with a discovery against the black queen and threatening checkmate. Maybe the only move for Hikaru is to retreat the black queen to f7 and a tenable, but not that fun endgame ahead. Queen to f7. This is all happening. Let's go back to the live position and follow through with the players. Rook takes f1. And yeah, great calculation, Anna.
It's great calculation by both players, but yes, it is a missed chance. Knight g4 was not found by Fabi, and it will be a question to both players after the game whether either of them has spotted it. I mean, I guess Fabi, we can confirm he did not see it if he didn't play it, but maybe Hikaru did spot it while he was away from the board, and he might have been afraid of that variation. We can only tell once we listen to his confession in the confessional booth or when he visits us for an interview. What is sure is that this game could be potentially heading toward an Armageddon, Danny, and we are happy for that. We welcome draws here in Norway.
We sure do. We welcome draws here in Norway. Thank you. That is a great way to say it. We don't discriminate against chess results in Norway because no matter what, all roads lead to Armageddon, the most exciting event in competitive chess.
Yeah, and what do you make of Fabi's body language, Danny? It looks like one leg out. Is he ready to just trade off queens, try to force a draw? Does he look like, well, does it look like both players are just ready for the Armageddon, or do you think we'll continue the fight for a while?
First of all, shout out to the dunks, Nike dunks there, the kicks from Fabi. I agree. I mean, I think he's not sure he has a lot to play for here. It's funny, I think you probably maintain the balance whether you keep the queens on the board or not, but I think if you trade queens, maybe it's the fastest route, although I look at that endgame and go, I'd be a little nervous, right? If I trade queens, if I'm Fabi, I have to deal with the a4 pawn that the knight is attacking, and I haven't even completed my development before a rook probably slides over to one of those open files, like on e8. So I think Fabi's also pausing to make sure he doesn't somehow give Hikaru the edge where he can play for 2 results in the endgame.
You definitely don't want to give that chance to Hikaru because he will take it. He was really confident at the start of this game. He felt really good about the opening, the preparation. He went to the confessional booth showing a lot of confidence for how the game it has been going. And we also mentioned it's obviously there is a reason what I wanted to say that he has had really good results against Fabi, and when you have that against someone, this is the world number 2 versus the world number 3, so 2 players really close in rating, but Hikaru has had really good results against Fabiano. You are in his head in a way, psychologically you have the advantage, and even though he has the black pieces today, he came to this game very ambitious. I agree with you, David, with your earlier analysis that he might have got confused with that f3 and whether he should take on f3 because of another variation in his preparation. Maybe that's where things got a little bit wrong for Hikaru and Fabi started getting a bit more comfortable in the position. But overall, it was Hikaru being really ambitious in this game and Fabiano then not spotting an opportunity. I think that's so far the storyline. How do you see it?
I fully agree. And I mean, that storyline has led us to this moment. And I mean, I'm looking at Hikaru in his chair, just kind of looks like he's ready to get out of here. But secretly, I have a feeling he's praying for Fabi to trade off the queens. I think that would be a huge sign of weakness from Fabiano to take the queens off. It means white's playing solely for a draw. Like Danny said, it's not safe yet. There's still that imbalance of bishop versus knight. White's queen retreating to g3 would gain a tempo, first of all. You're threatening bishop takes h6 still. And that would get you the time to get the white bishop into the game. 0 risk there at all. So, yeah, big moment for Fabi.
And I appreciate what you said, Anna, because Hikaru will take the chance if you give him a 2-result endgame. He's not going to let Fabiano slip into the DMs of Armageddon that easily. He's going to make him earn it. And let's not forget, Hikaru is the defending Norway chess champion. All roads tend to start and end with Magnus from a storyline perspective when you are here on his home turf. But Hikaru Nakamura won this event last year. He likes the format. He'd love to get an Armageddon, I think. And so, actually, I think both players at this point may not have a choice but to get Armageddon. But I think Hikaru is feeling a little better right now compared to the 2 players.
I think for the matchup, yes. I think Hikaru has been the more confident one. And the tournament you mentioned here, last year's edition of Norway Chess, he won it by beating Fabiano in the last round on demand. Fabiano was leading and Hikaru had to win in order to get the title. Ahead of Fabiano, ahead of Magnus. So he clearly has good memories about this event and good memories about this matchup also because of the candidates. He did really well against Fabiano. At the same time, Fabi said that Armageddon is his favorite format. He loves it. So maybe he's excited too that he's getting what he wanted. Ideally, of course, you win in Classical and you get 3 points. But if you cannot, maybe you are happy.
Yeah, I think both players would be okay with the idea of Armageddon, especially at this point in the game. And also good to see Fabiano retreat his queen, keep the queens on the board. Like Danny said, Hikaru, one of his biggest strengths is grinding away in these two-result endgames. People just kind of remember him as this fiery youth who would checkmate all his opponents, but no longer. He loves stability and loves to look for those small
and he's been applauded, right? Again, you always think of Magnus in terms of squeezing water out of the stone. It's something he became known for on his rise to the top and holding the crown. But Hikaru has been applauded by his peers as, so tough in the endgame because of his resourcefulness, his ability to spot things so quickly. Also a fantastic endgame player, not someone you want to face. So King H7 gets out of the way of Bishop takes H6. Maybe you'll play Queen G6 at some point. I expect B3 from Fabiano here, or at least at some point to defend the pawn if you can, to get the bishop and rook out. But maybe a little too early. Maybe Bishop F4 to E5 first, kind of anchor in some threats on G7. But this one has more ahead. The queens are on the board. We're not getting into an endgame or maybe even an Armageddon battle as quickly as we once thought. So let's back this thing up. What do you think?
Yeah, let's zoom out to the bird's eye view and we can check out that rainbow of colors before deciding where to go next. Yeah, I think we can say that one level for now. And the other games have changed somewhat. Zhu Wenjun on the bottom left is a pawn up, opposite color bishops, queens on the board there. The French defense, Anna, still looking relatively in the balance. Pierre Cramling against Humpy Koneru. Queens have disappeared there as well.
Yeah, that's a really weird one. Again, I'm biased. I'm going to drive us back toward Cramling Koneru every time if you let me. But okay. And Pragnanandhaa Perugia, just because we didn't mention that one yet, has a lot of pieces on the board left, and that's like a thanks, Captain Obvious. But it also, if you remember where we left the analysis, Perugia chose G6, your move, David.
Not G5.
Not G5.
Oh,
so maybe that's why he's the grandmaster. And we're stuck with the IM title over here. But
I would not have played G5, but I wanted him to do so. I'm not brave.
I probably would have played G5. But okay, we're here. And David, what do you think is about to go down on the D file?
Well, everything's disappearing off the D file right now. Rook takes D8 looks like maybe the most natural move. Yeah, I don't see too much danger in either side's position. Trying to do some quick calculation, Danya style, but white could try and win a pawn. I just realized with bishop takes C6, if Prag is feeling really ambitious, I mean, trades here I think would just guarantee equality. The white queen is slightly offside though, so to try and make sense of her, I wonder whether Prag's calculating bishop takes knight, and for example, if a recapture, white could try and grab this pawn on E5. I don't think it works though. For example, bishop takes E5 due to a pin on this diagonal. Black cannot recapture back, but after a couple of trades, now your G5 move might work, breaking the pin and winning the bishop next turn.
That's a better version of playing G5,
A better version of playing G5, I agree.
Yeah. So if tactics don't work, it feels like maybe Prag just has to play it safe. I'm not sure how though. Still enough pieces on the board for both sides.
I love that you said that, you're not sure how, because this is awkward. The queen's on H4. The minor pieces were brought to the party with the queen for one purpose, which was to get an attack on the king side, right? And if Perugia has stopped these threats with G6 and F6, this sort of slow play, you already highlighted why the tactic on E5 with the potential pin, queen on H47 doesn't work. You just reviewed that. So again, objectively equal, but I agree. Like I'm kind of feeling Perugia here a little bit if we do simplify and get into an endgame, because one thing that can happen, easy for us to say with the computer saying it should be level, David, but if you make a mistake and that queen on H4 is sort of overcommitted and the D file becomes available to black, the blunders could be in the air.
Yeah, I think I'm going to revise my opinion that it's just level. I agree. Easier to play black. Also, psychologically, it feels like when you have the white pieces in the Catalan, you're always pressing. It feels like you always want to create something. You should be the one applying pressure. It's always hard to pinpoint the moment where things turn, and if you don't sense it, things could spiral badly for white right now. So, Prag, in thoughts, maybe it's time to actually trade off this knight, and in order to bring the queen back into the game. And yes, you're giving away the bishop pair, but you should still be fine. Enough control there. The white bishop on c3, the MVP, just holding everything together, should still be fine. But yeah, maybe safety first for white.
I agree with you guys, and now that I checked what the computer thinks, I even more think that both of you were right, because white's position is not as comfortable as it seems. It's not as equal as it seems. It's somewhat harder for Prag to find the best moves in a situation where his pieces are a little bit disoriented, mixed up. The queen has gone on an adventure and didn't have a follow-up on the king side. So some of the computer suggestions here, e3 is, I think, a more or less normal pawn push, but the next suggestion is pawn to g4. Clearly trying to do something with that king side attack, but is it going anywhere?
Sorry for making noises. You're saying, I'm just like, God, what no way a human plays that e3 and g4, right? It's like, it's just, at this point, I think Prag is probably feeling a little bit like we do about the position, that he's over pushed his hand a little bit. And bishop takes c6, as you highlighted, David, that's a very anti-human move to play, even if it is objectively best. Giving black the bishop pair when you've got the weak light square. So, okay, maybe Prag proves us wrong, and he finds this, this e3 g4 thing. But it's yeah, it's not an easy human position to play to maintain the balance. So so fun stuff ahead, I guess.
Yeah, fun for Firouzja maybe.
Yeah.
Well done, Prag.
I think I would go with the computer's third suggestion, that I find the only more human option is to place the queen on h6 with the idea of bringing it back towards the d2 square after a trade.
I like that move a lot, actually. That feels very human. You put the queen on h6, if we want to analyze it real quick, just to show that after that move, whether black takes on d2 right away, you would take back, or next move you'll take on d8 and then slide the queen back aggressively. And in both of these variations, white owns the only superhighway on the board, which is the d file, which means we can maintain the balance. So it's exciting, even though it's equal. That's what you love about chess, and in some ways it's fun when we've added the computer analysis, because like it seems equal, but actually we are a move away from Prag, from this one maybe giving black an advantage. So this is kind of dangerous, and I don't think we're going to see e3 g4, so maybe queen h6 is the move he has to find.
It feels a lot more human, and it's a key moment. He knows it. He knows that he's in a critical position, and he's investing his time very wisely to make this decision.
We have peered into the future. I can't even say it with a good accent, but we have to go back to Pia's game. This time, I'm not going to ask for permission. It's been my favorite game all day. Pia Cramling has just found what we've been told by production crushing it, and our own Bon Jovi. Shout out to Jovi. You're here crushing it. She called it. She said Pia has to play rook b5. Wow.
And she
found it.
Let's go
there
into our analysis mode on that game, because as you mentioned, Danny, we have had our eyes set on this game from the very beginning. Pia Cramling, the legendary Pia Cramling, we called her a dark horse in this event, that she could potentially win the event, but it starts with one win at a time, and this is round one, and she's the only one in the women's event with a decisive looking advantage. Rook to b5. David, tell us why this move is so strong.
Yeah, I think she's simply catching a piece embarrassed on the edge of the board here. The black bishop. I was going to say she's going to pierce her opponent's armor here by attacking this piece.
It could be a long couple of weeks.
Sorry, Danny. Okay, last one, I promise. But yeah, simply this piece is embarrassed. There's no good squares for it to retreat. If you step back to g6, white's just going to continue hammering through, battering ram pawn to f5, and maybe even pawn to f6 here, continuing to hit the bishop. And if black tries to solve both of those issues in one go with g6, now just a very calm h3, g4, catches the bishop on the edge of the board. And where else do you go in the current live position? If you go to g4, very minimum, white slides across, rook lift. This is like an ultra rook lift. You win a pawn on g7. What's black even going to try?
This is a fantastic position for Pia. I mean, this is all the forcing moves lead to an only a bigger advantage for white, which is why the longer we've been sitting on the board, the further increase the eval has gone. The longer the computer thinks, the more that it likes Pia Cramling's position. So what a win this would be.
Yeah.
Jumping out with 3 points to start.
Huge for Pia. And
Yeah.
she's played a great game from start to finish already, Anna.
I was going to say the same, that she has had the advantage from quite an early stage of the game. This was the only game that started to go in one player's favor from as early as move 10. So something went wrong in the opening for Humpy. The position was not easy. Also, Pia might not have always played the top move of the engine. No one does. But look at this position, what we currently have on the board. She has had the initiative ever since she got that advantage in the opening, and she kept going very forcefully, very precisely in these last couple of moves with the rook lift, rook b1, rook b5, and she's winning. I don't think black has a way to get out of this.
Yeah. I should have said LPDO, loose Pierce's drop off.
Oh my
sorry. Anyway, loose piece.
Danya Naroditsky called, wants his forced and awkward puns back. Shout out to you, Danya. We love you. Hope you're getting some good rest in Charlotte right now. Although, no way, you should be awake. Time zones have not been my thing this week. I am a little jet lagged. But all right. Yeah, this is
fantastic position for white. As simple as that. And winning might be stretching it, but she's winning a pawn, I think.
What is the move? Yeah, I mean, the piece is getting trapped. Now we have to take the devil's advocate, where you start, trying to find moves for Humpy Koneru to hold the position. And is d5 possible? You throw the pawn up just to cut off the rook's evil gaze to the bishop. You lose a pawn, obviously, but probably white can even take with the c pawn.
Yeah.
And then your knight has nowhere to
go. Wouldn't it be c takes and then potentially
and then you
d6?
push the pawn next.
You have to go
You're
to
making
b8.
noises, David. You're making groans over there.
Knight e7 would be even stronger. This double attack. Your point here, Anna, really nice. Win of a piece. I mean, I don't see it. Maybe it's one of those moves we suggested, but I mean, if you have to drop back, it's literally all by force. It's an attacking at the bishop. You attack a bishop, it flows. This tactic, Anna, and at the very end.
And then h3, there's no way stopping pawn to g4, and the bishop is trapped.
Yeah.
I don't think Humpy can save this. I don't think there's a way. We cannot find a way. She does have 44 minutes, but if the position... Oh!
David's calling it. I was going to say, are you about to call it over there? You did, with the RIP on the board. Death to the bishop. Yeah, g4 is coming. It's trapped. Now you're just figuring out, how many pawns can I get for this piece, right? You go into that mode of, like, what can I do to give myself some practical chances? But shout out to Pia Cramling. If indeed she does hold on to get this one, she would be starting off leading Norway chess women with a big prize fund. As we've said, this is a historic event, the first ever classical elite super tournament with equal prizes for both the men and women. And that is currently the exception. It should be the norm. It's exciting. And Pia Cramling, an OG of women's chess, would anyone deserve it more than Pia Cramling to take home a prize equal to whatever the prize is in the main section, right? I mean, I'm just being honest. I know it's early, but whatever happens in this event, so exciting to see her get out if she does get this dub, and hard to say that anyone would be more deserving.
Exactly. As we mentioned already in our preview of the round, Pia was world number 1 in 1984. That's 40 years ago.
Before I was born, I'm just going to say. And I know before you two were born. You two are babies. But before I was born.
Wow.
So she has been in the very top of the women's world. She's still in the top 30, 40 years after her very peak as number 1 in the world. Can you imagine being in the top of your sport for over 40 years? In any sport?
David, I mean, I will be 40 in a couple of years.
You barely look a day over 37. But yeah, I mean, it's just incredible, right? We only dream of that. I mean, at this point, we praise Magnus for being top of the world for, just over a decade or so. And I mean, he's got a long way to go to match the likes of Pia Cramling.
Yeah.
But F5 on the board, blue arrow appeared. Julie found the best move. I think in this case, it was quite a straightforward one. But yeah, credit to her. She's done everything right so far. But as we know at this top level, finishing things off, that's difficult.
I was going to say, speaking of that, I think I know the line that Humpy's going to go for if we want to show. I think she's going to play bishop h5, and after f6, she will actually put the bishop back on g6.
Oh.
And her idea is going to be that after the trade, she'll take with the h-pawn. Okay, maybe it just loses, but this was my idea. Maybe there's like a d5. I don't know what the middle move is, but my idea is if you just take, do I... No, because you get f7 in the end.
Yeah.
I'm making noises now because she had a different idea and she played an intermediate move. She's not moving her bishop, but she's attacking the rook.
Okay.
Okay, a6 on the board.
Yeah, okay, so that was not the idea that she was going to go for. I thought maybe there was a way to steal defense, but no.
Okay, this is clever from Humpy Koneru. We should give her credit finding a6 here.
And now the idea is we should just show that if the rook leaves the 5th rank, you get to go back to h5, just for everyone at home, and now there's no f6 anymore. Not to say the white's edge isn't clear, but if f6 now, there is no attack by the rook along the 5th rank. So rook b2 is not what we're going to see. So we go back to the live position and wonder what is the way to convert for Pia here.
It is tempting to take the bishop on g6 and give up a bit of material short term. Some calculation needed. Pia's got a lot of time on the clock, 44 minutes. Anna, do you think she's going to be calculating any flashy variations here, or is she going to take the simple route out with rook retreat? How ambitious do you think she's feeling right now?
I think she's feeling great about this position. I think she knows that she's got a decisive advantage. I think Pia, with her knowledge, experience, and also her calm attitude and mindset to the game, she always is just so collected, so cool. I think she will go through this position, through the variations she's calculating, very can I even pronounce it? Methodologically? Is that
Methodically?
a word? Methodically, something like that.
I add syllables where they shouldn't be all the time. Yeah.
I think she will be very pragmatic here, and she will find the best variation. That is my prediction.
Yeah, and we see the players thinking right now. You mentioned, oh, now I can't say it, methodically. Methodically
Word of the
calculating
day.
the variations. I mean, the way the top players do it, right? They look at the forcing moves first.
Yes.
And rook b2, it's a safe move, but it's reacting to the opponent, and it's not the most forcing necessarily. The most forcing here would be to take black's bishop, and it's a capture. It forces the opponent to reply. Then maybe you take that back. There's lots of kind of direct lines, and maybe we do have to jump in. Look at Pia. Suddenly she's changed her position up.
But this is like a confident head in hand. She knows that.
She knows.
You know, she's a great white shark, smells blood in the water, right? She's circling her prey. She's not going to let her off the hook. So I think she's like, all right, let me make sure I don't miss this moment.
Yeah.
Is it even rook d5? Do you keep the rook on the 5th rank? The more I'm looking at it, I'm wondering if
she could.
As scary as a6 is, and as awkward as it is to put your rook on d5 there, I mean, actually you just get all the same ideas, and worst case scenario, you get a 2 pieces for a rook line if knight e7 is played, and that should be pretty easily winning for white. I know we're going analysis when we don't have the analysis board, but what do you think about that line, David?
I think we should jump in and
okay, let's do
show
it.
some of these lines. Just to test ourselves.
Let's test it. So the suggestion is rook to d5, and the point was it keeps it on the 5th rank.
Yeah, and okay, still a big advantage for white, so a very strong move. Keeps on the 5th rank, as you mentioned, Danny, and this is a forcing type of move. Black's bishop now attacked, no way to keep counterattacking against the white rook in a profitable way, so bishop h5, f6, this is why we did it, why we kept the rook there. Oh, I hate defending this position with black. Now h3 looks so strong still. How did black even keep fighting? I love, Danny, how you've entrenched the rook on d5, and you've pushed a pawn to f6, so you've actually covered the only square that black can use for the knight to attack the rook. It still looks beautiful to my eyes. Maybe at some point you have to throw a pawn away, g5, bishop g6.
Yeah, this is looking terrible for black. And the only other variation after rook d5 would be knight e7, but that's where you mentioned that white will get 2 minor pieces for the rook, and then the pawns are falling too. So this is looking terrible.
Yeah, 2 beastly bishops for the rook. This looks fantastic for white. And actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to say if Pia is going to play rook d5, just because it's a bit less calculation than the other move that I mentioned. I really wanted to take this bishop just on the instinct alone. I haven't calculated beyond this point, but just the fact that I've gained 2 pawns and a piece for the rook. Black's knight as well doesn't really have too many good squares. If you go back, you might get pinned in the near future. I'm not sure. Maybe I just take on f7. Bishop g5 is coming. this looks beautiful as well, but more complicated, more risky, I would say here, Anna.
I agree with that. She probably is evaluating this variation where she would be sacrificing a rook for a minor piece, but gets extra pawns. And what a pawn she's getting! It's not just an extra pawn or two, but a potential queen. It's a passed pawn on f7 plus the pair of bishop plus the pin. So she certainly must be calculating this. But also rook d5 is so tempting and feels less risky in a way. Wouldn't you say that rook d5 is even more like it's a sure way of I'm keeping the advantage and there's no risk I'm taking?
100% agree. It's a bit like our Armageddon conversation earlier. It's like, do you bank it? Do you play rook d5, guarantee pretty much you win a pawn? And it's like Armageddon. It's like, do you go there? You guarantee you get a point, but you could have got more. You know. It's, f takes g6 probably just wins the game, but risk involved. I don't know if that's Pia's style. I think she'll play the really classy rook d5 and just and win a pawn in the process, most likely.
Yeah, I'd love to see the exchange stack, but again, as you said, it's unnecessary. Unnecessary, even if the advantage is still bleeping massive, right? 2 bishops, a pass pawn on f7 at the end of the line.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling rook d5 is the cleanest.
I would predict rook d5 too, also more in line with Pia's style, but I wouldn't rule out that she will sacrifice the exchange too. So I think those are her 2 candidate moves here, and those are the 2 that she's calculating. I don't think she's thinking of rook to b2.
All right, well,
Danny, it's that purple board. It's bringing you luck.
I love the purple board. It's great, and let's back this thing up to see the purple board once again, as well as all the many colors in our candy store of choice. You can go to chess.com/events and choose your own flavor at that candy store. Always loved bubblegum when I was a kid. Then I got older, realized that it was not mature. Oh, we've got a draw. Not mature to choose bubblegum, but we have other things to talk about. All right, Fabiano Caruana has drawn his game with Hikaru Nakamura. An interesting battle that was indeed. If we want to just show the final 2 moves, should we bring it up really quickly just to kind of show how it finished? The players are talking about it.
Yeah, we're going to try to read what they are saying. Anyone good at lip reading here?
I am, but it's not close enough. And that wasn't like I actually do, because I've had bad hearing for a long time. So I can read a little bit of lips. But okay, looks like we've got the Pia Cramling game still up, and not the Caruana game.
And let's jump in now to this this game that has just finished. And let me find it. Sorry, guys.
We're finding it right now.
No worries.
There we go. Pausing for the technical difficulties as the players get up, and there we go. Okay, so David, the last few moves since we left, looks like it was exactly what we said. Bishop f4 and b3 was played. Black brought the rook to e6.
That's right. Bishop f4 to start with, and b3 just to kind of cage this knight. Actually, if white got one more move now, bishop to c7 would win a pawn, but rook e6 accompanied by a draw offer. I want to ask the psychology with that, because it feels like black's not risking that much either. Rook g6 is coming now. Bishop c7 could be met with a rook to g6 hit. If black gets the knight round to e4, maybe still the game is alive. Who's the happier of the 2?
It's interesting, because if I was choosing, and I know this is crazy because the computer, if anything, is giving a teeny edge to white, but if I was choosing Hikaru, I would be like, I like the chances of playing rook g6 and bringing the knight over, like you said. And I don't know, if we end up talking to one of the players, what they talked about. Clearly, they felt something. We saw there was some engagement there in terms of how and why they agreed to this draw. I guess both players, Anna, just said, you know what? I'm done with this game. I'm going to take my chances at Armageddon.
Yeah, I was wondering about that bishop c7 that you mentioned, David. If would there be a repetition? Maybe it's not what was on their minds, but I was wondering if a bishop c7, rook g6, and you keep moving the queen and the rook keeps attacking.
Right, yeah.
Like, did they just think this is gonna be a forced line?
I think you called it.
Very possible. Very possible. That's a good spot, Anna. Ultimately a draw is a fair result, it feels like.
Yeah, and that means we're headed to Armageddon. Get ready, everybody.
Yeah.
No one leaves this building until we have winners. That is Norway chess. We already had an Armageddon battle where Magnus Carlsen got the better of the world champion Ding Liren. Now we will have a tale as old as time. Caruana versus Nakamura. These 2 players know each other well. David, your thoughts on the Armageddon? It is a tale as old as time.
Did you see what David did there with the emojis?
I missed it, but I love it.
I'm getting carried away. It was just a half emoji, just to show it was a
There we
draw.
go. But
Right
David,
on the
real quick
Kings.
before we talk. Okay, Pia still hasn't moved. The other games, we've got time to check in. So let's do our quick Armageddon preview. We know we have time before they throw down. Your thoughts on who has the edge?
I think Hikaru, because other than that one moment with knight g4, it felt like he got his preparation in. It felt like he was in control. He had the black pieces. We saw how effective draw odds can be in the Magnus Carlsen game. And it's Hikaru. He's a speed demon. How about you, Anna?
I think so too. I think he's feeling very confident. And if neither of them saw that chance that Fabi missed with knight g4, which was a crazy line of the computer, would have led to Fabi sacrificing literally a full rook. That was missed by Fabi. If it was also missed by Hikaru, maybe he thinks he never was worse. Maybe he thinks the game was fully in control, which honestly for his confidence would be better. It's sometimes better not to know that there was a problematic line and he could have been in trouble.
I hate that. When you go back and the first thing that happens when you review with the computer is, oh my God, I missed a win. I am bleeping pissed. But all right, let me run through real quick the Armageddon format to remind you, everybody. 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. Black gets less time because they get draw odds. 1 second bonus time added once we reach move 40. So if you're white, you are all in. Let's get an attack. Put them under pressure before they start getting time added. If you're black, you don't mind getting down under time pressure, especially if you're holding an equal position, because you do have that increment coming eventually. As we said, a win is worth 1.5 points. A loss is worth 1. Somebody is going to methodically move their way toward a victory. Methodologically, we have not been good with that word today. Let's dive back into, should we go to Pia Cramling's game? Or do we go to a different one? I mean, as I said, I guess we already said, let's go to the French game. Muzichuk versus Lei Jie.
Sure, and we will have the Armageddon game between Fabiano and Hikaru in 10 minutes. So they have a 10-minute break to freshen up a little bit and also get ready that it's a faster time control.
Word of the day. So thank you, production, for keeping us methodically in an orderly or systematic manner. Anything but what's happening in this broadcast.
So much easier to pronounce systematic. As nice as methodically is, I cannot pronounce it. I cannot.
Okay.
Systematic.
You can use our word of the day, everyone, on social media for a chance to win a diamond membership. I just made that up, and I'm going to give someone a diamond membership. All right. But, David, let's go into the French and see what we got.
Yeah, so we have had some moves since we were last here. Maybe we'll just go through a quick action replay. We saw the position after rook to g3. Black had just closed the king side. She continued to do so after h5. And the white rook, before it gets embarrassed, was able to swing across the board. Bishop to f2 opens up the third rank. And after rook to c8, we actually did a good job of predicting some of these ideas. Rook c3 is a nasty pin. Black finds the only move here, Lei Jie, according to the blue arrow at least, queen to b6, and a couple of moves down the line, we see king to a8. I think a good tip for everyone at home, kings in the corner, they're just safer. There's fewer angles of attack. Also, it's nice to sit on a light square for the black king when the opponent has dark squared pieces. There was already actually in this position an idea of, for example, knight to c6 with a check, opening up an attack on the black dark squared bishop. So now how does white improve? Anna, that's the big question right now. How to just coordinate the white pieces.
It is a very big question, and it looks like all the action is on the queen side, but I keep looking also toward the king side because that's where black has a few weaknesses, such as the h5 pawn and the f7 pawn. The question would be, can you get to them? Can you just attack them? See what happens if you tickle the h5 pawn? Is queen h4 an idea for that? Are there any other options? Is f5 crazy in some moments? Maybe you can break through.
Nothing is crazy on this show. Not, as you said, tickle the h5 pawn, because if you put the black rook on h8, maybe the queen slides somewhere with tempo eventually, and then that rook isn't happy there. But it's okay. Queen h4, f5 are certainly moves on the agenda. I really wish something could happen tactically on the c5 bishop with the battery that we have lined up with the queen on f2 and the bishop on e3, but that's probably me trying to force a tactic where one doesn't exist, David. I had a coach tell me that once.
No, I like your idea, Danny, but I think that just explains Lei Jie's last move, putting the king on a8 so that there are no checks, kind of discovered ideas against the black king, jumping this knight out of the way, for example. And yeah, it's really tense, this diagonal. Black should have played like king a7, white should have played like rook g1, and then this whole diagonal would have been occupied. But sorry,
that is not even connect 5, that is connect what?
Connect 7?
Connect 7.
Oh, not quite the same, but either way, yeah, it's really awkward to kind of suggest ideas of improvement other than queen h4. So I really like starting with this. If I were one of the players, for example, I'd calculate exactly what you were suggesting, Anna, if white can get away with it. If not, then I'm not sure what else. King b1 maybe?
I do. Okay, I like king b1. I love king b1 actually, and I would even consider b3 if it wasn't for bishop a3 check. So king to b1 is a great move. It gets the king out of the gaze of the bishop. And let's play king b1 because I want to show a line I was just calculating, thinking about the position methodically, like our chatter wants me to. I actually do think rook takes c5 is interesting, right? We have to watch out for it. I know I'm having fun making fun of myself trying to look for tactics that don't exist, but it actually is a threat, David, right? If king to b1, the idea is at some point you can take on c5 because of this discovery on e6, right? So there's all kinds of craziness happening here. If the queen takes, my idea was you can throw in b3 to hit the bishop, and then you're threatening knight takes e6 in these positions. And it's wild, right? And maybe the exchange sack is nothing but a bunch of unclear chess because the computer doesn't even know what's going on. But you have to keep your eye on these things because if the dark squares explode and open up, white will have very dangerous attacking ideas there.
Yeah, fantastic compensation. And king b1, again, as we mentioned earlier, with black's king a8 move, that's very professional. Keep the king out of touching distance of the opponent's pieces. And likewise, the other Anna, Anna Muzichuk, is doing the same. King to b1. I wouldn't be surprised to see her play king a1 at some point in the near future. And yeah, Danny, as mentioned there, all of those exchange sacrifices in the air, b3 as well, much more viable. This feels like the calm before the storm, Anna.
It does feel like it, and as much as I'm a huge fan of the French defense, I would be a bit scared, or maybe more than a bit scared here from black's perspective. So Lei Jie might need to find here some very accurate defensive moves to not get into deep trouble.
Agreed.
Can't believe it, going against the French though. What's happened?
Sometimes, even the French defense has a bad day.
Maybe you unretired and there's something new going on here, and it's okay. Don't fight your feelings if you're turning against the French opening. You're among friends here. But all right, it is true that white is kind of holding the cards here. Jokes aside, right? And Lei Jie should use her 9-minute time advantage because whether it's tactics like taking c5, b3 is coming. Black is kind of trying to hold and hoping there's no breakthrough for white. That's the difference, right? Black has no real plan here to improve this position from what I can see.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that.
White holds all the tactical ideas. White holds the pawn breaks with f5 that you mentioned earlier, Anna. Yeah, b3. At some point, black might have to reluctantly try and exchange on d4 and hope that she's not getting attacked on the dark squares, just to try and simplify the equation. But yeah, I think all of us are preferring white here, and a Muzichuk in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I feel like the moment where it started to be just very two-result-off-ish game, that is maybe when Lei Jie pushed g4, and she pushed that pawn because obviously it was a really difficult position. I don't think she was happy about having to close down the king side, but ever since that moment, black doesn't have something to play for. It's more about holding everything together and trying to defend. Before that, I think the position had more flexibility, more dynamic factors as well, which would favor that her rook on g8 can do something at some point, and the bishops maybe will get a more open position. Obviously, it's easier to say that in hindsight.
No, but I completely agree with you. I think that when black lost the pressure on f4, the idea of undermining that very solid structure, you just look at. I mean, white, you draw this up at home when you're trying to beat the players who play the French. I'm letting you know into our secrets right now. That's what we do. We draw positions like this where you have f4, e5, the d4 knight is solid, the queen and bishop are a battery, just waiting. They're lurking, right? And then somehow you manage to even put the rook on c3. So again, best play, black is holding, but I think what David said earlier was prophetic. Shout out to his puns trying to compete with Danya. It's true. I think this is the calm before the storm. Yeah. This position is going to get spicy. Speaking of spicy, apparently Hikaru did re-enter the confessional booth where he said it was a classical clown fiesta before getting into some breakdown of the analysis of his game with Fabi. So subscribers are going to enjoy that at the break instead of an ad. We do appreciate all the support for the show. We're going to throw you another Hikaru confessional, so stick around for that. I think we're going to be going to a break in just a second, but let's go to the bird's eye view to just set the table and make sure there's nothing wild to check in with before we do, because we want to be back in time, make sure we don't miss any of the Armageddon action. Look at that. Pia Cramling did play rook to d5.
We need to go back there before the break.
We got to go there before we go.
We have to.
She's on her way. And I know I messed it up, David, but if we pull up the Pia Cramling game with Humpy Koneru, this was what I was envisioning, just not a strong enough player to create, right? I think there's got to be some way where she's going to give g7 and try to hold that way, and I think she did figure it out. So let's go ahead and head over to there and see what she managed to do.
Yeah, I think we know Pia. We've seen so many of her games. Such a legend, of course. We did predict rook d5 correctly. Just the safest, most sophisticated move here. Keeping the advantage, not risking any kind of sacrifices, any nonsense at all. Bishop h5 was obligatory. f6, winning a pawn here because the bishop is attacked. And if g6, as we mentioned earlier, this bishop is simply gone. It's dropping off the board after g4 next move. So Humpy did indeed give up the pawn, and after an exchange, taking with the f-pawn, just so that in this position the f-pawn isn't hanging. I mean, there's two tempting moves here, Anna. Rook f7 or bishop h6. Either way, looks good for white.
Looks very good for white, as long as you can keep that extra pawn. That's more than an extra pawn. It's one square away from being a queen. So, yeah, whether it's rook f7 or bishop h6, I'm sure that Pia is evaluating which one is the better move to defend the pawn, but she will guard the pawn. The rook on d5 is a bit of a funky piece in this moment because it doesn't have too many squares to go to, but I don't think it's in trouble. You can always swing it back through the g5 square and then back down and rook lift, double then on the f-file or bring it elsewhere. So it's not really in trouble. It's just looking interesting in the middle of the board.
Agreed. It's awkward, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. A lot like when your dad makes jokes when you have friends over, right? Which I'm saying to my kids at home. It's awkward,
from experience,
but it doesn't mean it's wrong. All right, let's back up to the bird's eye view so we can do an awkward thing and go to a break right after some jokes. And as we said, the action is just getting going, and more Armageddon ahead. So much chess ahead. So we get to say hi to you from here. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have Armageddon between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, along with maybe our first decisive results in Classical. It's the 2024 Norway Chess event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So, a lot has transpired in my game, and I think it's going to be interesting to look at this afterwards because I had mentioned earlier that I was in preparation. I looked at this position with knight d2 f3, and then Fabiano played knight h2 f3, and I mean, after pawn takes pawn, if he takes with the knight, it would have transposed, but I allowed him to play his queen takes f3, and I actually made a miscalculation. I simply missed that in all these lines of queen h4, bishop e3. There's always going to be a bishop f2 and a queen g3 to hit the pawn on c7. And so I just spent a lot of time on playing this knight e7 move, and it's been very, very critical. Every single move is important. I think what I would say is at the moment, either I'm completely fine, Fabiano will trade the queens, we'll draw the game very soon, and play the classic clown fiesta, which is Armageddon, or I'm completely lost. I'm not actually sure which one is true. I mean, queen e3 is what Fabiano is looking at, but I think after rook d6, knight g4, rook d6, b3, queen e7, or knight f8, rook e6, and I'm a little bit hard-pressed to believe that I can ever be in trouble there, so it's going to be interesting. I would say that my game most likely is going to end in a draw very soon, probably within the next 20 minutes, and we play Armageddon, or I'm completely lost. So it's going to be interesting, but that's also why I haven't been here, because I actually had to spend a lot of time on this knight e7, knight g6 maneuver, which was kind of annoying to have to spend all that time, but it's still something, so we'll see, but it's actually gotten much more interesting than I would have liked, so who knows. Anyway, that's it for now.
Armageddon is about to start here in the first round of the 2024 Norway chess event. Danny Wrench alongside Anna Rudolph and David Howell. What a day it's been. We're going to be out of energy halfway through this event if it keeps going like this. The action has been crazy intense. Magnus Carlsen already won an Armageddon battle. And then we have Fabiano Caruana throwing down against Hikaru Nakamura here in just a moment. So we said it before the round started. These guys had 50 classical battles, now 51 including today. And here, I don't know how many Armageddon battles they've had, but they've had a lot of rapid and blitz, and they know how to move those pieces.
They sure know, and I think we need to jump straight into the game where, just as a reminder on the format, Fabi has 3 minutes more on the clock. He starts with 10 minutes against Hikaru's 7 minutes, but Hikaru has draw odds with the black pieces. So in case of a draw, it counts as a victory for Hikaru. And yeah, what can we tell about the opening, David? Are you surprised?
First of all, some huge mind games, because Hikaru actually played this slightly dubious branch of the Sicilian against Fabiano at the candidates tournament. It had a terrible reputation until Nakamura revived it. He was worse in that game. He was actually almost losing at some point, held the draw. I believe that was at the beginning, round one of the candidates. So interesting that he would repeat here, Danny. Mind games already. Yeah, mind games, maybe hoping that it would be unexpected. From a preparation standpoint, we see Fabi is thinking a little bit, but look, this is going to be a 3-result position. So if you're Fabiano Caruana, you're happy about that, right? Because you're going to get some crazy chess in these Sveshnikovs. The light squares are a mess. Both sides have action they can play for, really on both sides of the board. So that's what the Sicilian's all about. This is going to be a wild one.
I certainly think he's happy for the type of position, but he is using a bit more time than what he normally would have if it wasn't for the surprise. So I think Hikaru did manage to start chipping some of Fabi's time advantage away.
Magnus Carlsen-esque there, David, right? Magnus also managed to play an opening that got Liren kind of thinking and threw him off. It was in English. If you missed that, again, shame on you. But it was an epic game that Magnus found a way to draw comfortably with black. Will Hikaru kind of do the same thing here, David? What are your thoughts about that last move? Yeah, bishop e3, very logical move. There's now pressure, however, on the white central pawn, so big decision needs to be made. Do you just play a move like pawn to f3? I was going to say bishop f3, maybe the other main option, but the bishop is slightly clumsy on this square. The white knight now, after this last move, shut down. Really classical approach here, g6, just keeps the white knight's jumping points under watchful gaze. So yeah, I was going to say there's two strategies in Armageddon, especially when you're black. One is you play super solid, kind of correct chess, where you maybe play the Berlin or something like that, and you allow your opponent to rattle out 25 moves of theory, but you know fundamentally you're solid. Or you play something like this, which is really double-edged, but hope that you're slightly quicker than your opponent. And Magnus, Hikaru, they're both going for it today.
Interesting to see that they prefer the slightly more dubious or riskier, more dynamic variations when all they need is a draw. At the same time, it's for what you mentioned us about the mind games, the memories from the candidates tournament where Hikaru did win their mini match, 1.5-half against Fabiano. So, h5 is now on the board, pointing out that the g3 knight is going to be tickled with h4 and have to go back.
Yeah, here comes Harry.
I was going to say, and if it does, then e4 falls, right? The knight gets tickled, and the pawn suffers the consequences if it has to retreat. I'm liking Hikaru's approach here. We talked about similar to Magnus. I love how you just quickly highlighted Grandmaster knowledge over here from David Howell, that there are really two approaches the top players have these days in Armageddon. Play a bunch of theory, where you know you can buckle down, but you don't really get any time off your opponent's clock, because they also know. Or go immediately into something like this to try to get it back into a closer game. We see that White's time edge is dwindling in every moment. So I think that was just accidental knowledge drop by a grandmaster there. Not that everyone else is playing high stakes Armageddon chess at home, but I think it's true. That's basically what you see, and you see Hikaru and Magnus both following that plan here, mixing it up early.
Exactly. As the feature chat says, risky variation, but ultimately,
you just described it,
yeah, you might get a chance to force the issue a bit later on. Why not save a bit of time, surprise the opponent, surprise worth a minute or two at this top level. And yeah, everything's turned out great for black. I think Fabiano, maybe influenced by that candidates game and how forcing it was, the nature of it, he's gone into a slower maneuvering position, but that favors Hikaru. Knight d4 incoming. This bishop really looking awkward on the f3 square. h4 is just lingering in the air here. Black's plans are easy.
Yeah, This is looking already better for Hikaru. The evaluation bar agrees with it too. He only needs a draw, but he probably is playing for a win. He has gone into the classical game with that confidence that he's got it. Fabi, maybe he's one of his favorite opponents nowadays. He has had really good results against Fabi, and he's doing the same now. He's really confident and going for a dubious, risky variation, but it's paying off.
Well, look at the clock, right? I mean, Hikaru's going to have more time than Fabiano, even though he gambited, sacrificed 3 minutes at the start of the Armageddon. And David, you said this when they started the classical game. Hikaru got a great position out of the opening, and he's done that how many times in a row now against Fabiano? I don't know what's going on in their preparation, the styles. Hikaru and shout out to his second, working super hard, Chris. Like, maybe they have dialed into something, because I feel like I'm having a deja vu. The last 5 or 6 times these guys have played, whether Hikaru won or not, Hikaru is getting comfortable positions out of the opening against Fabiano Caruana a lot right now.
And he always gets a time advantage. He's always in a position that he understands or has studied before, as you say, Danny. Yeah, I think Fabiano's opponents need to kind of take a leaf out of Hikaru's books. In future. He's always towing the line as well between these risky variations, but ones that he knows well that if his opponents don't punish him, that he can work in his favor. And yeah, knight d4 is just...
It's coming.
Guaranteed next move, pretty much. h4. I mean, I say these two moves consistently because what's white going to do against either of them? It's unclear.
It's already a minute time advantage for Hikaru, who started 3 minutes down on the clock. So Hikaru better on the board, better time-wise, and he only needs a draw.
I have nothing to add. You guys have said all the good and the smart things, so I'm just agreeing at this point.
Sorry, Danny.
The knight will come to d4. Okay, the rook has now gone to d1, but it's going to happen, and there it is. Hikaru doesn't need a lot of time to do it.
Knight f5?
What in the world? Okay,
what?
I'm going to call human on this. Oh my god, Fabiano played it! I was about to say, there's no way Fabiano finds that. He does! And it's a brilliant response.
Oh my
to Hikaru's
gosh.
knight d4. What in the bleep?
Hikaru missed it, and Fabiano finds it in the blink of a moment, just like... Yeah, I mean,
David,
I couldn't even say a word. He already played the move.
Show the people why. You can't take the knight because of the checkmate. I mean, we have to show it real quick, even if on the small board. If you take the knight, queen g5, and queen g7 is checkmate. So this is the reason it's brilliant, everybody, fundamentally, is it is a knight sacrifice that cannot be taken. Hikaru takes the other way. All right, now we can come back. I just wanted to show that.
Yeah, we come back to the live position. I think he found it out of necessity, Fabiano. Otherwise, he was just busted.
Okay.
And... I think he was looking after h4, knight f5 would still have landed. There was still some tactics in the air, so really clever spot from Fabi there, turning the tide completely, and now it's just anyone's game. He's going to recapture this bishop. He reached for something else, maybe just adjusting a piece there. He's going to retake the bishop on f3, surely, and open g-file. Yes, it's a triple stack. The white f-pawns look ugly, but it's not about pawn structure at all. It's just about attacks and...
Yeah, I think our board is slightly behind the camera, so he already took on f3, and then he played bishop g5. Fabiano, we might just need to update our board.
There we go. And yeah, live position, so he has recaptured. Black's king looks open. I think suddenly it's easier to play Fabiano's position.
Yeah, a lot has changed, and it looked like Hikaru had everything under control, better position, more time on the clock, but knight d4 seems to be... It was... an inaccuracy, if not a mistake, allowing knight f5.
What a wild turn there. I mean, I still think if you're thinking about the position from a draw odds perspective, it's not the worst. But you're right, the open king and the d-pawn, no, this has become... So shout out to Fabiano there, who kind of like lost the thread in the opening, David, but then laid a little bit of a trap there for knight to d4 to come with this knight f5 he had spotted.
Yeah, he's... world-class player for a reason.
Yeah.
Fabiano, but that's so sharp. I think the reason we weren't so sure from a human perspective is because of the Armageddon time format. Give him half an hour, Fabio will find that every time, but he spotted it instantly.
Instantly.
Super impressive, Anna.
Very impressive. And it's still anyone's game, but Fabiano with chances to play for a win from a position that didn't look like he had any chances to play for a win.
I love how fast Hikaru took that pawn, though. The time edge dwindled away. He didn't blink or, as they say, deer in the headlights in the face of danger. He just grabbed that pawn and backed up. Not that this position isn't still a crazy 3 result. That knight on d5, that is a unicorn, a beast of an animal right there, controlling the board. And if the rook slides over... By the way, bishop g5 is a threat, so Fabi has to do something. But yeah, this is going to be so wild.
Yeah, I think Fabiano might have missed bishop g5. I think he was relying on knight c7, jumping in, forking, but yeah, Hikaru, like you said, taking that pawn instantly because he realizes strategically he's suffering here. You might as well suffer for something. And at least black has a pawn advantage. King h7, he'll hide the king out there. And game goes on. Fabi, though, lower on the clock. That could be decisive now.
It could be decisive, and the only way to get the pawn back is that he needs to trade that beautiful knight for the not-so-beautiful bishop and then take on d6. I don't think he wants to do that.
Yeah, he plays rook g3. That's exactly what any of us would have played, right? It puts pressure on g6, renews the threat of knight c7 as a fork. But as you said, David, black is up a pawn, and Hikaru is up on time. So if he finds the accurate moves and keeps holding on here, Fabi's going to be really under pressure.
Ooh,
bishop h4, and the rook went back to g2. The computer does not like it.
Fabi does have one threat, and that's to drive the white queen into the heart of black's position, queen h6. So, to my eyes, the most obvious would be to prevent that. Hikaru does indeed stop that move. Really nice play, I've got to say. Hikaru again. Just the way Danny, especially his blitz, bullet exploits, he's always coordinated. He's always got everything protected. He seems to be in control of the tactics.
It's like he's been here before. As you said, fast time controls are kind of Hikaru's jam, a confident swig of water. They say a chess player only drinks water when they're confident. But no, it's true. He manages and coordinates. He's played a lot of chess games under time pressure, but okay. Fabi also a world-class player, but you get the feeling he knows. All right, I've got 2.5 minutes with not a lot of help coming. This game might not even reach move 40.
It might not.
If we get blunders, yeah. So Fabi really wants to come up with something now.
We are mentioning move 40 because that's when the increment will start from move 41 onwards, but this is only move 27 with 2 minutes for Fabiano left. That's 2 minutes with no increment, no bonus, nothing.
He spent 1 whole minute on this move. That's a third of his time he spent right here, right now. So he has to go for something. The longer this game goes on, him being a pawn down, Fabiano, I think the more hopeless it will become. But what is that something? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's
really hard to find a move.
Feels like it went wrong with the rook going to g2, but I don't find it obvious at all why that was a mistake. He had to put the rook elsewhere, maybe to h3 to attack the bishop, but it just doesn't seem clear at all.
I agree, but I like this. I like this move, and I want to bring us back because I realize maybe we have a little bit of engine bias because we see the eval bar creeping in black's favor, and of course, objectively, we can all analyze these games for hours later. Black, I'm sure, is. Oh, but Hikaru finds the best engine move, e4. I was just about to say, but the human has to solve the problem of the knight coming to e4. You know what Hikaru does? He's like, I got you, Danny, e4. Like, actually, this is how black maintains the edge.
See, we don't like to refer to the engine, but they play like engines.
These guys do. This is looking better and better for Hikaru. Sorry, David, go ahead.
Queen F3 now.
Look at this. If the queens are exchanged, white's rook on g2 is trapped. And white is getting mated on the back rank in variations.
Ouch.
Oh, wow. Hikaru, the blue arrow appears again. He just needs to trade off white's most active piece, rook to d8. Some calculation is needed there because there's stuff happening on g6 around the black king. But white's back rank. White's back rank is vulnerable. Rook to d8. The reason the blue arrow exists is because then queen takes queen and a rook into d1 would just be checkmate. Wow. If Hikaru finds this, he wins.
Agreed.
I think he's about to make the move.
Yep.
I thought he was just going to touch the rook in the corner.
A subtle lean. Hikaru Nakamura number 4. The subtle lean and slide, and he does it. According to the computer, there's some sort of win here potentially on the spot, but at this point, David already highlighted the point, everybody. White can never take on f3 because the pawn takes, and that rook is trapped. So black is in complete control here. Fabiano hanging by a thread. Hikaru is probably an accurate move or two away from Fabiano resigning.
Yeah, white can barely move. You can never even take on e4 because rook to d1 will always land a mate. Queen back. He's trying to come in. And
d2.
Queen trade.
But Fabiano quickly... Okay.
The squeeze is... The grip has gotten a bit looser now with a bit more space for white's pieces.
Oh, he's trying to repeat.
That's a funny move there. That's Hikaru flexing on the format right there. That says a draw is a win for black in Armageddon, Fabi, which is funny. we get all excited if you see the eval bar creep up if you're a Fabi fan, but then they go back to F3 and go, yeah, probably the best move is just to repeat, and that's not something that's tenable in the format. Black wins on a draw.
Hikaru shaking his head. What does that tell us, Danny?
I think Hikaru maybe knows Queen F4 was a slight inaccuracy. You could tell from that, but he also still knows that he's better.
Yeah, and if White's reduced to playing moves like pawn to H3, it's a pretty sad situation.
Oh, it's sad. It is.
Okay, but how to close it out? Rook to D6 protects everything. White is stuck. That's the big problem here, Danny.
Just highlight that the knight can't take e4. If knight takes, rook to d1 is checkmate or large amounts of material. And if you take with the queen, similarly, the rook goes to d1 first, and then if the knight recaptures, the queen is lost on e4. So just so everyone may be staring at that pawn going, what's going on here? Some of you viewers still watch this straight up and aren't just watching with an engine, judging like an armchair engine quarterback. But there you go. So that's the reason why White is stuck and why Fabiano is about to get under 30 seconds.
It's stuck on time as well. This is now a bullet game. There's no increment until they complete move 40. They are move 34 at the moment, so Fabi really has to make a move.
20 seconds. He brings his rook back to g1. I thought he was actually going to try and run with his king towards the corner, then opening up ideas of taking the e4 pawn, but Hikaru shakes his head or frowns.
But where's the win for Black? I'm like, okay, he plays a5. What a move, because now b4 is a threat. And if the knight moves, rook d1 is mate.
Yeah, it seems like b4 is unstoppable. And if you push the knight away, there's no longer any defense for White.
Oh, Fabi was shaking his head. Desperation now. He's got to try and keep his knight on that square, but it's suddenly loose. Any check is going to be checkmate in the back rank.
Is rook a6 any check that's good enough?
I was looking at the rook lift as well. It looks like you just come in through the a file and the knight can no longer prevent it. The knight is guarding the d1 square, but it cannot prevent you from going to a1.
Hikaru backs up. What's his idea?
Wait.
Oh, okay, but it's...
Oh no, but now rook d1.
And he wins though. There must have been some crazy idea there. We'll have to check it. But from a pressure perspective, from a human perspective, that human being got it done with Black. Hikaru Nakamura is our second winner in the men's section, joining Magnus Carlsen. Got the job done in Armageddon.
He's got the job done, and he's got the job done with a victory. It still is the same score as Magnus achieved with his draw. That's how the Armageddon works. Whether it's a draw or a win, they get that extra half a point in our format. So a win in Classical is 3 points. A win in Armageddon is 1.5. Drawing Classical, win in Armageddon. But I think we do need to go through those last few moves, David, because it happened so fast. We need to analyze why it was a win eventually for Hikaru.
Yeah, I just want to highlight why Fabiano resigned and the one moment he had some chance, maybe to save the game, if not save the Armageddon. In this position, first of all, he retreated his rook, the final mistake. Maybe the best was to sneak the king over to h2, and when the king is off the back rank, then you can threaten to win the black e-pawn. But instead, he dropped his rook back. a5 was a really nice move by Hikaru here, threatening to destabilize the white knight, as we see in the game. Anytime the white knight moves or is kicked away, rook to d1 will be terminal, and b4 was a block. A bit of a slip here from Hikaru. Rook to a6, we pointed out, was natural and strong. I think this would have won the game instantly. But bishop to f6 did allow Fabiano to hold. The reason this was given a question mark is because of rook g3, the blue arrow, and forcing the queens actually off the board. However, it's Armageddon. A draw for black is enough.
He can just repeat it with queen to h1, rook g1, and back.
Yeah.
Which is a great thing to point out, because even if objectively Hikaru let the win slip with that, he knew he could get the rook ending, which means queen's traded, bishop takes knight, rook ending, all rook endings are drawn, Bob's your uncle, we all go home, right? And that's where we were headed. So
yeah, bishop f6, objectively a mistake, but wouldn't have changed the result. Even if Fabi had enough time, he was down to 9 seconds at this point. But queen takes e4, the decisive mistake in terms of this game, because rook to d1 check is a deflection sacrifice, something we actually saw similar to earlier. There was another rook d1 type of idea, and the white knight is overworked. This check, if knight takes rook, queen takes queen. So Fabi resigned. Anna, you've got to say Hikaru deserved the point overall.
He definitely did. He went for it with a risky, dubious opening. many of our viewers, and including ourselves, were surprised by the choice because he only needed a draw in Armageddon with the black pieces. You only need a draw. But as you explained, David, it was mind games. It was the same dubious opening he chose in the candidates tournament. He managed to get some time off of Fabi's time advantage. And also, Fabi really was put on the spot, and he had to play very precisely to keep the advantage, to keep the initiative for him. He couldn't. He got into a worse position, and I think Hikaru was confident during the entire game. He didn't feel at all at any moment that he was at any risk of losing or being worse even. What do you think, Danny?
I couldn't agree with you more, and it's why we all kind of thought Hikaru was the favorite heading into that Armageddon battle, right? The draw odds with black, I think a lot of us choose that in most of the dynamics. But yeah, Hikaru gets it done with ease. It was smooth. He joins Magnus Carlsen as another player to get a dub in Armageddon, which means 1.5 points on the scoreboard for those keeping track at home. But speaking of those keeping track at home, we need to head back to the bird's eye view, or we just go right to a game that has had a big swing. Pia Cramling's game with Humpy Koneru is getting weird because Humpy did manage to pull off the defensive idea we kind of talked about, which was blocking the G-pawn and then dealing with the rest of the problems, and we are almost back to equal there. So shame on us, I guess, for thinking this one was easier than it was, but we got to go analyze that.
Yeah, we need to see what happened. David, can you take us through the moments from when the pawn was attacked on G7 and what happened afterwards?
Yeah, let's jump into that game. Huge news and great news for Indian fans, but for Pia Cramling, definitely a loss of control. Also the clock, I think, maybe playing its part. No increment, remember, until after move 40, so she's got to make 13 moves in 6 minutes.
Oh, that is huge for time pressure in classical chess.
Huge. And we last left it at this position. And actually, this is my fault. I was a bit remiss here. I said bishop h6. You know, you get your bishop in, you protect your pawn, you bring your rook to f8. It's going to be game over. But knight to e7 was a really nice double threat, attacking this rook. Not just that, but also hinting that it will come to f5 to kick away the guardian of the passed pawn, the bishop. And this is where Pia let things slip. She actually needed to sacrifice potentially after knight to f5. Catching this bishop, she needed to just give up the material, and this pawn on g7 combined with the bishop is far superior to the black rook on g8. But this is a judgment call. You can see why Pia was reluctant to take any risks in a position where she thought she was already better, and instead she put her rook on the other side of the board. Rook a5, b6. It's not too late to come back. Rook g5. But now she caught her rook on a really bad circuit, taking a second pawn. But now knight f5 removes the g-pawn, and suddenly the white pawn structure could come back to haunt her a bit later on, Pia.
Yeah, because her extra pawn, her pawn advantage, is one of the doubled pawns. It's no longer a passed pawn on g7. There's a huge difference between the quality of the pawns. The quantity is still the same, one extra pawn, but everyone would choose the pawn on g7, and it's gonna fall.
Yeah. It's I love how you took the blame on that, David, because you said you suggested bishop h6, so commentators curse. But really, obviously, not totally your fault. It's a complicated position, and I want to highlight again more drama, unfortunately, coming for Pia Cramling, because I think we're all a little biased when we just saw Armageddon to think that 10 seconds added per move would feel like a lot in that case. 10 seconds added per move is not that much time.
Yeah.
Right, so she's under 5 minutes likely for the rest of the game. Let's call it like it is, and that's a big deal because you don't have the ability to go into a log think should the position get critical. Humpy Koneru will have that ability if things get messy, and so this is tough. Okay, it looks like there was a little bit of a delay there. Maybe I can't tell, but either way, we know we are in time pressure territory for the rest of the game for White, and that's tough.
Yeah, and Pia, we've talked about how she's been at the top of world chess for decades now, but this is one of those time formats where you don't get that extra 30 minutes after move 40. You don't get extra time other than the increment, so it's maybe something she's not used to, and I think that's definitely affected her play here, Anna. Suddenly rook e8, Humpy, you can tell she's keeping the tension. Bishop f6 trying to defend this pawn now would be met by, for example, rook e6 driving away that bishop. Yeah, could you see the full swing here? Do you think Pia's still got some control here? Still a pawn up?
I'm worried that her advantage is evaporating, even if obviously our computer still likes it, but I think from the human perspective, with this much time pressure and knowing that it's slipping out of your hands, psychologically, that's a very tough spot to be in. And what Danny pointed out, that even if she makes it to move 40 within the next 4 minutes to get the increment from move 41 on, 10 seconds, that's not what classical chess increment usually is. Classical chess increment is usually half a minute, not 10 seconds.
Yep.
None of the players are used to a 10-second increment in classical chess.
For sure. And again, she's, if we're talking about Pia Cramling trying to turn this back around to a winning advantage, she's going up against the second most experienced player in the field. The second oldest player, Humpy Koneru, has been there and done that. She's competed for world championship titles. As you can see there, she's the second woman ever to cross 2,600 FIDE. She's been doing this for a long time as well. I think that Humpy knows this has turned back around and that she's got plenty of chances. So a tough one here could be in store. I'm liking the practical chances for Black too, right? Just because of the clock and the, what do you want to call it, the emotions, right? The swing here, momentum is not in Pia Cramling's favor.
Yeah, that being said, I like her last move in terms of the time situation. C5, she's made it easier for herself to find the next few moves. She's forcing the issue, Pia. If it continued with some maneuvering and if nothing much changed other than the G7 pawn dropping, then Black's position is easier to play. But at least with C5, she's lining up ideas like Rook B1, Rook B3, just opening up the Black King, ideas that she can play quickly, instinctively. So 3 minutes in a position that you understand can be an eternity. But yeah, right now, it's definitely the one thing that could make her fans sweat. So C5, I'm a big fan of. I think a draw may be the most likely result, as long as Pia doesn't lose further control.
And the draw would mean an Armageddon, so I think we are all in for that, even if we are a bit disappointed, because we thought that this could be the first classical game win of the day. Pia Cramling has had it. She has been doing so well in this game, got the advantage from an early stage of the game and then kept increasing her advantage. It seems like it slipped partially or mostly because of the time pressure that she is in right now, this time scramble.
Agreed. And I'm trying to think of whether Humpy wants to play for more right now, right? Because we just talked about Armageddon. At this point, at least we know we're going to get decisive chess, because that's what Norway's about, right? But does Humpy Koneru want to find some way? Look, if you were in her shoes, looking at the clock, right, you might have a better chance to win now than any other time. So is there a way to relieve the tension on C5 David and still the G7 pawn in the process?
Yeah, if we jump in and try to get inside Humpy Koneru's mind right now, I think she might be tempted to trade off the C5 pawn at least once, and maybe the safe option here, Rook takes G7, just get rid of that powerful pawn as quickly as you can. But if you really want to restore the material balance, then you do take on C5 and you get ambitious with the Black King. I remember Humpy actually in the last round of the candidates won a really nice game where she walked in with the Black King like this, but it does look a bit scary. You get checked. You have to simply step forward and allowing this pawn to live, allowing your king to get checked into the center of the board can feel counterintuitive, but this would be ambitious. I think the only way to play for a win, if she wanted to draw, then maybe she can just remove this pawn and say, I'm going to be a pawn down forever. But here, Black is very much playing for the draw alone, never ever going to win this game. So we'll learn a lot just from this next move. I think she needs to take twice, Danny, to keep the winning chances alive for Black.
Okay. Well, she's got the time to use, as we talked about, and she's a pro, been here before, right? She's going to leverage the advantage that she's earned on the clock. So let's back up and take a look at the other boards and see what we have. If you're just tuning in, we've had 2 victories and 2 Armageddon battles. Magnus Carlsen got the victory despite the fact that you see a draw there because he was black, and that was the Armageddon battle. Hikaru won the game. A draw would have been good enough, but he got the job done versus Fabiano Caruana. So those 2 guys are co-leading the event, meaning Magnus and Hikaru. Looking at the other boards, they've been close to 50-50 all day. I mean, are we going to get... do we have 4 Armageddons coming, other than Pia Cramling, who was pushing an edge, and we just spent time on that, right? Maybe that advantage is gone for good. We'll see. But every other game, I mean, we might get Armageddon.
We might get Armageddon in every game. It almost feels like, if maybe even without the almost.
It's an Armageddon party.
Can we call it an all Armageddon day? Or maybe Anna Muzichuk, is she the one now with the biggest chance to winning classical? can we tune into their game?
Yeah, I agree. And picking against your French, it's just
I
so much
know.
maturity going on over here.
Oh,
I'm
man.
so proud. All right, here we go.
Hurting so much.
Let's go into Muzichuk's game versus Lei Jie, and both sides getting under mutual time pressure here, though, at some point.
And once they're in for good. Yeah, Black's pieces just look clumsy. I've got to say, Black's queen on a5 and the bishops, normally you would say, oh, great attacking pieces. They've posted up. They're lurking around the enemy king. But the white king right now looks pretty safe. It's got a wall of pawns around it. And if these pieces start getting pushed back, then white will definitely take control. Anna, on behalf of Anna, what would you suggest for white?
I've been liking her position a lot for a long time. I kept looking at queen h4, but I think maybe now it's not the right moment to start going on the other flank. Everything is happening on the queen side. And maybe you want to try to start pushing those bishops back so that Black's active pieces will be less active. I don't know if a3, b3, which one would be like the right way to go about it. But I think those would be the moves that Anna is considering here. What do you think, David? Do you think she's considering any of those pawn pushes, and which one would you think is a better option for her?
Yeah, I think she's definitely considering the pawn pushes. My eyes were instantly drawn to b3 just because I'm reluctant to allow any tricks, any tactics on the c2 square. But for now, it's covered. And the old man in me wants to really kind of force a long-term advantage here. For now, she's doing great dynamically, but the old man in me wants to play bishop to d2, trade off the dark square bishops, and play with a very good knight on d4 versus a questionable bishop on a4. So I think long-term favorable, but
I'm going to defend you on that. First of all, you're not that old.
Oh.
Okay. It's coming from one old guy.
I play
Secondly,
like it.
It's not just the old man boring chess. It's in some ways, it's the smartest thing to do, right? You get a 2-result position where you can really grind. And for maybe some of our newer viewers, the 2-result lingo is that you're playing a position where only you can win, or it's going to be a draw. And first of all, that's a painful position for the opponent to be in. You're going up against a dictator who decides everything, and that's not fun. And also, when there's time pressure involved, often you can kind of squeeze water over a stone there. So if we want to analyze real quick and just show it, because I think this is a very good example of a good knight versus bad bishop. Sorry to pick on the French. Technical
Just
option.
keeps going.
Bishop d2. Let's just trade and just get there to show it. Bishop d2, queen d2, get them all off the board. And this kind of position, even if the eval is only giving white this much, this is a human nightmare. White is in control of everything. That knight, as we've said, is a beast. It's a unicorn. You can slow jam it on both sides of the board. You might even run the king, by the way, David, from e1 eventually. Like you get to play very human chess, where you start to have those. You get to have big dreams, right? You get to play the position where you're gonna do anything because your opponent has no plan. So I'm defending you. You're not an old man. That's actually this is like the way you should play the position if you don't see anything more concrete, and a painful one for Black.
I think it's happening. Sorry, David, for cutting you off, but she did play bishop d2, to which Lei Jie immediately played queen to b6, and now Anna went back to e3. Is she repeating moves on purpose? Is it just trying what Lei Jie will do, gaining time, getting closer to move 40? I don't think her strategy is to go for a threefold repetition. It's more like testing your opponent and gaining time. Would that be your call on it, David?
Definitely. They do say classical chess wisdom, you tease your opponent, you repeat twice, then you play on to show that you're the dominant force, you're in control. And yeah, I think that's the intention here. Also getting closer to move 40, purely because she gets that 10-second increment, and normally the side who has the objective advantage on the board is more keen to get to the time control. That being said, I just wanted to mention Bishop d2 was given a question mark by the computer a couple of turns ago, and
but I think that's the question mark because the computer has a different way to play for the advantage.
Yeah.
But that's one of those where, it's bringing the computer's analysis to life is our job, and at times though you have to point out that the human approach to this position is very easy, even if it's not mathematically the way the computer would do it. So, so once again, defending David's bishop d2. I got your back.
Thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. And I do think we'll see bishop d2 again if the black queen goes back to a5. But next time, if she gets the opportunity, she will chop off those dark squared bishops, give the white king some breathing space, and okay, we will see. Well, moment of truth.
Okay, here we go. Will it be played again?
Body language suggests so.
Yep.
Sometimes the players have that sort of calm look, you know, where she's not looking for more than a bishop d2. I'm gonna.
But isn't it then too many times of a repetition? Hasn't it
Wait,
been
is that
twice
3
on
if
the
it happens?
Oh, wait.
Hold the phone.
It's already 3.
Uh-oh.
So she cannot go back to d2 because then it's a threefold repetition. She played it one too many times. Maybe she wants to play something else here. Maybe she wants to play a3. I don't think Anna is going for the draw, but now she no longer can go for the bishop trade.
But, wow, big point here. Lei Jie could have actually claimed on that last move.
But even without the claim, they shook hands and it's a draw.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting there. Like, again, it's maybe a little easier for us because we kind of felt like Anna's edge was more than maybe she thought. But I'm surprised. That was such a safe way for White to play. I was very excited about the 2-result position, but apparently these two ladies are more excited about Armageddon.
Yeah, it might be the case that Anna is feeling good about the Armageddon. It could also be the case that she had a really bad tournament in the candidates and she's still trying to find her composure. And she needs to kind of like what we said about Ding Liren. Sometimes you need to start a bit more stable and sure, and you might not believe that much in your chances of winning. You might not want to take chances. It's hard to tell what went on exactly on her mind, but we know that she will have an Armageddon now against Lei Jie in 10 minutes. They will be back.
Yeah, they'll be back, and we look forward to that. I just want to point out, as we should, when we make very human mistakes, that there was a really, really sneaky trick in the final position if Anna had played on. And I should have spotted this. There's
no, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. I want to get your thoughts as soon as we can about who you think has the edge in Armageddon, because we haven't seen anyone with the white pieces do well yet, which is what Anna Muzichuk will have. But okay, what did we miss here?
So in this position, bishop to d2, we were advocating. Great move, we thought. Long term, white is doing great. If bishop takes bishop, for example, I'm going to move it quickly before the black bar kind of slides down there. But here, white would have that 2-result edge that we dreamed of.
Saw it. Okay.
But instead, bishop takes b4 would have been careless, clumsy, because queen b6 was sneaky. Loose pieces drop off. The white queen is not defended. So black would have bishop takes c2.
That's beautiful.
Wow. And
just show if the knight takes, the queen is gone.
Yeah, if the knight takes, the white queen is simply dropping, queen takes queen. And actually, the more important variation to assess, which both players clearly did correctly, after queen takes c2, white is actually up material here. White has 3 pieces, a rook and 2 minors for the queen. But more importantly, black's queen jumps in with a check, snacks on all of these pawns, and suddenly the black h and g pawns we talked about earlier pushing in the game would decide.
Well, that makes a big difference. That means that there was no forcing way for white to get the bishop trade that we were talking about, leading to the good knight versus bad bishop, only 2 results possible position, and that explains a lot more why Anna would go for the draw.
It means we all win. We all win. None of us were wrong. Because
we were wrong, but we were also right.
We were right and we were wrong. It's a good relationship. The compromise is very real. No, but seriously, because we weren't wrong about what could have been, but that tactic was the reason why the players are at the board, and we're right here, I guess. The accuracy was there and it was real. Both Anna Muzichuk and Lei Jie saw the tactic. We did not. So we have Armageddon. Now let's dive into talking a little bit about that. We have the first game in the women's division finished, I think. Yes. Okay, so that's the first one in the books. We have Armageddon. We've seen 2 players win with the black pieces in Armageddon, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Can Anna Muzichuk be the first one to win with white, David?
I think she can. If she gets that type of position and still a couple of extra minutes on the clock, I think she will have great chances just to keep pushing. And
who are you taking, though?
I'm taking Anna Muzichuk.
You're taking the win as white. All right, Anna.
I'm going to go
team
with
Anna?
Lei Jie in that case. We need some kind of stakes here. I'm betting a chocolate on this.
Okay.
Deal.
Then I'll be the tiebreaker. I'm going to go with Team Anna too. I think we're going to see our first victory with white. I think she's going to be aggressive. I think you're right that she's probably feeling good about getting the draw solidly. She controlled the game against Lei Jie. Kind of you shake off the candidates.
So
that's what I mean, right? So I think
it's
going to be a good day for Anna. I think she's going to find a way to get it done. Of course, we're just predicting. We have no idea. But maybe we should take a look at the games we can get an idea about.
And where are your eyes drawn to?
Purple power.
Purple
Yeah, we
power.
need to go back to
Purple
PS.
power. I mean, we can go to. I feel bad. We've given Prague and Ali Reza very little.
Also, Juven Jun against Vaishali, but it's just that PS game has been on fire from the opening
It has.
on.
I agree.
I think we need to check back.
Let's
with
go
Pia
purple power real
and-
quick. Purple
and
power real
Humpy.
quick, and then we're gonna
Then we switch.
go around the horn before we take a break because we don't want to miss a single second of Armageddon. So I think we're actually coming here almost to pay our dues that the game is more likely than ever. I feel like black is still in a great holding spot. That rook is coming to e2. Although the b6 pawn, okay, so maybe there's more here than I realized. The threat of rook b1 is very real. So David, you're the grandmaster. What do you got for us?
I mean, I would love to improve the position of any piece here. Like the rook on g7 needs to be improved. The rook on e8 would love to jump in. But the black king, not ideally placed. So the first move that comes to my mind would be king to c6, partly to free up this black rook from to swing across, but also just so that after king c6, at the very minimum, if the b pawn is attacked, you can slide a black rook across somewhere on the b file to defend it. Yeah, 2 or 3 accurate moves. It feels like you are within the drawing realms, but still some work to be done. And I've got to say, good news for Pia Cramling, because it feels like she's taken all the risk out now. Worst comes to worst, she'll win the black b pawn at the cost of her 2 queenside pawns, and the position will just fizzle out towards a draw. So I do think Humpy has shown that she's playing just for the draw, and yeah, at least that's some consolation for Pia. Anna, do you think she's got any chances to win though still?
Pia?
Yeah.
I think she will try. I think she will try to show that she's got an extra pawn for a reason, and she has had the advantage in this entire game since move 10 onwards. But she did have a more decisive advantage earlier, which I'm sure she knows. I'm sure they both know. So it must be somewhat of a relief for Humpy that she got into this endgame where she's only a pawn down and there's no longer a pass pawn on g7. In fact, I'm going to say that's a huge relief for Humpy. Disappointing for Pia, but I think she still is with a chance to put pressure on Humpy. I think she will try. She should try.
She should. And if the b6 pawn falls, that black king maybe gets in a little bit of danger, right? Depending on how it falls, right? If the white rooks are doubled and the b file bursts open, that bishop on the dark squares may come to a diagonal in a timely way. So okay, it's not totally over, but we should also not underestimate. Look at the clock. And if you're Humpy Koneru, I think you'd love to find a way to do what you said, David, which is get the 2 pawns on the queen side for the 1, and then now you've got a rook on the second rank maybe and a knight hopping in. So it's, objectively should be fine, but stranger things have happened under time pressure, right? So I still think this one could surprise us with some weird result.
Yeah, it feels like a draw likely, but especially with my erroneous arrows there. A draw most likely, but yeah, the clock could definitely play a role. At least Pia now, she's within 8 moves of getting that increment and should therefore be safe. Maybe we zoom out?
Yeah, we should. And I think we should also check in with the other women's game that we have not looked at in a while. Not that there's too much going on, but I think it's Juven and Vaishali. Their game could go to an Armageddon as well. It's the reigning world champion, Juven against Vaishali, who finished the Candidates tournament with a 5-win streak. We thought this matchup is a really exciting one, but I think that a draw is very likely, and it could be likely any moment. Or do you think, David, that you still see some kind of an opportunity, some ways to try to get something out of this endgame where she's up a pawn but it's opposite card bishops?
Yeah, I think she'll try. I think she'll still try for a while. Queen b2 check. The black king is so far into the white camp that you feel obliged to try and punish it for being so for its bravado here, but yeah, ultimately, wherever the king goes, it's always hiding on light squares and should be safe. Black does have some counterplay finally for the first time in a while, hitting the h4 pawn. Danny, I think Armageddon most likely.
I think Armageddon most likely, and I applaud Vaishali's bravado. Vaishali, the destroyer, she created a fortress with all the pawns on light squares, which makes it super easy for the queen and bishop to do their job of defending. And then probably leaving the king in the corner might have been objectively more dangerous, right? If you just imagine David drag that king to h7, just put it there for a second, just visually so everyone can see it. That actually is probably a bit of a tomb, right? The king can create its own net. And not to say that, Vaishali would have blundered, but there are ideas where the queen comes into b7 and that king is in a mating net. So I think this is, a fascinating position with the king on d1, but a good one for Vaishali. More likely than ever that we go to Armageddon. But I agree with you that Zhu and Jun will push a little further, if for no other reason than see if the youngster blunders in time, right? That's kind of your job as the stronger reigning world champion, is like, let's see if I can create some tricks, right? See if we get a blunder when you get under 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're a pawn up. You're morally obliged to keep trying.
You got to do it.
Yeah. Actually, I expect king g3 now, and maybe to try and use the king to catch the king. But this one should still be a draw with best play.
And it could be the case with the only other game that's left for us to look at between Pragnanandhaa and Alireza before we go on a break, if we have a quick moment to check.
Let's do it.
I think it could be a day where all games go into Armageddon. That game too is very, very equal-ish, close to a draw. Or would you, Danny or David, think that either player can try for more than a draw?
I respect that you made it a 50-50 choice of which DA jumps in, but I'm gonna let David go first if he'd like. I actually do think this has weird chances for both sides. But David, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, that Pia Cramling game earlier, I was going to say that rook and bishop tend to work better as a pair compared to rook and knight. When it's queen and knight, though, they tend to work extremely well against queen and bishop. However, the pawn structure, I mean, I'm quite biased. I love Connect 4 as a game and as a pawn structure. And black's chain here looks beautiful. And all of white's pawns on dark squares means they can be targets. So I'm going to say, actually, I'd prefer to be Fallujah as black, despite my preference for queen and knight as a combo. Danny, you mentioned all results possible, but who would you pick?
No, but I agree. I'm going to go Fallujah as well. I mean, I'm staring at queen h8. And I'm wondering what the awkwardness is. I wonder if there's like a bishop f6, you let them take h7 and bishop g7. I see you smiling and nodding over there. Yeah, you like that? Okay. Okay. Oh, that could be, if that's Fallujah's idea, how sneaky that might be to let you take it. Okay, it is. And then bishop g7. And that's a funny one because I would like it. I'm glad that I was right on this rare occasion. We just had a moment, David. You and I. Did you see that? That was a moment.
I'm just third wheeling here.
No, you're not. You're that was a moment. All right. So we back up. It's just the international master. I sometimes stands for insecure, and it's nice when a GM is nodding along as you're spotting an idea. Anyway, so that's interesting, right? And now the bishop. That means the bishop, by the way, is coming to f6 anyway. And I'm with you that I feel like pawns on both sides of the board typically favor bishops. Pawns on dark squares, as you already highlighted, the bishop is a dark square bishop. Pressure, Prague is under 5 minutes. I'm giving Fallujah outside chances as maybe the only one who gets a dub without needing Armageddon here.
And Prague, let's find some positives to
I need
talk
to
about
say
his position.
something positive about White's position because I was calling it an Armageddon already. But after your analysis, Danny, I'm starting to like Alireza's position a lot. And it still should be fine for Prague, but he has to be a lot more precise in his choice of moves. And he's down to 4 minutes. This is move 37, so they will start getting increments soon. But as we pointed out, the increment is only 10 seconds. You're going to be playing a blitz/bullet game for the rest of your life in this game.
No, agreed. And again, we get biased when we think of increment. 10 seconds is not that much, as you already pointed out earlier, and players are often used to 30 seconds in classical.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the fun. The pressure remains the whole time. And what do you think, David? So now let's switch. Let's play defense for Prague. What happens if we just try to get the queens off the board, right? There's a queen b3, there's a queen c4 on the board. Okay, a king d1.
Play king to d1.
And maybe you're going to meet bishop f6 with this. You got to get that king in a position where it can help defend the pawns on dark squares. So this was a very accurate move by Prague. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. Sometimes you have to be passive. It's very tempting to jump in moves like queen h8, but if your army isn't coordinated, isn't ready for it, then it can backfire. So also, I like how he's kept his queen on c3 because any bishop f6 moves might buy a check on c7. So he's kind of keeping this black bishop honest on d8. And Yeah, I don't think you should rush the queen exchange, even if the white king is more in position now, simply because there are pawns on both sides, and that removes any risk or any kind of prospect of a counterattack. But yeah, I think Prag's got it. King c2, he waits, should be a draw.
All right. Well, okay, we David backs up Anna's prediction that all the games will go to Armageddon if that one's a draw, and we're going to back up and get a break before our next Armageddon. It's coming right up. You don't want to go anywhere. We've already had two. They were both thrillers. There is more Armageddon after we take a very, very short break. That guy got it done. Nakamura over Caruana. What happens in the next one? Anna Muzichuk gets the white pieces versus Lei J. Will black win again, or will white get their first Armageddon victory? It's 2024 Norway Chess. We're just getting started, and we'll be right back.
Right, boys, it's back to school time with a quiz.
Let me eat first.
Detention. How do you spell Nepomniachtchi? English style. Look how he's struggling right now.
I cannot write properly, so can I spell it out instead?
Okay, spelling bee. You can start first.
So it's Nepomniachtchy.
Isn't there no A after I? Nepomniachtchi, right?
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but I wrote this A.
But you didn't say it.
Okay, so but I just said it wrong. Just because I cannot speak, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
First he was telling us not to trust his writing, then it's not to trust his talking.
No, you have to do like in the spelling bee. Nepomniachtchi. 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 Yes!
Yeah, we'll show perhaps.
Never in doubt. On October the 1st, the new James Bond movie is released, No Time to Die. How many other James Bond movies have the word die or dies in the title? Bonus point if you can name all of them.
Okay, it's probably not 0 then.
Unfortunately, it's 3.
So it's Die Another Day, It's Live and Let Die, and what's the last one?
Tomorrow Never Dies.
But there was 2 in a row, basically.
What is the world's oldest currency?
Some kind of krona, whatever.
Magnus.
Salt.
I don't have one. Okay.
Because that's where salary comes from, because they used to give you your salary in salt. So that was the first.
You have a currency, yeah?
List as many countries as possible that consist of 4 letters.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Well, I have 7, but I'm sure there are a lot more.
There's 11.
Wow. I have Peru, Fiji, Togo, Mali, Iran, Iraq, Chad.
Okay, 7. Pretty good. And Christoph, you said?
Peru and Togo.
Okay. How many knights can you place on a chessboard so that no knight can capture another knight?
This guy is like, this is the slowest by heart, he just like...
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like mathematical solution to this, because 64 squares, like... Yeah, I'm just guessing like half of the squares, but I have no idea. 32.
16.
32.
32. The answer is 32.
I guessed it!
But how can you...
If you put them all on the same color complex.
Yeah, like that. All on the same colors. Oh, that's so easy. That's obvious.
Chess stuff I'm terrible at.
Which chess players became world champion without beating the previous title holder in a match?
Which, or are there...
Which player or players?
Player or players.
Wait, you said beating...
Without beating the previous...
The previous. There's a trick in there.
There's always a trick.
Okay, so the way I understand the questions, it should be Botvinnik, Karpov, Alyekhin, Kasparov, Stanit, Lasker. You're saying became world champion. But these people became world champion several times.
No, but that was not the thing, I think.
This is open to interpretation.
2 hours later.
So it should not be...
That wasn't meant to be a trick question.
It should not be Tallinn Petrosian. So you just want Botvinnik, Karpov and Stanitz, no?
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's my answer, yeah?
2,000 years later.
Okay, so this was a terrible question.
If a pawn is worth 1 point, and knights and bishops are worth 3 points, rooks 5, queen is 9, we're forgetting the king. How many points does each side start with?
32?
39 or something?
49.
Yeah, Anish gets there first, I think.
Oh, okay, I counted 1 for the pawns. Not the other 7. Wow, that was a big mistake.
We have a winner, Anish Giri.
The players are getting seated. Our third Armageddon battle of the day is about to go down. Norway Chess, where have you been? We love Armageddon. And in fact, Anna Muzichuk and Lei J, well, they better get to love Armageddon because it's happening right now. Moves are flying in fast, and I can't wait to jump in. We've had 2 players win the Armageddon with black so far, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Will Anna Muzichuk be the first one who manages to get it done with white? We're going to figure out as soon as we can what's going on the board. Welcome back with us, everybody. We're excited to be here. Anna, we got it. Here we go.
Very excited. I made it to my seat because I was just taking a bathroom break. But now I'm ready for the Armageddon, and I think soon our chessboard will be ready. It might have taken a longer bathroom break than me, the chessboard.
Yeah, maybe it did. I mean, we're probably giving the fans at home a little too much TMI.
I mean, we are humans.
But we are
After
humans.
drinking
That's
so
true,
much
and it's
water.
hours under the lights. You've no idea how bright these lights are. Anyway, all right,
We're
David.
sweating like crazy.
David, throwing to you, and we are sucking down the water because the lights are bright, and you're drinking the water. We've got a lot of. We'll get a water shot at some point. There's a lot of empty water glasses. But all right, David, what do we got on the board? Focus.
First of all, another French defense.
Yes!
Good for you, Anna, but will it be good for this Anna? The question is, who is going to improve first? It was actually Lei J who made the first slightly different move, and Anna Muzichuk has to react. So it's the same branch of the French Tarrasch, for those of you who love to study your opening theory, where white brings her knights out in this case. And yeah, a lot of central tension. There's a pin, but pressure on the white bishop as well. Okay, is this a good or bad French, Anna? If there's such a good thing, such a thing as a good
I mean,
knight.
the French is always good, but
Okay, I couldn't hold back before you even finished that. Oh, okay.
The bishop on c8 is looking sad as usual. I think it's fine in terms of opening choice. We do need to highlight that this is Armageddon, so Anna has more time. She starts with 10 minutes versus 7 minutes of Lei Tingzhie. Lei Tingzhie has draw odds, so in case of a draw, she wins this game.
And I have to highlight real quick that in the case of a draw, we just had another draw. We will have Prague versus Ali Reza in Armageddon as well.
They've
So
just drawn their classical game.
Yeah, we're going to stay here,
Awesome.
the Armageddon that's already underway, but we're going to have another game going to Armageddon. So Bishop e2, David, unlike the other one here, white is maintaining her time advantage, which didn't happen in the other games. So your thoughts on Lei Tingzhie's improvement, right? She played a different move than they had in their classical game. So your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's worked to the extent that black is fine. It's a French, and you can't ask for that much more. You've got pieces out. You've traded off a set of minor pieces now, which often helps when you have slightly cramped pawn structure here. That being said, the knight in d4, we talked about it in the previous game, it's there for life, pretty much. It's there to stay. I don't really see any way in the near future that you ever remove it, and white has simple plans of improvement. A rook will come to d1. Maybe at some point we'll see the h pawn push, as we always seem to do these days. Ultimately, balanced position, but one that Anna will be happy with still 2.5 extra minutes on her clock.
Anna, why do people play this position as black?
Because it's not as bad as it seems. There's a semi-open c file, and Black will push f6 in the right moment because you do need to undermine white's center. That's the whole point. You give up space in the center, but then you attack it by pushing c5 and f6. It just needs to be well executed.
I quite like how she's put her knight on c5 and bishop on d7 though, because knight a4 is often a really annoying idea to keep white honest on the queen side. So yeah, she still has to think about all sides of the board right now, Anna Muzichuk. And we do see her slowed down slightly.
Yes, out of her 3-minute time advantage, 1 minute is gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We have seen actually the players, apart from maybe that ding against Carlsen encounter, we've seen the players stick to their openings, stick to their guns, and repeat them, the classical game, and then the Armageddon.
Yep.
This time it feels like Lei Tingzhe, she's definitely done her homework in that little break, Danny.
Yep.
And it's only a 10-minute break, but they wanted to switch things up a little bit, not by replacing the French defense. She knows it's the best opening in the world, but just choosing a different variation within the Terrash.
Yeah, and maybe she improved, because sometimes the psychology there is Anna spent time on a different opening because she's like, well, she's definitely not going to go back for that because I got the position I wanted, right? I see you both nodding, and Lei Tingzhe is like, no. I knew something got away from me there. She did her homework in the 10-15 minutes she had, and she's feeling way more comfy now as black. But still, this is anyone's game. It's only a minute and 15 seconds roughly for white at this time. Remember, white did start out with 10 minutes, as you can see before you. Black had 7.
Yeah, and just to mention on a side note, because you called out the other draw between Prague and Firouzja, Alireza Firouzja has just walked by with his second Ivan Cheparinov with a laptop under his arm. So those 10 minutes seem to be crucial. They do prepare and at least choose the direction of the opening for the Armageddon in the 10-minute break they have between the Classical and Armageddon.
Speaking of Armageddon, I'm going to throw it. We just had another draw. Humpy Koneru did hold that position as black ultimately against Pia Cramling. One of the most exciting games of the day. We'll also head to Armageddon. It's an Armageddon party. We are the Oprah of Armageddon battles today. Armageddon chess for everyone.
We love it. This is great. There's no draws. Draw is a win for us. We get to see even more chess.
More chess is always better.
So the only classical game remaining is between Ju Wenjun and Vaishali, and that too is potentially an Armageddon. Ju Wenjun still trying with her extra pawn to squeeze something out of that stone, but it's likely to be an Armageddon. 6 games into Armageddon. I love it.
And I love this. Pawn to a4. White has locked the structure in her favor. Anna Muzichuk. There's a big hole on the black queen side on b5. And Anna, you got your prediction right. f6 was necessary. You cannot suffer for too long, especially with a lack of space. And black's breaking up. f6 here. What do you make of this? She's going to get hanging pawns in the center with her backward pawn on e6 potentially.
Yeah, hanging pawns, but at least more breathing room for the pieces. The bishop on f6 a lot more active than it was before on e7, and also at least there's more dynamic factors now in the position, not that fixed central pawn structure.
Yeah, I agree. It's dynamic. e5 maybe comes at some point here. White can use the b5 square, though, and you have to start looking at it for both pieces. The knight on d4 can potentially go there. The bishop on b5 can potentially go there. But yeah, this is anyone's game. e5 is coming, the e4 square. Okay, the knight ultimately chose to go the more forcing move of the two because it attacks the queen. And Lei Tingzhe says, yeah, that's fine. We'll back the lady up.
And she doesn't trade her bishop, the supposedly bad bishop in the French defense. She doesn't trade it for the knight. In other types of position where it would be more closed, I think she would have. But now that the pawn structure has changed so much, she no longer feels the need to get rid of this bishop. It's a lot more active than it's normally in the French defense.
Yeah, it feels like neither player's really found their speed so far. We're now only at move 19, and Anna Muzichuk is about to drop into the second half of her time here, and under 4 minutes for Lei Tingzhe as well. It's such a tense position. The critical moments are ahead, Danny. I would just, okay, there we go. Improve a rook. Just get pieces to good squares. The tactics haven't started yet, but it feels like nerves are already playing a factor.
Well, you saw Anna kind of sit up there. Sometimes you do that as a player where you look at the clock and go, oh, okay. You know, you got to like engage body language to be ready because time pressure will be very real. And 1 second added is really just there. Honestly, 1 second is added just to prevent the pure chaos of pieces flying off the board. Like, otherwise, Armageddon is not designed to have increment because it's designed to get us to the most decisive result. But it's really there just so that the players aren't literally throwing wood across the board.
Which we have seen.
Which we have seen.
Many times. But, okay, now it feels like they're upping the pace. They're just improving their pieces. White's queen retreats. I guess she was feeling uncomfortable on the c-file. Black defends her knight now on c5. Really tense here, Anna.
Very tense, and the time advantage. Lei has been good at decreasing that gap. Now it's only a 1 minute time advantage for Anna Muzichuk. She started with a 3 minute time advantage because of the Armageddon, but White has to win this game. Draw odds for Black.
I like this move, bishop d4. It opens up the idea of bishop g4 coming at some point. Obviously, again, dynamically, we see the eval bar. There's no way accurate play doesn't maintain the balance, but Black has to find accurate moves here. Okay, knight e4 right away. It blocks the e-file, lessens the power of bishop g4. But I guess I like how Anna has kind of kept the position closed for now. Like, hasn't really allowed Black to open it up.
Yeah, that being said, there's suddenly threats. Bishop takes d4 as a threat, followed by snacking on a pawn on f4. And if Anna has to start playing moves like g3, she might start to worry a bit about the position opening. e5 could be in the air. The white king's not entirely safe.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this for Black more and more. I don't think Black is better, but it certainly is a lot more dynamic and a lot sharper than what it was before.
Yeah, but g3 played, I think, correctly so. And White does kind of have a threat, at least a positional threat of kicking the Black knight out. If the Black knight is kicked, forced to retreat ever, then Black's pawns behind it become seriously weak. But time is of the essence. Boarding clock, Danny, is now... Now the time
I'm sorry, I'm so biased toward White in these positions. I feel bad about it, but I actually feel like White is doing fine. And bishop f3 is coming. Okay,
look,
e5 is the right move.
French.
E5 is the right move. Open the board.
It's no longer a French defense, and you can think of it more objectively, perhaps.
As an isolated queen pawn. I love how you're like leading me to water, right? That trying to teach me, and you're right. Now the position opens up. By the way, there's a sacrifice on g3 coming. Like, watch out. If that happens, the white king is blown open. And remember, black only needs a draw. So if that happens, it's perpetual check. In fact, actually, that's kind of a problem for White.
Yeah.
That is a big problem. So she cannot allow the sacrifice on g3.
Yeah, my first instinct was to actually try and trade everything off, but then again, it's the Armageddon format. Trading off bishops, maybe playing a move like queen to d4. If queens disappear, Black's actually pretty safe there too. So I don't really see what Anna Muzichuk should be hoping for right now with White. Yeah, bishop takes e5 only allows the Black queen to come out, and once the Black queen starts finding some active squares, then White might start regressing life. The knight on b5 I'm going to mention as well. Looks pretty, but doing nothing. So Lei turning things in her favor. Suddenly clocks have leveled out.
It's level and it's very complex, with the sacrifice on g3 being a major threat here. What can Anna do about this, Danny?
I don't know. In fact, it's just a few moments ago when you saw me on camera, I leaned in because I was like, actually, the more I look at it, that's why Anna Muzichuk's time advantage has disappeared, because that's actually really hard to stop. The computer can say it's equal, but remember, the computer doesn't know this is Armageddon. If it's a draw, Black wins. So she plays bishop g4. This is dynamic and crazy. There are sacrifices on g3 even still. And if the position is simplified, you made a good point. If it becomes all about the king side, David, that knight on b5 is a bit of a pony wandered too far from the farm. If all the action is on the king side, that knight on b5 is it may look pretty, but it's irrelevant to what's going on.
It really is. Key moment now. Do you trade these bishops? Do you kind of invest a minute and a half calculating bishop takes g3 in the hope of forcing a draw instantly? Or do you just trade off pieces and just kind of protect your bishop and say, ultimately, fundamentally, I'm fine. Suddenly, Lei she's gone into the tank here, Anna. Key moment.
She has. And is she calculating a sacrifice or a trade?
Okay, she does trade off that offside white knight. So mixed blessings there, but still very active for Black, you've got to say.
Yeah, she took on b5 and then moved the rook out of danger. She moved rook to d8. The time factor is also getting bigger and bigger in this game. As we mentioned, there will be increment from move 41, but it's only a 1 second increment, so this is going to be a bullet game in no time.
Yeah, and bishop f5 is played. It's a spicy move. I don't know what the answer... Oh, it's bishop takes g4. And then knight takes g3 even is a forced draw. Like, even if that's not what the computer says, bishop d4 and knight g3.
Anna Muzichuk has just blundered the tactical patterns here. David, tell us about what's going on.
Yeah, I think there's actually kind of layers to this tactic. We do see the first move, the blue arrow, the best move by Black, found by Lei Tingjae. What Anna has missed and is now starting to realize is that after she takes back with the queen, knight takes g3, she thought she could simply take back and get her king to safety in the corner, but Black will throw more fuel on the fire and can actually launch some further counter-sacrifices there. I think she's just missed.
Counter-sacrifice. She missed that her rook on e1 will be hanging.
Yeah.
Oh.
And by the way, it's not even that it's a draw, it's winning, and she goes for it. Lei Tingjae has seen it, she knows it. If white takes it, not only is there perpetual, but the rook takes f5 and queen h3, a brilliant symbol given, deserved for the knight sacrifice that is likely going to be a brilliant way for Black to win. Yet again, in Armageddon, Black seems to have the advantage.
Anna plays rook e7, threatening checkmate on g7, but it's parried with rook f7, double exclamation mark, because if you take the rook, then there's knight e2, fork, picking up the queen on d4.
Back-to-back brilliant moves by Lei Tingjae, deservedly so. Knight takes g3 was awesome, and rook f7 even awesomer. I'll look it up. I think it's a word of the day tomorrow, awesomer. And again, if you take, that rook needs to guard e2 check, so too many problems, not enough time on a Muzichuk. Black really seems to have the advantage in these games. Maybe it was just the pairings with the dynamics of the players, but we have not seen a player with the white pieces get the job done in Armageddon, and I don't think we're going to see it here.
No, unfortunately for Anna Muzichuk, this is a position where everything is hanging and it's in the worst possible way for white. There is no tactical pattern anymore that would be working for her. Not even a trick that you could try. I think this position is lost. And she is desperately trying to find some kind of a last resource. What would be the least of a damage? So she's giving up her queen.
Which, again, this is just recognizing that you might as well keep playing for a win because you've lost, right? But, I mean, she's aware that this is not ideal. And as you pointed out, Anna, there was really no choice, because if you moved the rook or anything else, the bishop was also hanging in that position.
Everything was hanging.
The house was falling, and short of a crazy blunder, all Black even needs is a draw, and Lei Tingjae is going to get more than that.
What a precision by Lei Tingjae, going through those calculations very fast and very confidently. Rook f7 was such a beautiful move after knight takes g3. And obviously Anna is still trying. Black could still go wrong. You know, they're short on time, but it's Anna who is down to 1 second. Actually, she's going to flag.
Ooh, but there we go, the result. Double attack to win the game. The white bishop drops.
Wow.
Great performance, Lei Tingjae. Tactical awareness, just everything.
Yeah, and the French defense, Danny, it was clear that the opening choice made a big impact on this game, right?
Not only that, but I see the light. I can see the potential and why. No, I'm kidding. But no, it was a great game by Lei Tingjae. The French defense gets the job done. Black gets the job done yet again in Armageddon. And, you know, that's why we like Armageddon, because it levels those odds. It forces the decisive chess. But having those draw odds in the pocket, it tends to really make a big difference.
Yeah, today it's been decisive. I do remember last year, though, where we had the exact same format, and we were talking about the the reverse. It was script flipped.
Yeah.
It was white winning all the Armageddon games at the start of the tournament, and then black fought their way back. So maybe it's just today, maybe it's coincidence.
Okay.
Still a long way ahead.
Yeah,
well, you were right.
Quite
You
a discussion
picked...
about this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you go ahead.
I was here when the decision was made, even about Armageddon, because in 2018 it wasn't the format yet, and the organizers asked our opinion and what we think, and of course talked to the players, and that's when it started to be implemented from the next year on. So I was here at the very beginning of this new innovative format, and the players. There was quite a mix between do they prefer white and having extra time and, you know, the initiative going for the win? Do they prefer black, less time but more solid? And it was kind of a 50-50 at the previous editions when I talked to the players, depending on their playing style. And then also, of course, depending on the matchup. Who are you facing? So today it really has been favoring black, but I think it will be maybe potentially even a different story in the upcoming Armageddons. Pragnanandhaa against Alireza Firouzja. How do you see that matchup, Danny, for the Armageddon?
I'm going to keep going with black here. Yeah, I think, first of all, I think Firouzja played. I don't want to say he played better. Obviously, they finished with a draw, but I felt like Black was never really in trouble. I liked the way he played that last game. I see the momentum. I'm kind of going with whatever's in the air today. Betting it all on Black right now. I think that someone has to win with White to kind of break the curse and prove it. And whether this will just be seen in hindsight as the particular matchups, the particular players who were favored as Black. Obviously, when Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura are Black, you tend to favor those guys a lot of the time in Armageddon, no matter what color they have. So who knows? But I'm going with Ali Reza here as well. I don't know if either of you two has a different pick before we see our first moves.
I'll say Prag, just to be different. And when these two met in the candidates tournament, the games were really fiery. And again, if that happens now, 3-minute time advantage might be a factor.
Yeah, I'm going with Prag too. I think it could be either of those really. But I'm expecting fireworks. I'm expecting a really sharp game, and I think it could be the first potential Armageddon where White wins. I just wanted to quickly add that we are going into six Armageddons. Ju and June has just drawn her game against Vaishali, so every single game of the day is going into an Armageddon, and they will be playing Armageddon almost at the same time. We're gonna have to be like trying.
I don't think we're taking any more breaks until we have all the Armageddons in the books. And okay, Ali, you both picked Prague. I'm sticking with Ali Reza. Remember, Ali Reza, as we showed early on to start the day, has a +2 advantage in their career in Classical. I don't know if these guys have a history in Armageddon against each other, but okay, Faruja, we have a different opening, different game. The first one, if you joined late, was an open kind of Catalan, but this is very different than what we had in the Classical affair, David.
Very different. It's a Queen's Pawn opening, not the Queen's Gambit, because White hasn't put a pawn on c4. He stopped one square short. And the White Queen to c2, a really rare move, was aimed against Black's bishop, landing on f5. But this is interesting from Faruja. He's pretty much insisting. He's moved the same piece twice now in the opening, breaking some rules that we're taught, but clear idea in mind. Bishop f5 will indirectly hit the White Queen and gain more time. Anna, here, Prag's going for the surprise, but he's been surprised himself in return.
Yeah, Faruja took a few seconds to consider what to play after Queen to c2, but now the surprise, as you mentioned, David, is hitting back almost, and he still goes for g3, so he still goes for a similar setup as you would in the Catalan, being the difference, the c-pawn, not on c4, but on c3.
But again, Faruja taking a note out of Magnus and Hikaru's book, playing an obscure approach that throws his opponent off. We already see that time advantage sort of dwindling for White. And how often do you see a knight on e4 and a pawn on h6, around move 5? Like, not that often, right? This is a unique setup. And it just shows you where chess has come, right? These players are working so hard with their supercomputers at home. They know how many positions are playable that break principles, like moving a piece twice, putting a knight in the center. So it's fascinating. I love to see the strategies. Players certainly come into these events with some weapons, David, that they plan to use should they get in this spot.
Yeah, the top players, they have classical repertoires, rapid repertoires, blitz, bullet repertoires even these days, and so many tricks, so many kind of weapons up their sleeve, and it's just about when to deploy which ones. And h6, really sneaky idea. Bishop f5 is the idea, but he wants a safe hiding square for his bishop on h7.
And now c4, this is not a good sign when you need to push the pawn to c4 in 2 moves, right? You went to c3, and now you go to c4. Also, the time advantage is evaporating.
Yeah. I love the featured chat there. Why is Ali Reza making weird moves that do nothing like me, right? Well, I mean, Hikaru did one of those. Magnus Carlsen broke just as many principles, backing up the bishop to c5 and from b4 if you missed that game. So, the principles have evolved. The I for one welcome our artificially intelligent overlords. They have taught us much about chess. It is more interesting and exciting than maybe we thought it would be, 20 years ago. And look at the position. Black has made some weird moves, but so has White, and it's a 50-50 battle.
Yeah, White has lost 2 moves with his queen. He's lost 2 moves with his c-pawn. And I was about to say, the normal way you meet any hits on the b7 like that is by offering the queen trade. And big moment for Prag. He wants to maybe actually force Black to trade on his terms by playing a move like c5, hitting the Black queen, but Black is not obliged to trade necessarily. Black can take on b3, of course, which would open up White's rook, or Black can simply slide back with his queen. I think Faruja, dream start to this game for him. He's eaten away at the time advantage, he's gained a bit of time with his pieces. And yeah, I think objectively doing very well as well here for black.
Yeah, this has been a very strange opening by both, but I agree with both of you that Alireza has won the opening battle in terms of how the awkwardness of the moves managed to win some of the time back for him. He started with a 3-minute time deficit, and now it's a less of a gap.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's not to say like Prague can't come back and win this, but remember, everyone, white has to win. Black draws. The queens are off the board. There's plenty of chess ahead, but I think when we're thinking about white having to win, you're often looking for that opening, looking for the recipe of aggression.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we haven't really seen, probably the most aggressive position we had at any moment was when Ding Liren had f4 on the board versus Magnus, in a game that Magnus very quickly said, no, I'm locking this thing up.
Yeah.
So it's just, these aren't openings where we see white getting the kind of attacking chess you think you'd have to do when you're in a must-win spot.
True, but it's so hard, the pressure, and there's so many openings, as you pointed out, David, earlier, where black can try to aim for a very, very dull, very strategically solid position. So how do you try to get out of those theoretical lines where a draw is very likely when you're playing Armageddon?
Yeah, it just hasn't worked so far for the players with white in Armageddon. That being said, there's now a couple of imbalances in the position. The pawn structure, white has a semi-open A file, might not lead to too much, but also the bishop pair for black versus knights for white, and the position's quite locked up. So for now, knights okay for white.
And our second Armageddon parallel is starting. Pia Cramling with the white pieces against Humpy Koneru. It's certainly somewhat of a heartbreak for Pia that she has to play an Armageddon game. She had quite a big, if not decisive, advantage. But we shall see whether she can get the advantage again and win in the Armageddon.
Agreed. If you missed that game, Pia Cramling had the biggest advantage of anyone in a classical chess game, but it got away from her. Now she has to do it all over again. She has the white pieces, currently has a healthy 3-minute time advantage that she started with, and she has a different opening, right? This is not a Nimzo Indian. That's the biggest change to just quickly observe, David.
Yeah, it's one of the main lines now of the Queen's Gambit declined. So both players switching it up a bit here. And Pia has years of experience in this type of structure. So I'd expect her to rattle out the first few moves quite quickly. On the left of our screens, the Armageddon we were covering earlier. Very blocked position. I think stylistically, actually, it favors Prague more than it favors Fallujah. But black fundamentally is solid, so draw odds could play a huge role. So far, Cramling against Humpy here, Anna. It's all theoretical, and who do you think that's going to favour? Different from some of the Armageddons we've seen early on.
Yeah, very different. This is the most theoretical and most classical approach to an opening that we have seen today in Armageddon. Not going with the more sidelines, more dubious or strange approaches as some of the other Armageddon games. We shall see how it turns out for Humpy, because it's mostly on black side whether they want to go off of the most well-known tracks of opening theory. What do you think, Danny? How will this turn out between Pia Cramling and Humpy Koneru, that they are going on for a more theoretical, more classical line?
I'm going to say that I don't want to say, because I don't want to jinx Pia at all, but this is the happiest I've been for anyone playing white in Armageddon. And it's also interesting that it's really the first player taking the strategy of playing a well-known line, David.
Yeah.
We've seen black play all the unique, call it slightly dubious or not, moving some pieces twice before move 10 or whatever, but it worked out very well for both Magnus and Hikaru. And okay, until that last move from Fallujah, it's been working very well for him against Prague, and I still think it will, because the time has become equal. But in this game, look at Pia's time advantage. It's about as healthy as it was when it started, full 3 minutes, and it seems to be a position she's comfortable with. So I think it's okay for white, and objectively the position is close to equal, but I like that she's keeping the edge on the clock, and as I say it, I should knock on wood, because she's been thinking now for almost a minute. Okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting, though, to see these different strategies play out in terms of opening, in terms of clock handling. Pia, no doubt, will try to speed up at some point, but maybe after reorienting herself here. In the other game, Prague against Fallujah, we saw a questionable decision, maybe from Fallujah. He traded off one of white's doubled pawns, and pawns on both flanks maybe favouring the bishop over the knight. White's king has great flexibility as well. As I mentioned earlier, Prag loves these types of positions. He beat me in a technical endgame when he was 12. He knows how to handle these types of positions. Firouzja, I don't associate him, Danny, as being comfortable here in slightly worse positions where he just has to knuckle down and defend.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And comfort zone, more important than ever when you don't have a lot of time on the clock, right? That's when the gloves come off and your intuition takes over. So yeah, I'm liking where this is going a little bit for Prague, but let's not forget, Black has draw odds. So it is a lot that remains to be seen. And by the way, the time advantage got down to only 2 minutes there in the game between Pia Cramling and Humpy Koneru, but White's still doing okay and still up a couple minutes on the clock.
While the time advantage for Prague is basically gone, I do like his positional advantage for what David said about the bishop being a stronger minor piece when there's pawns on both flanks. I like a potential king march all the way to f5, king f3, king g4, king f5. I think Prague definitely is considering those kind of ideas because this is an endgame and your king could be the main hero of the story.
Agreed.
And big question now for Firouzja, which pawn to capture back with. It looks like Prague at least giving his opponent some decisions, some key moments there.
We should highlight why it's so dangerous for Black. I think it's because the white king is about to dart up the board, right? King f3, king g4, and those pawns are targets regardless of how you recapture, and regardless of whether the rooks stare down each other on the h-file. The white king is coming in, and the more I look at it, the more the knight looks like it could be you could have literally imagined the bishop landing on f5 for white, and the knight having to be like on f8 or something just to hold the squares, and that is a bishop that will dominate a knight. Maybe we may... Depending on if that happens or not, we may have to dive into just that board for a little bit, knowing that the Pia Cramling Humpy Koneru battle started a few minutes later, so we can come back to the two-board view here. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if Prague plays King f3 here, and he knows he's got a chance.
Yeah, surely it's the only way to justify his previous move, to keep kind of applying some pressure. King f3, victorious king march, lead from the front, big outpost here on f5. Black's biggest weakness is f6, so it makes sense to go for it. You don't have knights anymore, don't have a dark squared bishop, use your king. I'm really surprised Firouzja, pretty much his last move, other than taking on g5, was to move his king away from the center.
Yeah.
Why would the king not just come into the middle of the board? The black king could have marched to e6, e7, and yeah, Danny, I think you've predicted the future. King g4, he might be trying to keep the king at bay by putting the knight on a really ugly square like g7.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, so you could play bishop f5 or king g4. I think you always meet... Well, it's interesting. If d4 comes for Black, that's the one shot you got to be careful about. Black is going to try to strike with d4, and it's not so simple. In fact, maybe there you go. Prague being disciplined is going to stop d4 before he gets surgical up in the king side. So, yeah, I'm liking Prague, and maybe this is a game where White has great winning chances. Anna?
I think so. I think Prague looking good. He doesn't have a time advantage anymore, but it's a type of position where he is comfortable. He will be confident about his chances, and what we said about Alireza, and stylistically how this is not exactly what he would be happy with. This is, I think, a really good chance for the 18-year-old Indian star to score the first win of the day with the white pieces in Armageddon.
Yeah.
Agreed town. Population us, all three of us. It's a big town. I think we're all in agreement here.
I was actually going to say, just Karpov Unziker, bishop h7, would that be an idea? Just block the file, use it to, once it's blocked, use it to double up the rooks, and only release the tension later.
Did you just go Karpov Unziker?
I don't know.
You just went full chess history. That is a brilliant. What a game to quote. Can we just analyze it real quick? I know it splits, but you got to just throw bishop h7 on the board. I don't know if that's the move that the engine wants with the eval.
It drops.
but the rook is, you block the rook, and now you're threatening to bring the rook in. There may be some weird tactics.
Maybe some weird tactics with f5 or rook e4 check, but
okay,
that type
but
of idea.
What an idea. And maybe there's even some way to keep the idea in mind, but do it a little differently with like bishop g6 first, gain a tempo on the rook. Maybe you disconnect them after rook e8, right? Oh, by the way, he's okay, that is
bishop
I would
g6.
Swear I didn't see that he played it, but if the rooks get disconnected, these ideas are very dangerous on the h-file.
Let's see if
Rook e8 was a slight inaccuracy or mistake according to our computer, and bishop g6 was the sort of best reaction to it, and Prague has found it. He is somewhat lower in time, and our viewers are pointing out that Alireza is really good in time scrambles. I think that's true, but his position is tough to play. So even though he's really good at time scrambles, the position itself is very difficult to be in.
Yeah. Prague maybe less known for his bullet skills, so that's one cause for concern, but if he's not able to hold the next 10-15 moves for Ruja, no matter how quick he is, it might be an uphill struggle. So bishop g6, yeah, the black rook's about to move. Maybe e4 on the cards as well. If the white rook ever lands on the 7th rank, this knight on g7 would have been trapped. So, yeah, critical moments ahead. Firouzja's burning so much time, though.
He is, and he's about to be under a minute. And draw odds or not, they still got 13 more moves to make before you start getting 1 second added with every move. Once they hit that 40 move mark, everyone, that is the first finish line to try to get to. The rook has to commit to f8, and I love your e4, David. At some point, I don't know when, but you're right. And again, we called it out, and it's not to call Firouzja out, but I don't think defending technical endgames is where he's happiest. And you really come back to this move, king b8, as a shuffle that felt sort of nebulous and irrelevant, is actually critical. If the position opens up, that king is not nearly as active as the white counterpart.
Yeah, if you could pick up that black king and plant it on e7, I think you cover all the squares and cover the pawns. You're going to hold this game, but look at this. Prague now picks up a pawn, starts fiddling with it. That's the nerves, that's the calculation.
It's true Boris Gelfand style at this point. Funnily enough, they did make some really good impressions of other players when they had a dinner with Vichy on chess.com's YouTube channel. I highly recommend that video because this was one of the acting skills, actually, like trying to be or pretending to be another player, and Boris Gelfand was in the spotlight with the special pawn twisting.
But now it's ultra bullet chess. Both players around the 30-40 second mark, and still 11, 12 moves to make just to get that 1 second increment. It's going to be all about the speed of hand right now.
All about the speed of hand, but for Prague, it's all about a position where he's the one pushing.
But 20 seconds to make, what is it, 10 moves?
Does he realize 20 seconds to make 11 moves?
Oh my god.
No increment.
That's not very fun. All Firouzja has to do right now is messy it up, is what I was trying to say.
Flag him.
This is over the board chess. He cannot pre-move.
You can't pre-move.
Wow, he's
winning, but he has to make 9 moves in 15 seconds.
And Black's d-pawn is coming.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
Oh my gosh. He has rook f7. He's got e5 and bishop c2 at the end to guard.
Wow. He's got it all under control. The white bishop is coming back to guard the pawn. But okay, can Firouzja cling on?
This is it.
8 seconds.
He's got 5 seconds to make 6 moves. He's not going to do it.
Oh my gosh,
Prague's going to lose on time.
Oh my gosh.
Prague's going to lose on time.
Just need to surprise him here. Any move, random move.
Any random move.
Maybe Firouzja's going to lose on time. 5 seconds.
Oh my god, dude, they don't realize they have no Hikaru coming. What are you doing? Move.
Still 3 moves to make.
What is going on?
One of them will flag in no time, and the arbiter.
Wait, who?
Someone's lost on time.
Who lost on time?
I think Firouzja lost on time, but both of them were about to flag. This was a crazy ending to a crazy Armageddon game. The Pragnanandhaa was better and winning on the board, but the clock situation could have decided it either way.
Wow. Looks like Prague might have had 1 second left. The players, the game ended on move 38, just 2 moves shy of the magical move 40, where they get the increment. There we see, it's confirmed. 1 second left for Prague, 0 for Firouzja. The players struggling to adapt to this time control.
Unbelievable what we just saw.
Absolute madness. And that just shows how Norway chess with this innovative format is bringing on super exciting games. And what a finish this was. 0-0-1 versus 0-0-0. Either of them could have flagged in that final moment.
They were moments away from wow, we have to unpack more of that later, because we've got 2 other Armageddon battles already underway, or have been underway, between Ju and June and Vaishali Rameshbabu. Will Vaishali follow in her brother's footsteps and get a victory in Armageddon? Pia Cramling and Humpy Koneru still going at it over there. By the way, we do have our first victory for white in Armageddon. It was Prague who gets it done. It's hard to... what just happened there? That was just crazy. The players did not appreciate that there was no increment.
It felt like they just didn't wake up until they had 5 seconds left on the clock. It felt like they were lethargic, still overthinking everything, still stuck in their brain. But
it's hard to switch from a classical game. You have a 10-minute break to then go into a game that is just a bullet game at the very end.
It makes me... one of the things I was going to question about the scoring is, like, should Black even really get 1 point for losing in Armageddon? But after seeing that, I definitely feel like Ali Reza deserved 1 point in Armageddon, because that just felt like, oh my gosh, how crazy was that? Shout out to Prague for getting it done, and both of those guys for giving us good chess today. But okay, let's talk about this one. Humpy Koneru, is she going to get it done? She has draw odds, an equal clock situation, and I don't think Black can lose this endgame.
She really shouldn't lose this, Humpy Koneru. The Black King is going to come towards the center. It's going to come towards the queen side, where it's White's pieces tied down defensively. Black's pieces are the ones holding the key to the position, eyeing up White's A-pawn. There we go. The bar is falling here, Anna. Humpy, she's got it under control.
She does have it under control, and I feel really bad for Pia, because as we mentioned, she was the player in the classical game with the best chances to win in the classical game. She had a decisive advantage, and she knows it. It's heartbreaking when you know that the advantage slipped out in classical. Can she still do something? Danny, you are a huge fan and supporter.
I am, and the eval bar just shot up. I'm hoping for something here, but the problem is even now it's you know, false hope right now. Fool's gold, I think, because a draw, remember, is good enough for Black. And even if Black isn't winning, the A4 pawn is what we can highlight. Let's just objectively explain why. It's that the A4 pawn is stuck on a light square, and everyone has to defend that pawn if you're white. And even if those A pawns are traded, just take those 2 pawns off the board. Now everything is on one side of the board, even less winning chances. So what a heartbreaking day it would be for Pia Cramling, who was moments away from being the only player to win in the classical portion. I think Humpy Koneru is about to get it done in Armageddon.
Yeah, the clock situation as well. Desperate now for Pia Cramling. 30 seconds. She's about to make move 40, but now she's a pawn down to top it all off. Black's pieces, it's like you said, Danny, just eyeing up this A4 pawn, tying White's whole army down. And, ooh, I was going to say the H-pawn's coming, so Bishop
now
D1.
There's an H-pawn. But again, we should also give Humpy tons of credit, right? She defended a bad position that was on the ropes, literally. Found the only way to make it hold on, and was so resourceful. She got herself into Armageddon, and she might be about to get herself an Armageddon win. So while it's heartbreaking for all the Pia Cramling and Anna Cramling fans out there, the truth is Humpy Koneru has played fantastic chess here.
Yep.
Yes, she has, and it seems that this is heading toward a win or a draw. Same result for Humpy, whether she draws it or wins it, she would claim the full point in this match in the Armageddon format. They are down to their final seconds, at least for Pia. It's only 10 seconds left.
She just swindles it out. Pia, classy.
Always. What
always
a legend.
Classy. And Humpy Koneru defends with Black in classical to force an Armageddon. A come-from-behind victory, truly.
Yeah, she gets the required draw here. Humpy, never in doubt, really, once we got down to that endgame. But, yeah, Pia, really impressive performance today, you've got to say. But maybe just tomorrow she'll up that speed. She'll need to.
Exactly, and I think she should be really happy with how she has started the event, regardless of the result. She was the one with the best chances to win in the classical format earlier in the classical game against Humpy, and that says a lot about her potential in this tournament.
I couldn't agree more, and so it didn't deliver the victory that maybe was close for Pia Cramling, but she still is on the board with a loss in Armageddon. And all right. Is Vaishali gonna get on the board like her brother did with a victory in Armageddon? I'm not liking the chances right now. Zhu and Jun has maintained the edge that White starts with, not fully, but still a couple minutes, and the position looks great. Can I just take that pawn with check? It's a pawn and it's check, and I'm into that.
Yeah, I like a free pawn, free stuff with a check. I fully agree with you, Danny. Is there anything that we are missing, David?
I'm not so sure. I think I would take this pawn as well. But after the Black King moves, if the White Bishop I was going to say, were to save itself, the bishop that was hanging on g5, there might have been a skewer at the end along the e-file, along with rook to e8. So she's actually allowing it again, Vaishali. Bishop takes e6, not taken up there by Zhu Wenjun, but jumping in instead with her knight. She's a pawn down with white, but her pieces are beautiful.
She prefers to keep the initiative and not risking anything with loose pieces, as you mentioned, that potential skewer on the e-file. So even though we would have gobbled up the pawn, thinking that's the best move, she's proving us that there's even stronger ways of continuing rather than just going pawn grabbing. I like it, that knight on d6, that's a beast.
A unicorn, an octopus controlling the whole board, eight arms. And that's what they have, right? 8 arms? I mean, let's count it out.
Try and draw them all. It is 8. You're right here, Danny. That is a big piece.
Yeah, okay, you can move the knight with a discovery. Computer likes to take b7 and then just take e6, keep it clean, keep it fresh. Bishop pair is all good. I was looking at knight takes b5, but then there's e5, and Vaishali, shout out to her, she's mixing it up. She's doing everything she can to try to tempt Zhu Wenjun to go for something crazy, right?
Yeah. Knight takes b5, I guess you could have moved the black queen first, but e5 will come next. And
Yes. Okay, you're right.
Yeah,
that was very polite to not call out my blunder. I appreciate that.
We've all done a Botez gambit from time to time there, Danny.
But knight takes b7 and taking e6 is simple.
Yeah, and simple and strong. That's what you've got to do at Armageddon. She's still got 2 minutes extra on the clock, so using it wisely. Zhu Wenjun, she does go for the cleanest. There we go. Now, bishop pair, level material. White has the pawn center. Black has a terrible knight on a6, at least temporarily. Black's king not entirely safe. Anna looks huge for white.
It looks huge with a pair of bishops and much better piece placement, with the knight on a6 being a really a big weak spot for black, and how that knight will need a lot of moves, a lot of maneuvering before it can even be a useful part of black's army. I don't think black has the time to do it, and she's pushing now c5 because obviously there's a pin on the d file. It would be a Botez gambit to take on c5, but even then, even like this, that we can't take the pawn, it's just looking like white has a really nice advantage both on the clock and on the board.
Yeah.
She looked a bit nervous there. She kind of changed her position. She was scratching her head. She slowed down, Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah. Well, remember, she doesn't have the comfort of the eval bar like we do.
Yeah.
And she has to win. Right? White has to win. So c5 is an irritating move, maybe. I mean, if a trade on d4 happens and maybe that knight finds its way back into the fight, as you said, Anna, it's not, it's easier for us, right? And if f5 comes, by the way, and that bishop on g7 gets open to what would be an isolated queen pawn on d4, just saying, I think she leaned up for a reason. You got to be accurate here.
Yeah, and c5 is a really good move from Vaishali, we've got to say. If she was too slow, she would have been knocked out within the next few turns. And they do say against opposite color bishop, against the bishop pair even, you've got to accelerate the play. So c5, really nice shot. Queen b6, suddenly it's getting interesting.
Okay, she didn't see it, but queen b6 would have attacked the... Ooh, wait a sec. What is going on here?
Things are happening, and the bar is dancing a little bit.
Okay,
we're dancing.
She's given up a pawn, Zhu Wenjun. She needs to justify it. The position's opened up, so favoring the bishops. But a pawn is a pawn.
And further simplification is easier for the defensive player in this particular case. I think that the bishop pair could win both those pawns, but if Vaishali finds a way to get rid of the a-pawn, you're in great shape to get a draw.
Yeah. Advantage here, like you said, Danny, it doesn't tell half the story of the eval bar here. You have to be super accurate just to kind of pursue any chance of an advantage for white. Offering to trade one set of rooks. The black rook on d6 is black's best defender right now, holding all of the open files. So it makes sense, but every trade guides black closer to a draw. Vaishali, she needs to...
Yeah, I'm liking how she's defending it. She's tenacious.
She really is, and I was going to say, how will she prevent rook to d7? She's preventing it by placing the knight back on the original square, but it does prevent rook d7. Bishop c5, as you're showing, David, looks very promising, so white definitely has here the upper hand, but she's down a pawn, so she needs to be very accurate, holding here the initiative, keeping it going.
Yeah. It's no direct knockout. I thought bishop c5 would win the game instantly, because once the black rook moves, you continue hitting it bishop f7, but the black rook just about has enough squares on the back rank to stop white's rook infiltrating. It's hanging by a thread for black
It's hanging by a thread, but also the time advantage is
gone.
Is hanging by a thread and gone. Zhu and Jun under equal pressure. And one accurate move. This is a position, everyone, where forget white's advantage because, according to the computer, because it's based on the initiative. You have to keep playing every accurate move, right? And the moment you make one mistake, black is up a pawn. That is a concrete piece of material. So these positions can be hard to play once you lose that time advantage in your ability to maintain accurate play.
Very well said, Danny, and I think that's a key point to why Zhu and Jun is spending time, because this is not clear cut. She doesn't have the engine eval bar, she doesn't have the engine moves. What she has is 1 minute and 14 seconds with no increment, because this is move 30, so they need to start playing really fast if they don't want to get to where Prague and Firouzja went in their game, not realizing they're going to flag.
Let's not go full Prague and Firouzja right now. My heart can't take it. That was wild if you missed it. We had full-time scramble. Go ahead, David.
She's got 5 seconds per move now, Vaishali, until she gets increment. So unless she wants to mirror the fate of her brother and get down to 1 second, then she really needs to speed up. But she had to give it back her pawn. There was no way to keep her extra material. Now the white bishop's really thriving with pawns on both flanks. The black A pawn might be doomed in the near future.
The knight on b8 struggling to be moved to any square at all.
Less of a knight, more of a donkey. That knight is absolutely dominated, and there goes the second pawn. So Zhu and Jun finally breaking through with the bishop pair turning into a concrete material edge, and that A pawn will run.
Yeah, maybe even start now. There we go. Protect your pieces. That pawn defends the white queen as well, unpinning the white light squared bishop. Really nice move there from Zhu and Jun. She's been so accurate, I've got to say, pressing this advantage. She's not done anything flashy, but she's done what is necessary. And there we go, recoordinating the white pieces, protecting everything right now. Vaishali needs a miracle.
She does need a miracle at this stage, and I agree with you, David, that Zhu and Jun has been converting this very, very precisely, very methodically is the word of the day.
Methodically is the word of the day. And Zhu and Jun has been methodical at that, and now that they have reached move 40, by the way, they are now getting 1 second added with every move back onto their clock, which is kind of frustrating when you're the player who's in the worst position. Your practical chances of just flag them have gone away.
Oh, but that might be the killer move, the clincher. She's pinned the black dark square bishop. Vaishali throws away the bishop for the highest price, but white's king super safe. White's up a piece. This is over.
And she goes down on the clock.
She flagged, but she also was already down a piece. So a much-deserved win for the reigning women's world champion, who couldn't get that much out of the classical game. She was up a pawn, but Vaishali was defending very tenaciously and defended the endgame very precisely. Now in Armageddon, this is the second game where white wins. Danny, are you changing your mind?
It came down. It was less of a dominant affair there for black in the end. It was 4-2, not so close to 50-50. But really, you highlighted Zhu and Jun gets the job done. She's the best player in the world. She's the women's world champion for a reason. But Vaishali there, is that a sign of things to come, right? The future right there. She held her own, right? Stood and went toe-to-toe there, and ultimately did lose in Armageddon, but tenacious defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big breakthrough year. Her performance at the Grand Swiss, Vaishali candidates that streak at the end. And drawing with black against the women's world champion, it's a great classical result. That's probably her hardest game on paper, Vaishali, for the whole event. So ultimately not successful, but it's only Armageddon. She's still got plenty of time.
And this is a double round robin, so she will play against Zhu and Jun with Vaishali having the white pieces. I think she will want to prove that she is in for that match with a chance.
All right, well, we still have a lot to prove here today. We've got some more final closing thoughts from round one when we get back. We'll see if we have some player interviews. Who knows? But either way, this was an incredible day already. All 6 games went to Armageddon. You are getting what you pay for. Are you not entertained? It's 2024 Norway Chess. Don't go anywhere. Our closing moments from the first day when we get back.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's 2 pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars Made Attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. Once again, gives a try to checkmate black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so white has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where white has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, or they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So white is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that white wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholars Made in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think white got really nice play on the king side.
What an amazing day one here at 2024 Norway Chess, now officially in the books. We've got all decisive results because that's what you get ultimately in Norway. Everything goes to Armageddon. Danny Wrench, Anna Rudolph, David Howell. What an awesome day this was. We still have final moments. We do have interviews. We're going to break down a game review for you as well. But yeah, Anna, quick thoughts. How awesome was this?
I think we couldn't have asked for a better start. It felt scripted from the moment we saw the pairings. You know, former world champion Magnus Carlsen facing the current world champion. Still sounds weird, but that was the case. The world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, against the world number 3, Hikaru Nakamura, in the women's tournament, June, the reigning world champion, against one of the brightest stars of Indian chess and coming back from a 5-win streak, the candidates Vaishali. And I could keep going because already the matchups sounded like this is scripted, and then we got what we wanted. 6 draws in classical chess, and we like it because that means 6 Armageddons.
We had 6 Armageddons. Let's throw to the results and show everybody how it finished. And David, I'm gonna let you chime in and just say, Anna gave us a quick rundown there. What was your favorite game of the day here in the men's division?
Well, it was just breathless action. I'm going to talk purely about the Armageddon because the classical games were interesting. Ultimately, players cancelling each other out. Magnus, great show of control. We called it checkers, just dominating the board, controlling all the entry points and locking down Ding. Hikaru, impressive against Fabiano, you've got to say, once given an opportunity, but for me the standout was that race, that scramble. Breathless action between Prag and Fallujah.
Yeah, if you missed it, it was pure Armageddon fashion there. The seconds ran out on only Reza Fallujah, and Prague had 1 second. But all right, over on the women's side of things, it was just as exciting. It was crazy. All 3 games also went to Armageddon. Let's see, it's hard not to call out that the game between Pia Cramling and Lei Jie was the one that really maybe could have gone the other way for a moment. Pia Cramling wasn't able to convert on an advantage in the classical game, and ultimately Lei Jie. I'm sorry,
yes,
Humpy Koneru. My bad. I misspoke there. Long day at the end of the day here in day one. But Anna, any other highlights for you in the women's division?
I was going to say the same. Pia was the closest to winning in the classical game. She had a decisive advantage. It must be heartbreaking for her that it slipped away. At the same time, it's just incredible to see her. We mentioned she was world number 1 in 1984. That's 4 decades ago. That's before any of the participants of any of these 2 fields were even born. She was world number 1. So it's great to see her being back. And she has so much potential. If she starts out like this, as she did today against Humpy Koneru, I think we call that this could be potentially a dark horse situation where she's the lowest rated player, but she is just an icon, and she could easily, well, I say easy, but she could very well win the tournament.
Couldn't agree more. And speaking of potential to win the tournament, a guy that has a ton of potential, not maybe just to win the tournament, but in his career, of course, Pragnanandhaa Babu. He won maybe the most thrilling, the most nerve-wracking, unarguably victory of the day. Went to Prague over Fallujah in Armageddon. He caught up with us after the round, and let's get his thoughts now.
Pragma, congratulations on your victory in Armageddon game. How did it go from your perspective? What happened at the end?
Yeah, I didn't really see the clock at all, and I also didn't realize that we didn't make move 40. I thought we were getting 1 second increment already for some reason. I don't know why. And then, yeah, I was winning at the end. I think I was lucky there because we both didn't realize that we are not getting 1 second, and also we didn't probably realize that there was no time. So a bit lucky there.
Yeah. And the arbiter came, yes, to tell you the result at the end.
Yeah, otherwise you would have probably been playing still. But yeah, fortunately for me, the arbiter saw the clock.
So you won the first game in the Norway chess. How does it feel? How did it feel to play today in the hall?
Yeah, it felt. It was very interesting. I think the games. The first game was also quite interesting. I felt I had something at the start, but somehow we managed to. I couldn't see any tactic working for me, and I I thought if I don't bail out at some point, then then it could go wrong for me. So I decided to pull the brakes at right point and make a draw.
Yeah, from our perspective, it looked a very solid game. You know, like nobody was doing the mistakes. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, while playing, I thought we probably made some inaccuracies here and there. But yeah, I missed something in the opening because this is not how black should play with bishop b6 and rook c8. Felt shaky. Maybe I had something that I need to check.
I remember you playing here a few years ago in the Open tournament. Could you imagine that soon you will be playing here on the stage?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, and but I didn't really think too much about it. Back then I was just wanting to improve my game, and I knew that if I get my rating high, I will get chances in top tournaments.
Your sister is playing next to you. Did you have a chance to check her game and like what was happening?
Yeah, I did check a bit, but when I saw at some point she was having an extra pawn, and then I saw maybe like an hour later or something, she had her opponent had an extra pawn. So I don't know what happened there, where the 2 pawns went, but but she managed to defend well, and I don't know what's happening right now.
I think it's going to be another Armageddon game. Thank you so much, and all the best of luck in the next rounds.
Pretty funny when you have a scramble like that it takes the arbiter to come over and tell you exactly who won. That just tells you how crazy it was. You saw a smile on his face there. Thank you to Anastasia Karlovich for the interview. But all right, now we're going to say thank you to David Howell in advance for giving us a breakdown of what happened on the board, despite how crazy it was off the board there for those two guys.
I'm going to try my best, Danny. That was one of the craziest Armageddon games I've ever seen. One of the craziest time scrambles. We heard Prag himself as well talk about the lack of control that both players had towards the end. But let's break it down from the start. We saw already a different Armageddon approach with Prag avoiding mainline theory, pushing the pawn forward just to c3, so no queen's gambit, just trying to avoid the main lines here. Black copies in kind and queen to c2. Clearly Prag is saying, I'm going to try and surprise you. I'm going to try and gain time on the clock. You try and work out what's going on. But Firouzja had clearly studied this before. The idea behind queen c2 is to cover the f5 square, taking away a key development post for the black bishop. But after the move knight to e4, suddenly the black bishop is still able to use this square, and in a very productive way as well. g3, h6, really clever. If bishop to f5 immediately, this would have run into knight to h4, and well, at least potentially some tactics against the black bishop. And here after c4 instead, we see a queen trade. And maybe Firouzja, just a small practical mistake here. His style is more geared towards uncompromising middle games. Maybe he could have kept the queens on the board. And for example, a move like queen to c7 would have kept black in a very healthy position. Moves like g5 still available. Black has a rock-solid knight in the center of the board. Instead, trading queens, and yes, black is doing well here objectively, but this suited Prag's style. We saw after bishop to d2, this bishop was immediately traded off. Again, Firouzja maybe misjudging slightly knights over bishops, which are stronger with such a blocked pawn structure. We saw Prag here recapture, and yes, white had the semi-open a-file, but not much to do with it. And a few moves down the line after some posturing from both players, we saw knight to e5. So Prag taking risks because of the must-win situation, needing to win in Armageddon, of course. Maybe, if not for that situation, he wouldn't have risked damaging the white pawn structure in this way. Doubled e-pawns now, doubled b-pawns. But more importantly here, imbalance helps the side who desperately needs to win. Firouzja lost control. He castled first of all, and after knight to e2, maybe erroneously trading his bishop for knight. Plenty of moves here would be very healthy for black. Maybe the most logical would have been sliding the bishop into f3, blocking white's f-pawn and kicking away the white rook, because the white rook, as we see in a few moves' time, becomes very strong on the h-file. f6 now, a further mistake to compound the issue, and suddenly h4. White could have had the same position, but with the rook on a worse square if Firouzja had been a bit more accurate. Instead now, Maybe another practical mistake. King to b8 was played by Firouzja. If he had this moment back in time, he might have wished to instead bring his king towards the center to plant it on the e7 square, from which it would have done a great defensive job long term, as we'll see a bit later. But after king to b8, we saw the white king start to walk its way in. First a trade of pawns, now king to f3. And because white is simply playing with an extra piece, white's king active, black's king passive, Firouzja here struggled to hold the balance. Prag was the one to really assert his dominance over the next few moves. The black knight forced to stay passive, covering the entry point from the white king. And if we see how Prag continued to push the advantage, really instructive stuff for everyone at home. Blowing open the position here with pawn to e4. Opening the position for the white rook. If it lands on the 7th rank, that could be deadly. But more importantly, for bishops versus knights, they prefer more open scope across the board. So rook to d8 was forced here, just to show the issue. This knight is simply trapped. If it ever moves forward, then king to f5. Actually, maybe even stronger moves available in this position. Maybe white should first take this pawn and then march in with king to f5. Either way, white is fully in control. Rook to d8 was black's attempt to stem the tide here, but Prag continued. Rook d3, really impressive with no time on the clock. Both players now down under a minute in this position. But black here simply couldn't hold things together. Rook f3, a very good judgment call, but a bit of a gamble by Prag with no time on the clock. Most mere mortals here would have freaked out, myself included, due to the black pawn running down the board 2 squares away from touchdown, promoting to a queen. But Prag had spotted in advance this really clever move after a check. Pawn to e5. The white bishop swoops back to save the day. How many times has that happened to us during our chess careers? Bishops from afar, saving everything. And instead, knight to e6. The white king steps in. The white king steps further in. And at the very end, the white bishop finds another angle to stop the promotion of this pawn. Rook to h8, bishop g4 were the final moves. Drama here on the board as Firouzja lost on time when Prag only had 1 second left. Ultimately, though, the position is winning for white. The bishop controls the black d-pawn, and white's e-pawn will win the day. Drama on and off the board.
Drama, drama, drama. Drama on the board and off the board. Prag got it done. Really, he was winning on the board and off the board. He maybe turned all the favors around and... let's see, Zhu Wenjun also getting it done with the white pieces. So Prag broke through, and then Zhu Wenjun also won. But
exactly, and I just wanted to add to this game what Prag said in the interview, because we were wondering, why are they not playing faster? They're gonna flag, and neither of them realized that they're not getting increment, and that's so true for over-the-board chess, that it's not the same as when you play on chess.com, that you can just look at the number that it says next to the board on what move am I. They had no idea.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, and they often, players, they have an internal clock. They know that if they make a move, they have 5 seconds or they have 10 seconds because they're so used to increment. But Armageddon, it's a different kettle of fish.
No, but I didn't even think about it from that angle until you just clarified, Anna, that, again, they didn't have a move score sheet. So they didn't know if they were on move 40 yet, which, of course... obviously, lessons will be learned. I think going forward, players will not make that assumption. They will be more in tune with what's going on there. Speaking of tomorrow's games and all the lessons learned, let's dive into previewing round 2's pairings. But yeah, that's a fascinating point, Anna, and I think that all the players watching at home, and of course Prag and Firouzja, learned from personal experience what can happen if you don't know the move number. But what's going to happen tomorrow? You've got Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. I think circle your featured card. You know what it is. Both those guys won in Armageddon. They both were the first 2 to win as well. Of course, Firouzja, Caruana, Liren, Pragnanandhaa. These are going to be awesome matchups. And then we move into the Norway Chess Women's Division. Vaishali taking on Humpy Koneru, Lei taking on Pia Cramling, and Zhu Wenjun versus Anna Muzichuk. David, around the horn before we bring it to a close, your matchup of the day tomorrow first. You can't pick Magnus versus Hikaru. I already picked it. No samesies. You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
You've done me dirty there, Danny. That's of course going to take up a lot of our attention. I'm going to actually say in the women's section, Zhu Wenjun against Anna Muzichuk. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Also, the Indian derby, Vaishali, Humpy Koneru.
Ah, you're stealing my one. I had my eyes set on their game.
Go ahead. No, and you can still choose it. Yeah.
I was going to choose their game, the All Indian Derby, because we have Vaishali as the young star of India against the most experienced, very well-established star of Indian chess. And in the other Norway chess. We have Norway chess and Norway chess women. I was going to say, other than Magnus and Hikaru, I'm also curious how Liren will perform in his second game with the white pieces. So he starts with 2 white pieces, but today he didn't get much out of the opening and he lost in the Armageddon. Can he do better tomorrow? He's facing Pragnanandhaa, the youngest participant of the event, and I think Pragnanandhaa is out there for blood.
I agree, and it's a storyline that we didn't get into much, not because we maybe didn't want to talk about it. No one wants to pick on Liren at all, but a very uninspiring approach with the white pieces. As we said, maybe he was happy just to get a draw in Classical against Magnus Carlsen, even though maybe he wasn't thrilled about how it happened. I don't know, but it was a very fast game. If you missed it, everyone, it was the only thing that happened in that game that was interesting was that Magnus Carlsen took a 12-minute break for noodles. You should back up and watch the start of the show. It was an awkward one, but honestly, that's the truth. And after that, Liren had an uninspiring performance with the white pieces. Will he change that approach tomorrow? As Anna said, we're going to find out. But all right, for everyone here, for the crew, crushing it, all the players, as if they need me to thank the fans on their behalf, but they did deliver. The format delivered today. We are officially underway here in Stavanger, Norway. I cannot wait for the next 2 weeks. It's round 1 of the 2024 Norway chess event. It's officially in the books. And I know where you're going to be tomorrow, everyone. We will see you there. Tune in. And until then, have a great night or a great day wherever you are.